pretty much good to continue. Might just quietly put that there. Bring it back up. I think this was the one I was originally thinking of. Because I remember this kind of getting a bit out there. Almost atmospherical, yeah, almost philosophical sounding. A picture for like a deep kind of a scene. But anyway, where were we? As promised, I do want to split up the review, so we're not getting bombarded with one big video. So yeah, especially since Demo 1 was done in like 2019, at least in commentary, but I didn't finish it till like a year, nearly 2 later. But yeah. Let's see. Okay. Let's refresh that. Make sure there's no yes. And that doesn't want to work. Of course it doesn't.
Hey guys, welcome here. AKA George Sideboard. So I wanted to talk about the patches that we received this year. Not just XCX enhancements, basically stuff that appeared in either the demos and or the trailers. Mainly because studying the demo and trailer footage, there are very, very minor changes that, while may not be important to many, if we are going for a one-to-one recreation one day, I do feel that it is important to point out these things. And even those that don't need changes or updates, like the floating wind, again, this video can really make it clear what specifically needs updates and whatnot. In fact, there are elements that are better if we don't recreate them, but despite that, I think it is good to point this out so it gets everyone a bit more aware of these differences. Alright, let's start off with the homing flips. From the trailer footage to the E3 demo, to even the final to a degree, in the form of the Clear Gem's homing attack, each homing recovery goes from the normal default homing recovery animation to the second homing recovery animation facing to the right, and finally for the third animation, recovering to the left. The restoration patch does recreate this perfectly. However, there is one or two details that are inaccurate to the restoration patch. The first detail, when you are recovering, whether it's the first, second, or third recovery animation, if you hit the ground in either the E3 demo build, or even the final for the homing attack using the Clear Gem, it will reset back to the first homing recovery animation. Compare this to the restoration patch, it just continues to play what it would have if you didn't hit the ground, which
Hang on, is that accurate? Because I remember I saw when we were talking about the same thing the last time, when I used the PS3 E3 demo clips. I can't remember what I was talking about, but I was showing the clip from it. Is that accurate? Because me and my curiosity, I'm always sort of mesmerized by these changes. So, yeah, I just want to make sure that that is consistent, because if there is a difference, it's good to know for future reference that even across the builds from PS3 to 360, there may actually be other versions for either console that had different flip behavior, or just generally it might be inconsistent with the patches even. I can't seem to find it. Hang on. If it doesn't show up here, I might bring it up elsewhere. So it was the 15th anniversary titled video, if memory serves. Is that right? That's right. Yeah, because was a section where he just finishes the eagle. Yeah. So the normal one lands, the normal one, yep, lands, the normal one, yep, good. And that was the point I was trying to emphasize. I just wanted to double check on that because I'd hate if that was inaccurate.
To the restoration patch, it just continues to build or third recovery animation. If you hit the ground in either the E3 demo build or even the final for the homing attack using the clear gem, it will reset back to the first homing recovery animation. Compare this to the restoration patch, it just continues to play what it would have if you didn't hit the ground, which recreates the trailer effect, but in terms of what the final and the E3 demo covers, it is slightly inaccurate. Perhaps we could get 2 patches to match both. The second...
I forget if that was actually done, if we got a second patch, because I remember we did, but I forget if it was, in regards to the E3 flips, or maybe I'm thinking of like the chain jump stuff, because I know we definitely got 2 patches. E3 accuracy and I think trailer accuracy, or no, final intended accuracy.
Detail. I think this one's probably best to explain using the retail build since it can be performed. But as we have established, the clear gems homing attack allows you to perform the E3 homing recovery flip animations. However, there are some brief moments where you can be using the A button homing attack X PS3, but still result in viewing some flip animations, and it won't matter if gems are selected. I say animations because it really depends which animation you stopped using the clear gem homing attack on. Now, to my knowledge, this only happens once. But yeah, after it's viewed, it never happens again. You have to go back to the clear gem and use that a time or two for the recovery, then do an RT homing dash. Then you can use the A button homing attack, and then that will result in showing a flip animation. Now, since we don't even have the E3 demo to test this out, to see how this code would work in a build that does have the flips used outside of the clear gem homing attack, it's hard to predict how this would have looked. Potentially, instead of going from the first to the second to the third animation, perhaps since it only spikes out once, it just went backwards one, say from animation 3 to 2, or 2 to 1. Or 1 to 3. You get the idea. Because the E3 demo does not possess gems, even trying to mod gems into the demo, it's quite possible that the clear gem wouldn't produce any noticeable differences, meaning the clear gem homing attack and normal homing attack would both have homing flip animations for the recovery. Because currently with the patch, it just swaps around the clear gem's homing attack recovery with the normal homing attack's recovery. These inaccuracies are so minor and unnecessary to recreate that I don't expect these to be recreated or used for any kind of mods. If any were to be attempted to be recreated, I definitely could see the first detail being recreated, because that's definitely a lot more clear as to how that would have looked compared to detail 2. Again, this video is mainly to document the differences in case there are others out there that do want to know the differences that can sometimes be easily missed. Regardless, I'm actually quite happy with the way it is. It's a good way to keep what both retail and the tech demo had. Anyway, let's move on to the homing spam. I guess to anyone who has seen my homing spam evolution,
probably would have changed that if I was doing it now, because I make it look like the recreation is like unseen tech demo footage. I would have preferred to have the real deal instead of just, the mod.
Analysis video. You should pretty much know that it is identical to how E3 handled the homing spam, so I don't really need to talk about that. But basically, aside from the spam attack itself, it did have some slight code changes where you would be able to rotate during the recovery, and you wouldn't be able to move until the half-second delay would expire, and all of which has been recreated, so yeah, let's move on. Snowboard movement. So yes, we finally have air control when we jump, and holy damn, it's amazing. This of course does include if you enter an air state if you fall. Now, while this wasn't in any of the trailers or demos, I really do want to point out something. The only thing that I can see that needs improving here is when you rotate when on the ground. You can definitely tell that it is it could be better. Now do this while holding down the jump button. Notice his rotation is a lot more smooth looking, a bit more what you would expect to see when you aren't charging a jump. Yeah, honestly, that's gameplay-wise the only thing I can see that can be improved upon. The fact that both this code exists and it is used even in the final, I definitely believe this can be applied to when you're not charging a jump. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that still hasn't been recreated, and I mean, I can't say I blame them, because it's not, again, it's super minor, it's not like it massively influences or changes gameplay. Then again, I say this, I don't recall trying it out when I last tried the physics alpha, so it may have been done, but I wouldn't be too surprised if it hasn't been respected.
Digit removal. Not much to say here. The E3 HUD removed it. Everything else, not so much. It's been recreated, and it really completes the E3 HUD that much more. TGS06 menu. Even with the footage that we have received, it's still hard to tell because of all the background noise if there is any sound effects that were used for this menu. I would assume so, but I don't know, it's 06. Swapping some demo sound files around with retail does produce some silent results, so yeah, leave it with me. I'll see if I can get more footage and hopefully get some answers. Although I don't expect much, I still haven't found an answer for the E3 demos music storing in the loading screen, so yeah. Floating wind units.
I kind of wish I spoke a little bit about the TGS06 variant, because that was something I think I was kind of almost alluding to with what I was talking about regarding the sounds, because the whole thing is that I don't know if there's sounds being used in the demo, in that menu specifically, and it might have been a good way for me to compare it to how there's also a version of the menu where the renders swapped around, and in that version, that may have had sounds as well. So you can kind of see how the point was that, yes, while there are versions where the renders don't swap out, the fact that there is versions where the renders do swap out means that there is a difference in builds, and if there's a difference in builds, then especially if it's an update, essentially, that makes it a bit more, don't know if I'd say better, but it certainly is more polished. The fact that, you know, it is animated to switch the renders around. Is it too far of a stretch to say that maybe, just maybe, they also had sound effects used in that version of the menu that we have absolutely no footage of? And even if we did, the sounds would be very hard to hear because it would be at a convention.
It's practically identical to how E3 behaved, so yeah, from what I'm seeing, there is no differences here. I don't believe Floating Wind was used for the Mark Speed section for the E3 demo. With that said, I do find it interesting that the final build doesn't have code for Mark Speed Sonic to interact with Floating Wind, despite having a specific animation for him to interact with Floating Wind.
Very true.
So, who knows, maybe E3 did actually have it, and we have yet to see an interaction.
That would be
Chaos
interesting.
Lost.
That would be
Is
interesting.
How long ago? Oh wow. I'm glad that this is a lot faster. It's not a good feeling when your radius is the size of an acorn and you're not going anywhere anytime soon. Invulnerable or not, I don't care. It's a pace kill. It really is a pace kill. In fact, with this patch, it really is quite surprising that I prefer this patch over the Pier 6 Chaos Blast radius. Not saying that it's bad, it's just I do prefer the patch over Pier 6's current take on it. In any case, I'm really glad that this is getting more attention. I'm glad that my findings helped and assisted other modders to enhance my work and get it in a more functional state. It's still unknown, for one, if Chaos Blast was even enabled for the TGS06 demo, and if it was, if the radius was the size of a potato. One thing I do know is that Shadow was just easily overpowered. And even if it is for documenting purposes or not, I would definitely love to experiment more with the TGS06 equivalent of Shadow in the final, even if it is just for fun. Anyway, the unused title screen options. See, it's times like these where I really do wish we had a full review build working, because, you know, that definitely could answer some questions if even review builds had these options used. Because I can't help but wonder if the loader was supposed to play the same animation it does in the final when you press start. Because right now, you press continue, you press new game, it ain't gonna play an animation. There is also a 2-second delay before you can press start, which I found a while ago, but to this day I still haven't been able to get it as a permanent result. But interestingly,
Yeah, be careful what you wish for, because now we do have it, but now it can, every now and then, cause a soft lock, and yeah, my name's basically slapped on, attached to it, so be careful what you wish for.
the Xbox Live Arcade demo does not have this delay, so yeah, that alone is already, can we just get rid of this delay? Because it kind of is a bit worse now, because since we do have more options, for some reason, the delay does also apply to the now new added options. So yeah, as soon as you press start, it brings up new game and continue, and when you go to move, you do have to wait for this 2-second delay again. So it's already bad enough that you gotta wait for the press start, but yeah, as soon as you do that, you gotta wait another 2 seconds before you can move or accept. yeah, this would be great to get rid of.
I can't remember if I've mentioned it. I think I did. It might have been in a video. Yeah, no, that I believe was a different delay. I think it was a little shorter from memory, like 1 second. But I mean, irrespective, it was a separate delay.
But anyway, moving on to rotation interpolation. I don't think I can ever express how grateful I am for this one being restored, because I mean, how can you? This really was something I have wanted to see in the final since the very first time I played the Xbox Live Arcade demo, so this means an awful lot to see this finally in the final build. It fixes a lot more than I realized, and I knew that it would fix stuff that wasn't known, or perhaps I should say was known, but it wasn't clear that rotation interpolation was the cause of these fixes, so seriously, Desco, thank you so much. There is but one difference that the Xbox Live Arcade demo with mods does also have, so with that knowledge in mind, I do believe even the E3 demo would behave this way. And this basically is, by having rotation interpolation enabled, it often can prevent you from jumping off of the collision in specifically the Mark Speed section of Demon Valley.
There was another state. What was it? Oh yes. The poles. Yeah, I've noticed if you compare that, and I should absolutely make a video on this. If you go into Wave Ocean in the Xbox Live Arcade demo and compare that to the patch of rotation interpolation being restored in the final, there is a very, very clear difference in the rotation, and I'm not entirely sure why that is the case, because it either means that rotation interpolation hasn't been fully restored for absolutely every state that it can and should be, or it means that there is something else going on with that, whether it's rotation interpolation related or something else, I don't know. I would guess it would be the former, but and this is why I feel like I should make a comparison video where I'm not just comparing the demo to the patch, but also the demo and the patch, more so the patch, to the retail version, so we can really see what it looks like without rotation interpolation in the final, what it looks like with the patch, and if that influences it in any shape or form with a variant of rotation interpolation in there, versus the demo that fully has a massive like curve in the animation, making it really look like there's a lot more physics going on.
Specifically where it is sloped. I wasn't kidding when I said that the rotation interpolation updated the hitbox as well, for better or worse in our case now. This is like the only time that I have struggled to jump off of the terrain, so yeah, I'm really not sure if anything can be done about this one, because again, since this does happen in the Xbox Live Arcade demo with mods, I'm positive that this also happened with the E3 demo, so I don't know. If jumping off of walls without the momentum pushing you off could be achieved, then who knows, maybe this can be. Oh, also, while I'm talking about the demo mods, with Wave Ocean modded into the demo, we can clearly see rotation interpolation working perfectly fine for every single chain jump. So yeah, interesting that that doesn't happen with the patches.
Yeah, see, that's kind of frustrating, because like, this would have been the perfect time to mention it, because I'm literally pointing out something where there was a lack of rotation interpolation, to which it did eventually get fixed for that. So yeah, that would have been the perfect place to talk about the poll, but yeah, it just took a little bit longer for me to notice it, unfortunately.
I'm confident that it can be fixed, but it is interesting, especially with my current P25, how it does work for not all, but some chain jumps from my P25 copy, but won't work for a clean retail copy with just the rotation interpolation patch enabled. Yeah, very confused on this one. And it's not inconsistent. It's either consistently working or consistently not working for specific chain jumps. Very strange, but anyway, let's move on. Action gauge replenishment. Now I know that at the least this wasn't the case from the first release, but yeah, the replenishment itself is amazing, but that's when you have everything needed, and that kind of is or was the problem. You see, the Lua change was uploaded, but the XEX patch, not so much, and that's what you need to get it working. Yeah, like you can have the Lua change, but what good is that going to do if the gauge doesn't have the replenishment enabled, and vice versa with the XEX enhancement over no Lua change. But the replenishment itself is really quite incredible. It's something that I have been patiently waiting for, and I had a feeling it could be achieved, but I'm even more curious now that this has been achieved, if the maturity meter can be restored. I really have no clue on that one. I mean, still, so much is unknown about that meter, how it was meant to behave with the likes of Shadow or Silver, even. I think it was just meant to be for Sonic, but again, it's like there is a big lack of information with what that was meant to do. So, yeah, for the gauge itself, both the cle-
It's interesting how, yeah, things have gone since then, because, yeah, it still does seem unclear if it was meant to be used for Silver or Shadow, but despite that, we are leaning in the direction through mods of giving it to both characters, including their own super forms, so that is, yeah, interesting. Again, maybe not faithfully accurate, but still something I think a lot of players and fans would like to see in play.
depletion and replenishment both are practically flawless now. It's come a very long way and in very little time. I think the only thing that probably could be a tad improved is the constant gems. In other words, the gems that, instead of instantly take away from the meter, instead constantly take away from the meter. So basically the red and purple gem. Mainly because the way they deplete are kind of weird. Like, you can get it to deplete completely, but you'll be waiting a good 100 seconds. Now compare this to the speed it's meant to deplete at. Now, it'll stop when it's not meant to. I think it is something to do with the calculations. It thinks it has ended when it hasn't. And like me, you may want to try and mess with this a little, but it just can't seem to produce a result of how it was meant to deplete with the right speed. And of course, the right threshold. So yeah, I think it is something to do with the calculations. Which again, I'm sure some kind of an XEX enhancement would be able to crack this. Chain jump flips. Yeah, I had a pretty good idea that this could be restored for a few reasons. There was shocking amounts of evidence that supported it could be. From the snaps that would take place when you would land on a wall, fall off and bound into a wide spring or any kind of obstacle, to the updated hitbox that caters for the snaps. The animation progression is in the game and used for practically every obstacle, even the Sky Gem. And like everything else, the code is there, just unused. I'm just so glad that we can really experiment with this now and experience this with and without the chain jump speed, likewise rotation interpolation. We can really see how this could have looked if it ended up in the retail build with this chain jump flips patch.
It's still so surreal to me to see this enabled on the normal characters, because I always wondered if it was or wasn't supposed to pop up for them. And it got to a point where I just kind of assumed that it wasn't, because it's like, well, those chain jumps really just don't last as long as they do as the Mark Speed chain jumps. And Mark Speed's the only location that we've ever seen it in the trailers and the demo. So surely it was just only for that. But no, still the same programming.
Plus the chain jump speed restored by yours truly. Maybe chuck on those rotation interpolation patches to really complete the visuals of how E3's chain jump looked. You really do get the equivalent of the E3 demo's take on the chain jumps. I guarantee that the value I set the patch to is identical to E3. I compared the footage and made sure it was to the frame that Sonic would land on the next pillar. And to basically make it clear to you guys, retail speed sets it to 6,000, E3's sets it to 8,000. Pretty basic. I also removed the delay that prevents Sonic from jumping off of the pillar for Mark Speed sections. Yeah, this wasn't present in both the demos nor the trailers, so naturally it was removed. I'm telling you this because I need you guys to understand that the chain jump speed patch that also removes the delay preventing Sonic from jumping off the pillar is a separate delay to the one that occurs if you have the chain jump flips enabled. The reason this may...
Yeah, so again, unfortunately, with my name slapped attached to it, there is something more that we need to do with improving it going forward, where it does appear that the chain jump speed patch, being E3 accurate and trailer accurate, can produce some one-off times where basically 9 times out of 10 you'll still perform the chain jump normally, but still for that one time you may get some results. Well, for me at least, I've only ever noticed this change in Kingdom Valley, where the Mark Speed section, specifically the last chain jump, it's the one where you go from the pillar to I don't even know what you call it. It's basically the second jump to the third and last area that you jump from. I've noticed that some rare times you can totally miss the location you're supposed to land, and you still luckily do still land. You can still perform the chain jump, but the point is that it misses the target and lands elsewhere, which makes it look like Sonic has clipped out of bounds and basically messed up the chain jump. Even though you can still jump and you can still get back on to the main route to the goal ring. But yeah, it does appear that that's connected to the patch that enhances the speed to be E3 accurate, and it's a shame because I don't know what's causing that, and because of how rare it seems to pop up, that unfortunately does make it difficult to crack down on what is making it do that to ultimately fix it. And from what I understand from those that have commented, it does appear that it is the E3 speed patch, because they basically confirmed that because they don't use that patch and only the chain jump flips, it does appear that the speed one is what causes it to get thrown out. So yeah, again, unfortunate, but because of how rare it is, that really does make it even more complicated to try to track it down to fix it ultimately.
Seem like it's the chain jump speed is because since the chain jump speed makes Sonic faster, he gets to his next target a lot quicker than normal. So much so that the delay that was enabled alongside the ball and fall for the chain jump flips has more time to play its delays, since again Sonic is arriving at his target a lot sooner than he would if you didn't have the chain jump speed enabled. And in which case you would still have a delay for shorter chain jumps, but for longer chain jumps it's more likely you won't have that delay. I'm not really sure what this delay is, because it does seem to be attached to the ball and fall states. You can't even switch gems during this state, when you could switch gems during the jump up state of the chain jump. So this definitely is very reminiscent of the jump panels.
I remember this kind of bugging me in video editing, because I was putting it together and I was like, oh god, I'm gonna have to put together another one where I'm actually showing pressing the A button for chain jumps, and it's as simple as, just flipping out the phone, booting up the game, going into the level. But I think it was the fact that I thought I had enough footage, but then I had to do it again, and then I got to the next part of commentary and I had to do it again, and I kept on turning the game off, so it just became this thing of like, oh god, how many times am I going to have to boot the game back up just to get whatever, for however many seconds, like a short, like a clip of gameplay to show the inputs not working.
Brings how that can disable your ability to switch gems. So I feel that if a fix were produced, it could potentially also affect the ball and fall states for springs and jump panels and all the obstacles where a ball and fall is used. Hopefully getting this won't affect the ball and fall states for other obstacles, and I'm just overthinking again. In any case, it would be nice to get rid of that delay eventually. I just can't. Oh my god, I can't get over how good this looks. Because, we've only seen this present in Kingdom Valley.
So there is actually an extension to that, because I do continue to talk about it. I cut away to get to the next patch, but yeah, I go a bit more in depth about that, so I don't know when I'll post that, but hopefully I still have that video.
And I can only imagine how it would look if it were present for the other Mark Speed sections, for all the other chain jumps. Ring and explosions. Like how one of the patches enables you to immediately move when you recover, when you never could do this in previous builds, we have gone a step beyond E3 here also. And this is what I mean when I say that a lot of changes don't need to be recreated for times like now when we have gone beyond the demos or trailers. The one thing that I feared with this specific patch was recreating the explosion would mean enabling the really frustrating collision that it also came with in both the E3 demo and the Xbox Live Arcade demo, the TGS6 demo, and the review build. Holy shit, how many builds had this? Because I was imagining that the collision is what actually created the explosion. Because if you think about it logically, it kind of does make sense. Because the rings spawn a lot closer compared to the final, I was thinking that maybe the collision for the rings were touching each other, and because of this they were trying to separate, and by separating, this is what created that kind of explosion effect. Because wow, thankfully we didn't need to recreate this collision to enable the explosion. The issue with having collision for rings is, well, we even see this in an E3 clip. Like, just look at this, Silver's like, and again, stuff like this really doesn't need to be recreated. It's very unnecessary.
I think I needed to show that a bit more, because it was a bit, it's just so sudden and it's easy to miss, especially if it's just played once. It's the kind of thing I think I should have cut back to show Silver constantly tripping over the ring, so we really could go, oh, okay, well, yeah, no, that is not normal. It's supposed to just vanish, and instead he's kind of like, he is like, it really does look like he's tripping over it.
Necessary and pointless, since we have gone a step beyond E3 or any of the builds that had this. But again, for documenting purposes, it is good to point out these differences. But yeah, aside from the ring collision, the explosion itself is virtually identical, so yeah, honestly, that's really all I have to say.
Yeah, the only thing that's bugging me with this footage compared to the rest is that I know for a fact that this was recorded on Xenia, whereas the rest I'm pretty sure was recorded on the console, because I can see the lighter kind of tinge to it that Xenia brought to the coloring, at least for my setup back when I was recording this. And it's a nitpick, but fuck me, does it bug the heck out of me.
So with that, let's move on to the final patch of 2020, Jumping Off Walls. I think this one needs the most work.
Yeah, definitely console now.
I understand that the whole gimmick of preventing Knuckles and Rouge from clinging to a wall by using just the jump was to be more faithful to how the classics handled clinging to walls. The issue is that Sonic 06 was a game that was very experimental. They wanted to see the player's reaction to, say, not being able to jump out of a spin dash, not being able to jump into enemies, not having a jump wall, or in our case, being able to cling to a wall by using a jump.
While jumping or gliding, you can cling to a wall by approaching it, and then you can climb. While jumping or gliding, while jumping, jumping.
And maybe it's because it's either muscle memory or nostalgia, or I'm just too used to it, but I do, more than often, approach a wall by jumping, rather gliding. Don't get me wrong, I definitely have glided many times into the walls, but at the same time, I like having the ability, being able to jump into it. So, I don't know, maybe there could be two patches, one to be more faithful to the classics, one to be just jumping off of walls. Honestly though, that's just detail 1. I think detail 2 is what needs the most work, at least in my opinion. You see, I covered this video a while ago, where basically you can actually view the legit code of how Knuckles and Rouge were meant to jump off the walls. And all you need to do is not glide at all, jump and cling onto a wall, and jump off of it. By doing this, you will see what originally was the code for jumping off the walls as Knuckles and Rouge. And quite interestingly, something related to this that I only just found a few weeks ago going into the character swaps for Rouge. If you do this same method of not gliding and instead just jump when you go on a sloped piece of collision, you'll have this kind of push-off walls momentum physics thing. Gliding as Knuckles and Rouge disables any future states of having push physics, and that's basically what was going to be applied to jumping off of walls. But yeah, it's interesting how both characters have their push physics disabled with just gliding just once, and how this not only affects jumping off walls, but even for sloped terrain. And I've painfully tried to show this in the character swap videos, but at least this video kind of makes that a little bit more clear. There's probably going to be people out there that prefer jumping up over pushing off the wall, and fair enough in which case. But again, like clinging to a wall via jump and disabling this, I do believe all this could be dealt with as separate patches. At the least, we do know that Knuckles and Rouge were meant to jump off of walls with the push physics, and were also meant to cling to a wall by using a jump. I certainly wouldn't mind seeing this as patches, and I certainly wouldn't mind seeing this in Gear 6 eventually, but anyway. It's amazing that even after this year, after everything that has been achieved, there is still so much that could be done. Personally, I'm still hanging out for the day we get a patch for Silver to be...
Yeah, I don't know... I don't think we'll ever see it in Pier 6 at this rate, because I have pointed out stuff like jumping off of a wall when you're wall running, and how something like that was intended to be applied to, obviously, yeah, jumping off of walls when you're climbing them as Knuckles and Rouge. But any and every time I've pointed this out, it's just, yeah, it's never been acknowledged or denied. But the fact that it has never been acknowledged just seems like, I don't know, to me it just seems like there's no interest there.
Being able to levitate with objects still held, because we see this in trailers. He kind of has code like this in the final, in the form of teledashing with objects still held. And it's something I have wanted to always do with Silver from day one of playing with Silver. Even the review build states there is a truckload of stuff which I am going to talk about when I cover the...
Yeah, I really hope we get to see more of that going forward, whether as mods, or Pier 6. I think more so mods, because I mean, I feel like Chaos would want to do his own thing, bring in his own ideas to the table, either merging them with the ideas or just flat out replacing them, which, you know, to a degree I can understand, but I think, again, for that reason and others, it's more, to me, a bit more exciting to, at the prospect of seeing the demo faithful and review version faithful states for the bosses implemented and done justice.
TGS explanation video, which definitely stay tuned for, and definitely expect a lot of information, as it won't just be TGS stuff that I'll be talking about.
Yeah, I might actually put that on while I'm here, because yeah, I tried to do something similar with the Pier 6 review for Shatter back in the Sonic 3 review days, but yeah, that didn't really work for a few reasons, but I will definitely do that much. But I think, yeah, I might also chuck in what I've got currently with the TGS explanation video, 'cause yeah, I don't think it's fair that I've been saying, yeah, stay tuned for that and this for as long as, yeah, 2020, if not even earlier, and nothing to show forth. So yeah, it'd be nice to at least show where it actually is and what's hopefully to come.
Before I go, I just want to give a personal thank you to everyone who has contributed to fixing Sonic 06. It's amazing what a community like this can achieve in just a year. Hell, even 2019, this community is definitely expanding, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what's in store for 2021. But with that, that brings us to the end of this video. So thank you guys for watching, hope you all enjoyed. And please do let me know, what's your favorite patches that we received? And let me know if there's a patch that you're really hanging out for next year. Until next time, have a happy and safe New Year's, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.
Yeah, not bad. There's not really too many things there that I need to improve. Yeah, just maybe stuff that I could have elaborated a bit more on, because otherwise, no, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, alright. Let's hop back to this to get through Demo 2.
Demo beats gonna be cool.
I don't remember this being too long for Demo 2, because Demo 2, I remember intentionally recording and making sure that it was going to be a short coverage of it, and after that I would get into Demo 3.
Which I actually really like. At least now we actually feel like we're playing the same game. Because before you go, oh, but you see the original title screen, and you know, that is true. But it's a video file of, and I want to say the original game, but let's be real, it's not even a video of the original game. There's a goddamn castle there that doesn't appear in the final. The lighting in the sky looks like fucking tropical jungle, and I don't even see the rest of the level. I admit that I actually would be up for seeing an enhanced version of the original 06 title screen, and I guess to a degree, parsing of the camera does mimic the original, and that's not even to mention the recreation of the castle. But the lighting feels more E3 inspired, I guess. But make no mistake, I really do like it the way it is, and I am totally fine if it stays this way. By combining these two elements together makes this title screen more unique. Unfortunately, we still don't have Continue or New Game. I'm not really expecting stuff like New Game to appear, but I do feel like it could make things interesting for speedrunners. But I definitely do feel like Continue should make an appearance. It's cool to see that my suggestion was actually implemented. How if you leave it idle on the title screen, it actually takes you to the trailer. Though since I just said that we kind of want to steer away from using the original videos, I think it would be wise to, in the future, replace this original trailer with not so much a trailer for Pier 6, but not yet, but more so the release video of the demo that we're playing.
Yeah, I still totally agree with this, yeah, kind of a shame. I feel like it would be a really, really great way to preserve those original release videos in the very demo or build that they're attached to, instead of being capped to YouTube, because I do believe it does slightly downgrade the quality when uploaded. So yeah, it would have been nice to get that across all the demos that we've received, but yeah, I don't think that's really a focus even to this day. But because I get it, we still are using the trailer, but or are we? Hang on, let me think. Because I know we got like the opening cutscene for each campaign after this, but is that the case if you leave it idle in the title screen? I actually forget. I mean, irrespective, it's at least it's using the cutscene part of the story instead, if it has replaced it. But if not, I still would push for the release video.
You know, that way, in a way, there's going to be more meaning behind the release video, but more importantly, we're actually seeing a video of what we're about to play. I imagine now that all the stages have been implemented, it won't take too long to actually recreate the trailer, so who knows, maybe something like that could happen.
Yeah, because I actually did do that.
For my release video, in the character select, something now says, "Let's get going." A very good way to make use of this unused line, and it's very faithful to SA1 how the character says something when you select them, especially with the select animation already in place. I mean, sure, there was the OK line in the previous demo, but I do feel that this "Let's get going" line is more SA-esque, not to mention that the OK line is used while this one is, well, like I said.
Yeah, it's unfortunate I don't point it out here, because I believe that line actually was specifically done and intended to basically be used for selecting the character, if not for single player, definitely for multiplayer. So yeah, shame I didn't address that, but oh well.
Interesting now how there's an outline for the characters. I'm not really sure about it, to be honest. E3 loading screens look pretty much the same, still lacking that updated gradient though. It's strange too, because before the first publicly available demo, the E3 loading screen gradient seemed to look a little bit more accurate here. And I'm glad in the second demo we now have an option to actually select between the original retail loading screens, or of course the E3 loading screen. And seeing the updated hints to have E-button inputs, just, I'm still not used to it, but at the same time, I really do like how it looks. Probably because of just how natural it looks. In the first demo's extras menu, you could select between an enhanced version of Retail Sonic with TGS Sonic, and a retail camera with the E3 camera. In this second demo's extras, you now have access to a UI customization, which is beautiful. I just wish we got that monitor working. I hope in Demo 4 that there's going to be more customizations.
Okay,
Because as I pointed out in the
so
first demo
for
review,
context on that, yeah, I basically proposed the idea of like, could we implement the store monitor that shows obviously the stuff that you're going to be purchasing from the shop to get gems and upgrades and stuff. Could we use that as like a monitor outline for when you're basically adding on your own kind of upgrades and extras before you get into the game? And Chaos was like, I actually really like that idea. I'm going to see if I can do it. And then for some reason or another, it just didn't end up happening, and it just seems to have been an abandoned idea. So yeah, I think there was either issues with implementing the model or upscaling the textures, one of the two. Either way, yeah, it just didn't get done, and yeah, it's a shame.
it would be cool if we could have an option to select between the TGS06 gradient, the retail gradient, or no gradient at all for triple ogres. In fact, even the minor details, like the TGS06 main display position, the red gradient for the action gauge level and maturity meter, or even the reaction gauge meter detail, which is already in Gear 6, but I mean like the option to enable or disable that HUD. Again, all of this is super minor, but I do feel like if this were all implemented, it would just cater to everyone. In fact, I was kind of hoping to see the E3 gradients for the main display to enable or disable that to retail. The jump ball has a feature now to switch between the spinning effect from Adventure, which makes sense why it would be a thing, but I don't know why, I've just never really pictured this to exist in 06. Maybe because you can't jump into enemies, because I guess I've always viewed the jump damage to be if you go into an actual spinning ball. And I think this is why I keep coming back to the E3 demo thinking, yeah, that's why you can't jump into enemies even in a build like E3. Gotta admit, this spin ball actually looks pretty sick. I love how it looks, especially for the spin dash. It really does make me feel like I'm playing NSA3. I have no idea why Chaos gave access to the test stage, but yeah, that's the thing. Minor detail, but if you pause as the loons...
Yeah, I think again, that's kind of what I was talking about when I was saying, like, I actually do agree with having the test stage, but I think the positioning of it being an optional thing in extras as opposed to something that you would definitely need to jump into, or at least get prompted if you want to jump into it before going into a stage would be the ideal way of approaching it, in my opinion at least.
Screen is opening up with the E3 setup. The pause is actually behind the loading screen, which I really don't mind, but if we are going for accuracy, theoretically the pause should be on top of the loading screen. Since I'm talking about the E3 HUD, while we don't have high quality footage of the X button on the 360,
Yeah, I mean, that right there. It's like cutting room floor details, because, yeah. I kind of wish I brought it back to something I mentioned in the patches video, where I'm like going, yeah, it's not super necessary to know about stuff like that, but you know, it's from a developer standpoint, and for those that may or may not want to know those extra hidden details and programming, basically, of the game.
It's pretty much the same as the X button for the PS3. You can also see that it's not nearly as dark as how PS6 handles this. And while I do doubt the B button would have looked like this, especially since the pink square on the PS3 appears
Like low-key, I could
and since we do
cut
actually
it.
have the RGB from the E3 demo left into the retail text, again, it's a minor detail, but if we're going for that accuracy, pointing out stuff like this is worth it. Before I talk about the new stages that have been implemented into this demo, I would like to talk about the updates for the existing stages, Wave version. I like that there's more of a challenge to the surfing on water, but I do not like the ring that you surf into. Like literally anything can be swapped with it and I'd be okay with it. The town mission rings, the floating wind particle, dash panels. In my opinion, I would prefer to see dash panels there, because I feel like it would be a cool way to see the dash panels floating on the water surface. I also like the usage of the unused lines. Really nice touch. Kingdom Valley.
Yeah, just I still am a bit iffy about the particle, because it's just, I like when it's realistic enough to believe that it can happen. For example, the Chaos Emerald being the reason the volcano has erupted. You know, like, it's like, oh, okay, shit, that explains. It's not just a gimmick because, hey, we're going through a level and, you know, let's make it spicy looking. No, there actually is reasons to why what we're seeing and what we're encountering is happening, explaining the raining fire. It becomes part of the obstacle and why it exists in the first place. So, yeah, I would either want to see dash panels floating, or, given the title of the stage is Wave Ocean, it could be a cool thing to see Sonic kind of going over the waves, and you know, there's like almost different sections or different heights to the wave approaching, and depending on how you approach it can determine the faster speed you get going out of it. I don't know, I just think that would be more interesting and more believable to what we're actually seeing, as opposed to just a ring of particle, basically.
Wow. Damn, this lighting is so much better than the first demos. It's hard to believe it actually gets better in Demo 3. And finally, jump panels are fast! God damn, was this frustrating as all hell. I'm so glad that this is faster. Like, the jump panels in the Mark Speed need to be fast at the least. In the normal sections, there are still springs and jump panels that could be a little bit faster. Heck, I'd love to see the Rainbow Rings a bit sped up. And I'll even say Wave Ocean's Mark Speed jump panels need to be faster. But I'm just so glad that the Kingdom Valley Mark Speed sections jump panels are just... It looks like E3 now, so that is like a huge plus for me. Also,
You know what, I actually think the whole point of setting up that comparison right there was to show it actually is even faster, or was faster than E3, which is just bonus.
I don't remember pitching this, but there is wind behind where you switch to silver, which is strange because I do actually remember wanting this. In fact, I kind of sort of showed this in my E3 explanation video where wind would take place if it replaced the leaf particle. So I don't know if that's just a coincidence, or maybe I did pitch it and completely forgot, but I really like this change. In regards to the HUD and controls and all that game, finally you can both reset the camera with LT and use the gens with RT. I know I'm probably the only one who actually resets the camera as often as I do, but I'm very glad that this was implemented.
Red times right there that you'll see the actual character swap of footage in 4K quality, because I know back in these days I was still I was either going actually no, was I? Hang on, when was this? This was 2020 when I posted this. So no, I should have been on Final Cut Pro. There was something about that footage. I either didn't render it at 4K, but I think more likely I still had the character swap of footage from when I did that when I was working with Movie Maker, and because I still had it, I decided to repurpose it into this video. So yeah, thus making it the only time we'll see that part of that video, but in 4K compared to capped at the Movie Maker quality.
Because yeah, I really do reset the camera a lot. If you look through my previous videos, you'll likely come across a lot of videos where I do it pretty damn often. Things like the E3 HUD are a lot more better looking, and of course the E3 pause was implemented. I'm just so glad that the live icon is finally updated, because I don't know why I just grew to hate the original live icon that was used here. It's also good to see that the gems are actually in the retail order. When you're playing retail enough, you really do get a feel for how much you need to tap the D-pad to get to a specific gem that you want to use.
Hate's a strong word. I'd say more so it just bugged me more than it should have. the size, the gradient, it just didn't shout E3 accuracy, or it didn't feel like the limits we could really push it to really make it come off as more one-to-one.
The demo one, it's pretty much in the order of how you collect them. And as if that weren't distracting enough, oh snap, you have to use LT to use the gems. It threw me off more times than it probably should have. And I can see a lot of other players that don't play Earth 6 as often as I do going into Pier 6 and getting used to that more easily than I did. But regardless, it's fixed now and I'm very satisfied. Alright, let's talk about the new stages. Dusty Desert. This is embarrassing. Like, the visuals speak for itself, and I really do mean that. Even to the sprite work and the text, you can just tell by looking at Pier 6 a lot more care, time, patience, effort, and polish has been put into the sprite work compared to Project Sonic Next. And it's a real shame, because Project Sonic Next used to have a fan base. I swear, ever since Mystics left, it's just never been the same. I actually did quite a few playthroughs of Dusty Desert for both the Stage 2017 demo and Pier 6's second demo, just to get a general idea of how the physics behave for both demos. So it's no wonder I gave up getting the S rank for Crisis City. I'm sorry, but Project Sonic Next just does not do it for me. I'm shocked I managed to pull off the S rank for that review, because again, I didn't have a gaming PC back then. Like I said, the visuals speak for themselves, so I really don't need to talk anything about that. You can definitely tell Pier 6 did borrow Project Sonic Next quicksand. I've mentioned in the past how Pier 6 and
Big
Project Sonic Next
cryptic.
have mixed
Almost
code
make
in
it
the
sound like I
past,
hate
from
Pier
like the main
6.
menu to grind switching, which is kind of cool. It's like a mutual respect to each other's project. And while I am up for Easter eggs, I am kind of glad Big is in Dusty Desert for Pier 6. I'm sorry, it just completely took me out of the game. Like, if Big were a character in Earth 6, perhaps had a character model just never used, I could probably get used to it. But it's the fact that we're in Earth 6 art style, looking at a Big the Cat model with the modern art style.
Totally true. Yeah, I still think that it was an art style clash. And okay, fine, it's an Easter egg, but it's not for me.
It's just distracting when you put it in a game like Earth 6 with its own unique art style.
And that's the same for the schoolhouse bus or whatever it was for the Crisis City demo. It just felt like, wait, what? That, you know, again, even if it's like super brief, it's just not for me.
Aside from that, like always, great use of the unused lines. Still a bit unsure why the invincibility was removed, especially how underused it is in the original game. If the concern is it's going to be too similar to Sonic Next, at this point they both share code with each other, so I don't really feel like there would be that big of a problem there. Again, I still don't get the identity of Project Sonic Next if it's trying to be a mimic of Retail but on Unity, because they implemented the flaw of the original game how you can get damage while using the shield, which fortunately, Pier 6 fixed. Well, and this could have something to do with it, but just having the spam attack just makes the game feel more enjoyable.
I think I said eventually, but I don't think that's true. I think I put eventually in the sense that we eventually will get there, as opposed to it eventually got fixed. So I could have been a bit more clear with that.
It's just a much more
So I think that is
fast-paced
still an
experience,
issue.
which is exactly what 06 needs. My early nitpick comes back down to the placement, how fast certain obstacles should be. Honestly, that really is like the only thing that I really want to change for Pier 6. Again, springs, rainbow rings, dash panels, jump panels, all that stuff. At the least have it retail speed. If we can go faster in that E3 speed territory, that's my jam.
Because I'm noticing that, yeah, that at this point in time at least, really was absent. There was no momentum with the running when it came to dash panels. It was just, this is the speed, and then you almost immediately slow down to a stop, instead of really transitioning to your jogging momentum that preserved it. So, yeah, I don't think that has since changed, but it has been a while, so maybe. But I don't recall it being so.
There is one specific area in Dusty Desert that I do want to change. For both loop-de-loops in Dusty Desert, the dash panels I do feel like need to be a little bit bigger with its hitbox. I used to be able to light dash right into the dash panels, whereas here he just completely goes in between the two. And seeing him run slower than dash panel speed around a loop-de-loop just doesn't really look healthy. Don't know if this is just a case of fixing the hitbox, or maybe you can add more dash panels to the area. Hell, I wouldn't mind seeing, if you miss the dash panels, the character's run speed up to the equivalent of dash panel speeds. But yeah, loop-de-loop.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I mean, I realize that will make it harder in that specific context of, oh shit, I need to get ready to jump, but I can absolutely see that happening, because we kind of get something sort of like this where they do start to automatically run now if you miss dash panels, which is great. It just needs to speed up faster than the normal top run speed to make it a bit more believable that they're able to run around a loop-de-loop, because I just don't buy that the top run speed that they end up reaching is enough for them to go around the loop. So yeah, to increase the realism and the speed and thrill, I really must insist that it speeds up to the equivalent of the dash panel speed, if not even faster.
With dash panels and faster obstacles. Other than that, there really is nothing else to say except well done. So with that, let's move right on into the next stage.
I'm so happy.
Flame Core. as some of you guys may already know, Flamecore is actually my least favorite stage in R6. So the fact I actually had so much enjoyment in a stage like this is absolutely something to be proud about. I'm sure a huge part has to do with physics changes, and don't worry, I'll say that later. But Flamecore really is quite the lengthy stage, so for me to get through the stage as fast as I can, and so casually I might also add, is pretty big, because I swear I'm not trying to speedrun this. I also did notice that some springs are actually a little faster than they used to be in beta testing. So again, if we just apply this to the rest of the stages, we're like this! I think there's like only one spring that I would change, and that's the one that kind of shoots you up in the sky as you go over the lava fall. I felt it took me a little bit higher than retail, and I couldn't move as soon as I normally would be able to. But again, it's like, we're right here. We're just so close. There's just some obstacles that need to change a little bit. And again, with the visuals, they speak for themselves, so I really don't need to comment on that. And slap me twice and send me to my mother. That lava sink is just, I just can't. I don't have.
So yeah, it's very telling how we go from peak Flamecore visuals in Demo fucking 2 to where we end up getting to with Flamecore in, I think, Demo 3, if not everything post Demo 3. Because it's just, I'm sorry, it's just terrible. I really do not like how it currently looks. There have been improvements for sure, and I won't deny that, but the whole excuse is that it's a pretty sky, and it's just like, yeah, but like, if you're gonna do in core shit, have it optional, man. But we don't have that option, so I do take issue to it. I'm sorry.
It's absolutely golden. It's beautiful. Especially since I've always wanted to see this type of implementation of lava. There's just no comparison with the original. Granted, I have always been kind of curious how...
Though I am noticing, actually, the lava is a little bit brighter in the original compared to even Demo 2's visuals. So even though I do prefer that take, I wonder if anything could have been done to make it a little bit brighter.
Especially since
Because look at that, there's no comparison. Retail definitely is brighter.
I've always wanted to see this type of implementation of lava. There's just no comparison with the original. Granted, I have always been kind of curious how it would look if we implemented a more Mario take, how it's just an instant death even with rings. But given End of the World's black holes, I would be kind of interested to see a more Super Mario Galaxy lava interaction, because some may argue that Flamecore's a little too faster paced, at least to the point that you can just speedrun through the lava segments. Which I've got to admit, yes, it definitely is very game-breaking, the fact that you can just jump right off the lava after landing, only to lose one ring. I honestly am quite fine at this stage, but I am curious what you guys think about this. Do you prefer the change in Demo 3, or how it behaves here? Or maybe you're interested in the Mario take, like
That took so fucking long to edit to put in the 06 UI for Galaxy. Oh my god. That took so long. And yeah, was it worth it? Probably not. But you could kind of see what I was trying to visualize to both the viewer and to Chaos, how that could roughly look if we were to approach lava interactions that way.
I like the camera points now to where the exit is, and we actually see the door open, unlike just teleporting right to Sonic as the door stays locked. Aside from that, I love the hidden locations for the blue and red gem, especially the blue gem. That one, I don't know what they were thinking with the original geometry. It looks as though that route may have turned into a shortcut at one point. And to be honest, I actually really would like to see some kind of a spring behind the gem that actually does launch you back on track, skipping a bit of the geometry. So yeah, all around, Flamecore is actually really entertaining. I can really hope for a quick pace. Next, Radical Train. This one's a tricky one. And like Flamecore, this also has to do with the physics, which, again, I'll talk about later. We're getting there. Compared to beta testing, the springs and jump panels have been increased in speed a lot, which is, again, thank you. And also, I'm so glad that the unused switch is finally used, but how come it looks like it's been used by Silver and never 2.5? I'm sorry, something needs to change this. It just looks like a glitch. A problem I've always had with Radical Train is that the trains never have gone in a state of emergency. Sonic Team is obviously trying to capitalize off of the success of Spider-Man 2's infamous train scene. The difference aside from the heroes being on and off the train hasn't stated. Starcock sped up the train, Dr. Ragnar didn't. Like, I do not get the impression that the train is going that fast to the point that if they crash into the bombs, people are gonna die. Instead,
Yeah,
I feel
or
like
better yet, that the citizens will be like, Sonic! Sonic, help! Ah! It's like, they're going so slow that does not, I don't buy it. I don't believe it in the slightest. So that absolutely needs, to this day, to speed up. Same for
the train's going
Monica.
that slower, they can actually jump off the train and would lift the top tail. Like, I don't want this to be a brutal thing. It has to look more convincing, man. I just don't believe that anything bad's happening when the train crashes. I don't know, maybe I'm tapping into the Silver's regret. Maybe it's to do with the explosive crates, because they're explosive crates, not explosive bombs. And most of the time, they don't even damage the characters that you're playing as. Which, while on topic to this, they are meant to damage the characters, and there supposedly is meant to be a bomb inside these explosive crates.
There's a bomb in that container. I've got to be careful.
And while there is no physical model, I'm sure we could use what some of the enemies fire, because while small, I definitely can get the impression that this could very well be a bomb, especially if it's multiplied throughout the entire area of the stage. So either riddle the area with bombs, so that way it's more convincing that not just the people in the front are taking the damage, or please speed the train along, at the least. And given the voice actors that were used for the citizens, it definitely sounds like the maids were also meant to be implemented. Because even as a kid, I always remember hearing that thinking,
Yeah, that sounds just like the maze.
so perhaps, who knows? Maybe an Anna cameo could be a thing. At this point, any NPC sticking their heads out the train would at least give me some kind of sympathy. Because at this point, we just hear voices coming
Yeah,
out of the
that'd
train,
be
which
cool.
even then, that could be done better. Like, take these, for example.
Sonic, help! Please, Sonic! Sonic, help us! Sonic, help!
Help us, Sonic!
Dear me! Oh, heavens! Help us!
Help! Oh, somebody help! Sonic, help!
So, okay, I think, I forget if I point this out in the video, I don't recall doing so. I might have done it through text, potentially. Unless I say this in the next review, the Shadow Release review that hasn't seen the light of day properly. But, I think what the point and purpose of all these lines were supposed to do, what they were intending, is kind of something similar to what Sonic Unleashed does in its final sections of the game, when you need to hit Dark Gaia's weak spot, quick, while I hold him back! He says that every time there's a section where Sonic needs to get to Dark Gaia's weak spot to basically help Light Gaia, and the Colosseum, the Gaia Colosseum form, basically. I guess the point I'm trying to make is based on that structure right there, I can see that maybe what they were thinking for this is that each specific line was supposed to be its intro to the minigame of basically helping the train. So in other words, it's entirely possible that every single citizen line wasn't actually supposed to play either at the same time or playing gradually as you progress with the section, but instead it was supposed to play for its own unique puzzle and minigame, and either it had its own train or its own what do you call it, carriage, like basically pulling it or whatever. Yeah, maybe like an egg gunner or something. Eggman Tech has basically disconnected it and pulling it, setting itself up for an explosive device at the end of it. And Sonic and gang was supposed to go off and basically help them out, and that was supposed to be its own like separate sections of minigames, helping each citizen that's stuck to each carriage, basically. Because through those lenses of how they covered Unleashed and the portion of like helping Light Gaia out, how even though it essentially is repeating the exact same line of hit Dark Gaia's weak spot for every iteration, because it's like it happens I think 3 times, and you get the same line, but you get a slightly different minigame obstacle where Sonic needs to progress to the end to make sure that the Gaia Colosseum comes out on top, basically. Conversely, I think something similar was supposed to happen here. We were supposed to get each citizen going, Sonic, please help, I can't do anything, and you would have to help them out, basically. And it might even explain, because hang on, let me go back, because this might even clue into Tails and Knuckles and their absence to Radical Train.
Train, at least give me some. Just voice.
My heart! Oh, help us, Sonic!
Yeah, like that one didn't mention Sonic. So that potentially could have been used for Tails or Knuckles.
Train. I guess.
Okay, so yeah, based on that, yeah, no, there's only one there. There's only one there that doesn't mention Sonic's name. So yeah, I do think that could have been used for Tails and or Knuckles, but it does still heavily ask for Sonic's assistance. So it could still work for sure, but it would mean one section. I could see, based on that, you have Sonic by himself, singular. Another one that mentions Sonic, you start as Sonic, transition to playing as Tails, you help out, and again, maybe same type of deal, you start as Sonic, then you switch to Knuckles, help him out, The one that doesn't mention Sonic at all, you play as Tails singular or Knuckles singular, or you play as both, and you get to a point and you switch characters, and then the rest would basically just be Sonic singular.
Sounds like they're on an uncontrollably fast train. At the moment, we already have one that is being used in Theater 6. Now, if the rest were used, it would sound exactly how it was played, which, for obvious reasons, is not a good idea. Like, at least with Chip and Unleash, it doesn't sound like it's having too much fun.
Okay, good. I do mention it. Yeah, because, again, there was supposed to be a connection to that, because I always found that a bit suspiciously similar, to me at least.
Saying keep these unused? I'm saying use them, but have them as sound effects. Because again, we want to get the impression that this is a cry for help. So we basically need to add an effect to this to make it sound like someone is actually calling from a far distance away. Of course, as the train nears, the louder the cries for help are going to get. Whether all the lines I just played are played at the same time, or each individual ones are played separately, it doesn't bother me. Mainly if the volume isn't going to be in your face noticeable. You want to have them...
Again, if we're going based on the Unleashed formula, I would basically say no. Have it played so it introduces the section that needs to be overcome, and through those lenses, no, it's fine if it's not being called from a far distance. But I don't mind the idea that they're calling from a far distance, but I would have the main section that the main citizen that's going help as the intro, and I would have the other ones basically call out from a distance. Because we don't want it to be just one specific citizen, even if it's introducing us to the issue that needs to be dealt with. But it still would be a cargo that needs to be helped, and because of which it would still have more than one citizen on the train.
So you can just hear them, but you don't have it loud in the train calls, so again, have it as a kind of sound effect. I also feel like, to a degree, Radical Train as a whole could be made a time trial stage. So, in other words, have the timer that you would have in a town mission, so that way, even when you've saved the train...
Yeah, I believe this actually was implemented. I haven't tried a build yet in beta testing that does this, but last time I saw it, there was something like a timer that basically looked like it was applying to Radical Train's minigames, so I think this has been implemented. It's possibly changed since, because it has been about 2 years since I last saw it, but never say never.
And you still have to keep moving, because, to recap, Radical Train is split up into 3 minigames for the first section, where you have to save the train. They were trying to make you think that this was the same train, but unfortunately, because 06 is 06, we can just purple gem in and see that it's actually not the same train. So because of this, after you save the first train, or second for that matter, you can just sit there, chill, forever. So I definitely do feel that by having a timer to the stage, not only adds to the tension, it feels like it completes the stage. Maybe that's just me? Like, even the soundtrack, I've always gotten the impression that you're trying to rush, or even if it was the main display time that was counting backwards, like an Unleash. But anyway, you get the general gist.
Again, I'm bringing it back to Chip, which is great. I think because that really is something to be compared to with that in more ways than one, for the similarities of that type and style of minigame.
So mainly my picks with Radical Train. The collision. So if it's not clear, Theater 6 does use the retail collision, which is why jank like this exists, and why jank like this existed at one point. So yes, I understand that like minor details like this can be easily fixed with just, a flat collision edit. But it really does hurt me to see that previous demos actually had more accurate collision, where I would be able to land on the mountains, the huts, literally everywhere, because the collision was basically generated from the stage model. Thus a more accurate take on collision did exist, so I really do not see why using the retail collision is such an essential recurring theme. Why not use this same method? Again, like in the previous demo, the stage geometry can be used to create new, more accurate collision. Seriously, how often do I want Purple Gem to explore new areas, but instead I'm greeted with invisible collision? You can imagine if this keeps up, stages like New City are going to be the same as retail, and all the unused placement being used aside, do I even need to explain the potential of being able to go on skyscrapers? If that's his choice, then so be it. After all, it is his project, he has the final say. Honestly, the retail collision is just broken. There are literally grass areas that use concrete sound effects, and I'm pretty sure I don't even need to mention the invisible collision. Like, even if you're just exploring and you just want to go up to the corner of a door or a building, the scaling inaccuracy never ceases to amaze me, just how inaccurate the damn thing is. It really is starting to make a lot of sense now that the E3 demo did actually use a separate collision file. The physics. While still on topic to the collision, probably the biggest problem with Theater 6 in the past has been to do with how super easy it is to launch off of collision. As I said, it has actually been nerfed quite a lot here, and that's great. But if you ask me, it shouldn't happen at all. Yes, it's meant to be an obstacle. Yes, if you don't jump, you are going to die. And yes, normally there would be no alternative.
So that was a bit of an Easter egg. I remember I thought, yeah, what the heck? I've been watching a lot of pitch meetings at this point. I'm going to do like a bit of an Easter egg and sprinkle it out throughout this video. So I put super easy in the script when I was recording it there. and I forget when I mention it again. I believe it is in Radical Train Demo 3, so it's a little later. Because the whole point I think I was making was that if I bounce back, if there's cargo there, because he wanted to get a second opinion for new ideas, which is fine and fair enough, but he also needs to be careful when getting a second opinion, because he's basically asking people that aren't beta testing, that are basing their envisioning of the idea based on what they've tried from the original, and because of which someone basically said, yeah, no, that's a bad idea because he's going to phase through it, right? Wrong. This is Pure 6, he would bounce back, and because of which it does warrant, in my opinion, its existence. And that was the point I was making in that part of the video where I said if this were done, it would be barely an inconvenience. So it's like yeah, it was a little Easter egg for me, basically, to go, yeah, this is roughly when I started to watch pitch meetings and a bit more religiously.
But too often I've actually had to move to the left as I jump to avoid the sloped collision. And sometimes I'm so fearful that I end up just slowing down. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of an awkward way of playing, especially for an area where you're meant to go fast. I think 9 times out of 10, if you actually land on the sloped collision, you are going to launch. I get the concept is trying to have momentum apply to all states, but honestly this still needs to be nerfed quite a lot more. That's another thing too, I'm kind of curious what you guys think about the momentum applied to Silver, specifically the levitation and teledash. Because so far it does feel like if you quickly go into a teledash or levitation, you kind of go a little bit upward, as if the momentum's stored into that state. But I feel like after you exit out of these states, either the teledash ends, or you release the levitation, it doesn't really feel like there's any more momentum. It feels as though something's pulling you down a lot faster than it should. Not in terms of the distance you're covering, but when you're dropping, and if you go into a levitation state now, you'll feel like you're levitating downward almost. I get why this was done, and this is why I'm curious what you guys think about it. Maybe I'm just too used to 06 at this point. Might be why I'm missing this. Conclusion. All around, this is a much better demo than Demo 1, which, for obvious reasons, is to be expected. There are minor details that I didn't talk about, and this is why I feel the need to keep reminding you guys that if it seems like I'm only focusing on the negatives, that means that everything else that I don't talk about is basically a positive. And it's one thing for someone to address these issues in a chat room, but it's another to have the entire public addressing it. That's why I really want you guys to discuss these differences. I'm sure that some of you guys agree and disagree with some of the changes I would make to Radical Train, so please don't feel afraid to address whether you agree or disagree with me. Any opinion is welcomed on this channel, so I do invite you to speak your mind. But yeah, all around, this demo is amazing. I definitely find myself replaying this a lot more often than Demo 1. I guess the only kind of minor nitpicks that I didn't really address before is how sometimes the blue gem doesn't actually work. Like, you hear it sound, you see the particle, but you don't actually go into it. Or even how the blue shoes itself look a bit purple and pinkish. The only reason I don't talk about these is because all of this has been fixed in the third demo, so moving on. Even though this was actually added into Demo 3, I'm still a bit surprised that both Demo 1 and 2 didn't actually include a gold medal results menu, because I'm sure that there are players out there that don't want to just get it all done in one playthrough, so it would be nice to kind of recap and see just what exactly has been S-ranked and whatnot, but oh well, at least we got it in Demo 3. And with that, that's pretty much all I have to say about Demo 2. Let's not waste any more time and move right on to the next demo.
Yeah, definitely the shortest for sure, but still, as promised, I will split it up, and I will do the same thing in Demo 3 when we get to after the stages. I think it's like to the miscellaneous shenanigans section. So once we do that, we'll cover another video as well. So yeah.
I still haven't gotten over that, the whole input delay thing being removed, not just for the press start.
I think this is the first time I didn't do an intro. I know that has changed, because it didn't start that way originally. I can't remember what I was talking about. I think it was something in the title screen, and I was like, well, I guess I'm still talking about it here, aren't I?
New game continue.
Yeah, press start, new game, and continue. Yeah, so I cut something out. I can't remember what it was. I think I wasn't really a fan of the fact that I was having the P25 logo since it had since changed. So it could have been that. It could have just been that, because there was like a big silence before I started speaking. So yeah.
But even like this is something that only happens on hardware. But as soon as you like get rid of the guide, you would have to wait a good second. But now, you don't have to wait. I think the reason it really just annoyed me was the fact that if you do this on the demo, it didn't have a delay. But yeah, Rezo just has a delay. Yeah, it's weird. Why they would even consider putting that in the first place, but whatever, it's gone now, that's the main thing. But no, even more than that, the main focus now is Silver can bloody levitate with objects held. It's fucking amazing. This is something that we do see in some of the, I say some, we've got more than one, but no, we really did get one clip of Silver doing it. This is something that he couldn't do even in the E3 demo, so it's still a mystery, really, if it's something that you could call a glitch, because the fact that it only happened this once in this clip, and we've never seen it before or after this, yeah, it's hard to tell, especially since the footage we have received makes it kind of look like it wasn't intentional. But needless to say, it's something that I've always wanted since playing my first playthrough of Verse 6. So here we go. Look at this. This is just, oh my god, it really just, maybe it's just me, but I really do feel that it completes this gameplay that much more, and it's something that I am truly grateful for, not only for this to be restored in the original, but for KSX to implement it to Gear 6. Because I mean, that was like the first real look we managed to get of gameplay of it. But now it's like, here we are. This really isn't something that has been seen in an actual demo. It really just only appeared in that one trailer clip, which is just insane that, you know, they had something like that. Again, it could have been intentional, it could have been unintentional. I'm still not sure. It really is hard to tell. Look at this. This is just insane. And it doesn't seem to have any like effects or side effects to it. It doesn't seem to like affect anything else. It's just you can't throw whilst levitating, which I think is something you can do in Gear 6. But honestly, a nitpick's a nitpick, and that is all it is. I'm not expecting that to be done. I don't want that to be done. I'm just happy that we've got this restored. You know, it's freaking insane. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be like object specific. You really can do this on anything. It's freaking amazing. I'm just trying to think though, like perhaps why they even removed it. Maybe it's to do with the fact that like an early version of Silver from E3 demo to even the TGS6 demo, like pretty much what you're seeing right now. How when you like grab an object or two, you really don't it doesn't take away from the meter.
Right.
So forget an object or two, you can pick up literally every object and it won't take down an inch. Yeah, maybe
So
that
basically, if I was trying to re-implement that factor, that element that was very much present in review versions and the TGS demo, if I was implementing that to either a mod pack or Gear 6, how I would try to combat the overpoweredness of it all would basically be to cap it ultimately, so that way we can still get the best of both worlds. So in other words, you can still pick up objects, and it doesn't affect a full meter, or even if it's half full, it wouldn't affect it. But there would be a cap, there would be a number to how many objects you would get before it starts to go down. So it might seem a little obsolete considering, you know, well, gauge is basically still limited, so what's the point? But I do like the idea of, size values that decrease the gauge, and I don't actually think this is present. I could be wrong, but I don't recall it being so. And how this would work is, it's pretty simple actually. If the object is big or bigger than normal, the gauge goes down a little bit more, versus an object that's either small or common size. It's just going to take a normal kind of amount. That's really all there is to it. That's something I don't believe is affecting either the original or Gear 6. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the point of that programming is that would be bypassed in this idea of implementing this demo and review version element and merging it with that programming. So in other words, the idea would be to not have that limit, or that limitation of, well, this is a bigger or really, really big object, so it's going to take a big portion of the meter. Instead, no, you can pick up any object and it won't take the meter away at all. And you can do that for either 5 to 10 objects, but as soon as you go beyond that, then the coding is going to come back where the gauge will go down for anything more that you pick up, and it will still drain with the values set if it's a small object or a big object. So I think through those lenses we can get the best of both worlds, but for one thing, it's super hard just to explain this, let alone to try to, shout this idea in a chat room or to anybody in DMs to try to get it implemented. But that was the rough idea I had of trying to implement and get the best of both worlds with that beta element with the final. But yeah, again, hard to explain. Possibly could be helped by visualizing it, and again, if I put this through video editing and try to visualize it that way, maybe that could help sell it more. But yeah, even video editing stuff like that is really hard to visualize. So yeah.
Like the idea of having, well, for one, every object in the stage being picked up, but even also having levitation during, a stage like this, because this is pretty damn overpowered, I've got to admit. Regardless whether it's used or not for future mods, again, it's just, I am so freaking happy this is being achieved. This was the main one that I was hoping for, both last year and this year. I didn't think we would get it this soon. Before this was restored, there was another patch that was made for Silver, where you could levitate, and when the meter would go empty, you would still be able to levitate. And if you would release it and then try and do it, even though it says it's full, you wouldn't be able to levitate. I believe this is related to if you drain the meter in retail and then just try to telelaunch and keep on telelaunching it 2-3 times, the gauge goes from being empty to full. If you try to levitate now, it still doesn't work. So I think it's related to that. But the point is, when this was achieved, when I first saw it, I was like, hang on, like, okay, it's pretty crafty what this patch can do, but could this technically be like a lead to where Silver's levitation codes are? Because hey, maybe this could actually give us some insight on where the codes are to get this levitation while the objects are held. And I was dog tired when this was posted, so I didn't comment on it. But I thought maybe I'll look into it when I get up. Or thankfully I woke up early today because next time I come back online, it's already been achieved. So let's freaking go. Look at this. This is just insane. Throw and levitate. It's just it just to me anyway. It just seems so natural. It doesn't seem like it seems OP, but in a good way.
I don't know if we'll ever, how long it will be before we ever get to see or play Silver again and again, because I don't believe we ever got Silver as like a real playable character, like at most as like a common type of character, like in Sonic Rivals. It's like, oh yeah, well he's just like everybody else, he can run, he can kind of do like a jump dash type of thing. And yeah, okay, at most he has a special ability that's maybe a little bit unique compared to everybody else, but that's about it. Other than that, it's the same type of formula of gameplay. And I think that goes for like all the Olympic games. It's never been in a state where it feels like, yeah, this is his own unique gameplay style. So I don't know when or if we'll ever get to see that again. It would be cool. But if we do, whether officially or not, it would be very, very interesting to see other interpretations of the character, and if it does stuff like that, because I understand, of course, it's a big handful to try to take on something as complex and complicated as Silver's gameplay, and I think this is why I've always been super duper curious about the idea of a standalone Silver the Hedgehog game, whether by the fans or not. I would really, really want to be a part of a team that puts that together if it were a fan game, because I've been wanting that since 2007, ever since I found out Shadow the Hedgehog is a game that exists. But
I don't really know how to explain it, but maybe because I'm trying this with like a bunch of other mods, maybe, yeah, I should probably test this out on retail, just with the Levitating Objects Held patch.
Begs the question though, doesn't it? If we did get a standalone Silver game, what would it be about? Because timeline-wise, would it be after the events of Earth 6? You know, like seriously, what would it be dealing? Because I would want to deal with Silver's grief and separation from Blaze, because I feel like that kind of gets a bit glossed over. It's like, oh no, you're my companion, now you're doing this, and then immediately we don't even get a reaction from Silver. The closest we get is that last shot where it pans out before fading out, but even then, again, like I briefly mentioned in one of the previous streams, we don't even get a scene of Mephiles nabbing the emeralds from Silver, kind of where that could have clued us into how Silver is feeling and dealing with his reaction to Blaze's absence. But we don't even get that, so I would have preferred that so much more compared to Team Dark showing Shadow putting the rings back on. I mean, man, how does that happen? They put a budget to that, so they had to literally model Shadow without rings so they could have the rings separately so they could be animated to be put back onto him. We got that. We got that over Silver's reaction. I don't know, that just bugs me more than it should, but yeah, I would probably want to dive into that, the psychological toll that it has taken and took on Silver's psyche, how he's feeling, how he's dealing with Blaze's ceiling after the fact, and basically what he does. Because it's like, okay, well, there's no more Iblis, there's no more fiery monsters in Crisis City. You have a destroyed city. He's basically the last man on Earth type of thing. That's the setting. So what does a character like that do? You know, I just feel like that could be so interesting to explore, even if for a small arc, like a prologue to the game. What does he do with his loneliness? You know, does he just think, well, there's no point for me to stay here? Maybe I should go to a different timeline. You know, I just feel like there's so much to explore there. That would be so interesting.
That way I can really kind of get an idea if this is like as overpowered as it seems, or if it's just because everything else is like wrapped up. It's just so freaking natural. If anything, the only thing that I'm gonna have to change with my gameplay is how often I like spam the right trigger. Because like if I do that now, instead of picking up objects, I'm going to release them. Albeit I can't do it while levitating, which is great. But yeah, I used to spam it quite a lot. But now that I can levitate with it, I don't have to worry about spamming it. So if anything, yeah, it's changing my muscle memory on how I play solo. But that's fine. You know, this is how it should have been from the get-go, at least in my opinion. Yeah, dude, I need to try this out without all the other adjustments, so I can really just. Which even then, like I guess, yeah, when you have this this like demo edition of Silva where he yeah, the meter doesn't go down at all when you pick up objects. Yeah, that really does add to the overpowerness. It's already bad enough as it is that you can pick up literally every object in the stage. But yeah, to also be able to levitate with that, I mean, it doesn't really make a big difference, but still, it's like you're able to like travel distances. Okay, your gauge is going to deplete when you levitate, but you know, despite that, it's still you could still cover more distances with levitating with every object compared to picking up objects and having a limit to it because the gauge is going down as you're picking up the objects. Because you know that's going to take away from your levitation, how long you can levitate for, compared to how I could just levitate as if I had a full gauge, because I did have a full gauge. So yeah, it's pretty broken, at least with that gauge, and maybe for that reason I should update it for that mod. But for now, let's move over to retail with SXEX patch. Yeah, probably should have just done this from the get-go, but whatever. Oh, I soft-locked it. Fuck. Oh, I did it again. Okay, so that's interesting. I thought you had to spam it when it's supposed to bring up the guide, or if you're on Xenia, you know, when it brings up the next selections. But point is, yeah, I was spamming before it would bring up the guide in my case. So, okay, so I think if you spam enough as the animation is playing, you can soft lock it, I guess. Yeah, see, even that, I like spam the start button because before I was doing A button. I can't believe how just get in the game. And of course, I want fucking wrong XCX this time. Come on. Okay, no, now something definitely is wrong because I like actually pressed it once and it still did that. So
again, the fact that can happen across hardware and emulation is really fascinating to me, because seriously, that's almost like there's like a form of memory in the XCX. The fact that it happens on both hardware and emulation, that is so interesting to me. That almost needs to be studied, I feel.
It's the kid. Skip the WMD. There we go. I wait for the animation and press it once. There we go. How can we just do that in the first place? Come on! Alright, we go on Alt Pre. Yeah, see, that's like, there is like more of a limit to it. And that probably is how it should be, you know, because there's a limit to how many objects you can pick up. Likewise, there is a limit to, obviously, how long you're going to be able to levitate for, depending on the amount of objects that you pick up. So, yeah, that definitely is more, or in terms of, like, if they polished the game and really finished it, I feel like they would have released it in a state like this. Because despite two good demos having sort of have the capability of picking up every object, I feel like that was mainly to just, it was for the sake of being overpowered, so it was easier for the players there at conventions. Because, you know, whoever's going to be playing is going to be playing very long, compared to someone who's actually bought the game and is going to have it until they get rid of it. So in that regard, yeah, I can see why in demos they would want to make it, you know, so you can pick up literally anything, just to make it a bit easier on the player. But yeah, I feel like if they were going to release it in a more functional state, in a more polished state, it would have been more something along these lines, you know? Because it really invites and encourages you to like strategize when and where you're going to pick up how many objects, and how that's going to affect your levitation, you know? It's just so surreal, like how much of this stuff, okay, that's interesting. It's just surreal how like all of this, like a big chunk of this has been already achieved in the form of Gear 6, you know? Even with like stuff like the 14 Wind, you know? It's just, I'm sure so many people are used to Gear 6's wind controls compared to the originals. It's just, you know, it was achieved on Gear 6 first, at least in terms of, you know, at least in terms of the restoration mod. And the same goes for this, for the levitation with objects whole patch. You know, this is something that, you know, I'm sure most of us, or at least right now, have played in the form of Pier 6, but now actually going into the original, having the ability to do this is just, it's a dream come true. Because I actually do vividly remember the days where I was playing as Silva, playing through a story and just thinking, man, I want to be able to like levitate with the objects I'm holding. It's still hell. And back then, I dismissed it as something that they intentionally did. It wasn't until I saw the trailer footage where I was like, hang on, they did actually have it so we could levitate with objects held. And you know, actually that made me sad. I really have no idea, even to this day, if what we saw in that clip was a glitch or if it actually was intentionally coded. If I were to guess, I would say it was intentionally coded, but I just find it very strange that, you know, there is such a bizarre gameplay setup to get that to work, because it really did look like the player just interrupted the throw state or the throw animation by levitating, which is something you can't do in retail. And I think that's why it really gives me the impression that it wasn't meant to happen, because, yeah, in fact, you can't do it in retail. Because look, I'll do it now. While I throw objects, if I start levitating now, I do eventually levitate, but only after the animation is played. Because like I said, in the trailer clip, it really does look like he just interrupts the animation, cancels the animation by levitating, instead of what I do in retail, where I am forced to wait for the animation to play fully. So if the animation is being interrupted, then I can see in that regard it being a glitch. What a way to build up to the 15th anniversary of this game. I feel like a lot of games out there that didn't do too well don't have a community or a cult following as this game does, and it's something that this game only really received until just recently. So I still remember the days where I would search on YouTube for like reviews for Verse 6, only to find people like
Yeah, I feel like there was a cult before modding for sure, but it just, I think through modding it really expanded that avenue to a lot more people, and that really got them talking about the game more, playing the game more, wanting to look into the game more. So I do think for sure that the modding scene really did bring like a big magnifying glass to that following that was there, just expanded it, or helped expand it.
I was just looking for just one review that was. It didn't have to be like sugar-coated and absolutely like perfect and positive review. I was just expecting something like going, hey, you know, this game isn't as bad as people make it out to be. The kid, me back then, was looking for that. You know, I felt very alone in that regard. That I was just someone that had a very super unpopular opinion about this game, and all of the passion I had to all the changes that were made from like the trailer, the demo to the final. It saddened me more than anything. But hey, at least for this, we've received it now, and better sooner rather than later. There's some Pier 6 vibes for you. Yeah, this is gonna take a while to get used to fully. And like even that, how you can like, I don't know why I was expecting him to like let go of the objects once the meter grows empty. But yeah, I'm glad that doesn't happen. But yeah, okay. It's just, oh man.
Yeah, don't sure that's a chaos. He'll make that happen.
Let's just test this out here, right? So I'm just curious. Have I got enough energy to make it? Yeah. See, I'm just that's the main thing I'm curious about. If they actually made the level design, the retail level design, to cater for being able to levitate with objects held, I wouldn't think so, because you know they didn't even make the like for example the Dusty Desert placement. They didn't even make that to cater to the Herming gravity. So if they didn't do that, something as early as Silver being able to levitate with objects held, I doubt it. But with that said, you never know. I definitely am eager to play through all of Silver's campaign with this patch, just to really see just how far you can get. You know, with certain like level design. See like this, you can't make it. You're gonna have to kind of hold it down, start and stop a bit. Yeah, really I'm shocked though about how E3 just didn't have this. I really thought they would have. Especially how similar the build looks in that trailer clip. I mean really, like the only real difference, aside from like the geometry with the Dust Tornado and some building changes, the rings. Because the rings are like more, like it uses the shader of that pinch ring, right?
Yeah.
It just appears more gold, it doesn't have that like yellow look from the retail version. So, I mean it is clear that it is a different build, but like yeah, I guess even the animations, where Silver would throw stuff in the air, it uses the animation it would use when you're on the ground instead. So, you know, there are differences, so maybe for that reason it comes as a surprise, but I don't know why, I think it was mainly the hint ring that gave me the impression that, oh, okay, so it's with that same shader, so it must be a similar build, but obviously not similar enough. To go, that's the main deal here. I would totally add this to Project E3, but just to the simple fact that you can't do that, it's saddening. I really, really badly want to include that. Maybe I will, it's just like a bonus XCX that's inaccurate for, you know, overpowered purposes. So I think at this point in time, really, like, what actually can be done? Because, I mean, there's still, like, a truckload of TGS06 and review build states that can be restored in the retail version. The main thing I was hanging out for was, in fact, this patch. And, you know, that has been done. So, at this point, there really, like, is nothing major, at least in my eyes. The only thing that really comes to mind is how, in the Xbox Live Arcade demo, if you mod it and swap Silver for Sonic, if you pick up an enemy and release the enemy instead of insta-killing them like it does in Tier 6, it does in retail. Instead, it would actually keep them alive. Okay, the gravity system doesn't work, so if you like try to release them over a bottomless pit, they're not going to fall. Probably just the code was incomplete. I don't know if for one that could be restored. I feel like the retail gravity for enemies was a bit buggy. Because I know that if you do like your, what's it called? If you do your shock bracelet, where you pretty much, you do that ground pound. If you do that while the enemies spawn down, like they're coming down, they will get stunned, but when the time expires, they don't end up falling down. They don't have any kind of gravity to make them reach the ground. They'll just stay up there.
Yeah, very
that one's
true.
going to be a tricky
Very
one.
true.
So yeah, in that regard, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't get done for a while, or if it does, if it produces some, like I said, some results that have gravity issues. Because, again, even like the Xbox Live Arcade with mods.
It's a shame because I feel like that's the only thing that really does prevent this from getting implemented in the original as a mod or patch.
Does still have that kind of result of a gravity, so yeah, in that regard I can see why they ditched it. They just reverted back to what we ended up getting. Aside from that, there is the whole gimmick where if you hold down the right trigger and you hold character bosses, in our case Shadow and Sonic, and if you throw them, it won't work. However,
that's a retake. I can tell by the quality of the mic, because I say retake, that wasn't originally recorded, but I think after video editing it together I wanted to mention it, and I thought, yeah, fuck it, just set it up, record it, add it in.
However, if you pause it when the character boss is stunned, then continue holding down right trigger and the action button, then pause it again, buffer a frame, and then before you continue, make sure you hold down the action button. After a second or two after you release it, you should throw the character boss and they should take damage. So there is that. I don't really know how making a patch for that could fix the inputs, so you don't have to pause to do that. With that said, though, the fact that AuSilver can do this, perhaps that's where the codes are for us to look for.
I'm glad I did go out of my way to put that in, because that may have helped with getting the patch that we did. It might have spreaded the awareness of it, of like, yeah, let's look into that. Let's see if we can do something about that.
Anyway, with that, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and huge thank you to Hyper for getting this marvelous patch. Yeah, just restoring this means an awful lot, but not even for this patch. For everything that has been achieved in the last couple of years is just absolutely insane, and I'm glad that I'm a part of this, and I'm glad that I'm sharing this with you guys, because it's just, again, the fact that like Kid Me wanted all these changes, and for the longest time thinking I was alone on this, but now realizing I wasn't, it's just breathtaking. So seriously, guys, everyone, thank you. And with that, have a good one. I'll see you all next time. Peace.
Ha, freaking ha. So what's next? Is it the reaction to the trailer, Sonic stuff? Oh, this! Yes, I see. Yes, I see. So that's early 21. So, hang on a minute. I feel like we've gone past it. Is it... Because yeah, I feel like I've gone past it, because I remember reacting to the first like teaser trailer of Sonic 2, but not the final trailer, and around that time I was also doing the, what's it called, the Frontiers trailer reaction, and that was all one video, and yeah, did I forget to add that to the playlist? I may have. It doesn't appear to be here. Trailers. Hang on, let me just see if I can dig it up in case I is dumb. Okay, no, I am. I'm just. Hang on, where? Because it's not listed as trailers, so I'm clearly getting the title wrong. Don't be stupid. What did I title it? So I think the title did go through some evolution of sorts. That's not it. Oh, no, yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it did change. And that's, I think, why it's confusing me. Alright, what do we have here? And how far away is it? Oh, okay, no, I think we're on schedule. I think we're fine. I think I'm thinking of where it was at that point in the year, but for the following year. So yeah, no, I think we're fine. Yeah, I think I was thinking of late 21, not late 2020. Because yes, that was the crossover from the end of 2020 into early 21 at this point. Because that's the whole point, right? It was showing the first patch of the year, and it was that. And then pretty soon after, we got the Wrath of Cortex E3 demo, which is cool, but we will go back and continue on with Je de Vous.
Mario 3. So yet again, we have another enhanced version of the title screen. Of course, it makes sense since Kingdom Valley has been updated, which I will talk about shortly. I think I do prefer this version, but I think there is something wrong with the quality of the video. It makes me curious to think about what it would be like if we were actually in-game for a change. But anyway, that's not all that's different with the title screen. A plan I've always had for P25's title screen has been implemented to Pier 6. We now have the choice of selecting whichever stage we want for the title screen. So yes, there is actually different title screens to select from. It's a little
That was hell to edit.
whichever stage we want for the title screen.
Because if you really look to every word I say is in sync with each title screen that I showcase, whichever title
Has been
screen
implemented to
we
Pier
want,
6. We now have the choice of selecting whichever
whichever
stage
stage
we
want
for the
for the
title
title screen.
screen. So
But not just that, also syncing it up so it's all sure in there. And plus I'm also showcasing... I forget if this is... because I know I did record this perspective, or a very, very similar perspective to this, if not, back in 2016, which actually just went out for its 10th anniversary. But I don't think that's the same video. I think that was a re-recording. Because my only issue with the video I did 10 years ago was that I did it with the super mod, where you can see like this like super particle coming through, so that kind of ruined it. But yeah, but it was basically like a retake of that, if it's not the same but mirrored. But yeah, I decided to add some potential ideas for like the forest. New City kind of mirrors the promotional screenshot, if not the loading screen itself. And same, conversely, with the Wave version, that mirrors a review version camera, actually, that did appear to be in-game, as in it was part of the level design. It was like a cutting to show the environment, seemingly at the start of the stage. I don't know why. Maybe it was to set up the promotional screenshot or something. I don't know. I really don't. But that was very much a perspective shot, interestingly.
but yes, there is actually
Oh yeah, and Castletown, how could I forget? Which I think I only really wanted to mirror something that looked akin to the opening cutscene, so I think that was the purpose of
different
that.
title screens to select from. It's little details like this that
And then again, I did this, which is like, why did I put this through so much editing? I didn't need to do that, and it was a lot of like specific calculating of how I was going to make it all fit in the way that it did.
really does make me rethink how grateful I am to be a part of this project. And of course, not just talking about the title screen. So many other minor details that I never thought would appear in Project Red 6 because of how stupidly minor they are, do end up appearing. It's why I feel bad when I hesitate to pitch something new. So for that reason, I do apologize if most of this review does seem like I'm just pitching stuff. What can I say? I'm an M6 fan. The only downside to the multiple title screen option is the whole gimmick of it being in-game
And then fading.
thrown out the window, and this is for the old video files. Still hoping for Demo 4 that it will include the continue and maybe new game option. Super minor, but I do feel like the PS3's press start is actually better suited.
Same for
For one,
quit.
the 360's press start gives me the impression that I can press anything to start, and for the most part, I pretty much can do that. I can press A, X, and it will actually get me into the game. Do this on PS6, it actually does force you to press start button to actually get in, so therefore I do feel that it is a bit more necessary to have a press start button sprite. And on top of that, the PS3 version was a more finalized version of the game. Don't forget, they did actually have time to fix up some slight glitches and swap some sprites around. But anyway, there almost is no differences to the main menu, but if you do compare it and cycle between the two, the text does actually get a bit closer here, which I definitely do prefer since in the review build of the game, it actually did get closer. Aside from that, and the option to switch between the title screens, the UI customization has been updated a little bit. As I said previously, we do have the option here to now disable and enable the capsule icons. At this rate, I'm waiting for the enemies to have their health bars removed, because again, the whole intent of this is to give
Yep,
people
got
the
that.
demo. Just like how the demo didn't have the capsule icons nor the trick logos. Aside from that, if you know the differences and look at the E3 main display, it has actually been updated quite a lot. As I pointed out before,
Although I don't think
actually
that
do-
has been for the text of the tricks, I think. Because the whole thing, I think, is to showcase the value you get, and if you're gonna make that vanish, you kind of miss out on that trick system. So I think that's why there's nothing for that. That might have changed. I can't remember, to be completely
The elements
honest.
have been updated because honestly, I don't know what it is. I just really did not like the previous life icon for the E3 HUD. And it didn't help that there was actually separate custom life icons for when you would play as Tails, Knuckles, Silver. And Silver was literally playable in the E3 demo, and we clearly saw him using a Sonic life icon. So this really just did not sit well with me. So the fact that not just that has been updated to be more faithful to the E3 demo, but even the main display itself, it virtually looks identical to the
I think I should have emphasized that, like, I would actually be okay with it if it was customizable, and I may do that later, because, you know, the gimmick of it, the idea of it, I'm not actually that against. It's just, as long as it looks consistent, but more than that, you have the option to go faithful, then I don't have an issue.
E3 demo. And while I was more frustrated at the live icon over the main display, overall I just wasn't really happy with how the E3 HUD was looking, so I'm really glad that this has been updated. The E3 loading screen unfortunately is still using that wrong gradient, but I do blame myself for not pointing this out to him more often. And the only thing that's really changed is just the arrow is a little bit closer to the mission, and it basically stays there permanently, compared to previously how it would adjust to the small or extremely large text, which, yeah, kind of looked a bit out of place. And since the E3 demo does actually use the same text for Sonic and Silver, what's to say that if it had different text, it would still stay where it actually is? Hell, we now have the accurate scaling and positioning of all the sprites to actually build up the E3 loading screen, and I did inform Chaos about this, so why that doesn't appear here is beyond me. He didn't acknowledge it, so I don't know if that means he just didn't see it. Maybe he was super busy that day. Like the E3 HUD, I wasn't actually satisfied with the now loading text gradient, which was updated, but I can't really see the difference because now it has an animation to it, which I don't know about you guys on this one, but I don't know, I'm not sure about it. Like, it looks good, but I feel like the animation could be a bit smaller so we do get to see the original and modified gradient. I do like how the animation does actually show no gradient, but yeah, I do feel like the animation could be a bit slower. I've always wanted to see this gradient inverted in respect to the 25th anniversary video that the official Sonic channel posted about. But in the end, I keep coming back to the UI customization, why I feel like
I do think it's good that it separates Pier 6 from the original, for sure, and in that light, I'm not too against it, but at the same time, I think that's all the more reason, if anything, to make it even more unique looking by making it inverted. But, yeah, at least it is different enough where you can't look at it and go, yeah, that's just the original.
there should be for this reason more selections to switch between. Because what if people just want the original now loading text with no animation to it? To really complete the E3 HUD, I would really love to see for Demo 4 the mission completed text implemented, because we have already recreated the loader, it's just implementing it and getting the animation working that's going to be a drag. Because I actually noticed something that I can't believe I didn't actually notice before, and that's that the mission complete jingle would have actually been used for this mission completed screen. Which means that this guitar solo track was the only thing that we were meant to hear in this screen. Sure, the mission completed jingle still does play before the guitar solo track, but I never understood why there was two separate tracks that play in the retail result screen. So with this knowledge now, it definitely does make a lot of
Which is
sense.
fair
And with
enough.
some of the new stage result screens, I definitely would love to see that implemented in the future. A shame we never got to see the Silver the Hedgehog gradient that's supposed to be used for the E3 demo HUD. But again, I do feel like this could be something that appears in the UI customization, something that you can enable and disable. And hell, that's not restricted to just the E3 HUD, since it is literally in the retail code. I like the wind, I like the spam, and like the flips, and like everything else. I'm still a bit confused why things like the retail loading screens and the retail hints are actually still used here. I get that it's for the retail HUD, but like the title screen, you'd think we'd want to kind of update this and use the Pier 6 graphics, because it literally has been done. But why it still remains to be unused and inconsistent is beyond me. As mentioned, the gold medal result has actually been implemented into this demo. I still think that it could have been present for demo 1 and 2, but regardless, it's here now. I think the only thing I would change is have the actual gold medal render used instead of, I don't know, what almost looks to be a bronze medal. Like, I'm sorry, but the original gold medal icon that was used for retail just never gave me the impression that it's a gold medal. But yeah, for the most part, the menu all around is positives, but things like the outline for the characters, the accessibility of the test stage, and the cheap-looking gold medal icon, I'm unsure about. But anyway, let's move on to the stages. Again, I'll talk about those that were already implemented to the previous demo, so that way I can discuss all the changes that caught my eye.
So I don't think that we have much context regarding that other icon where it looks like there's like a coin or a face attached to one of the icons. I have no idea what that is about. If that means that that was a potential like early version of a gold medal. Was it supposed to be the Duke's face? Was it supposed to be just someone historical in Soliana? Was it supposed to be something different to the gold medals? Another unlockable or collectible, I should say. Don't know. It's, again, we have a surprisingly big lack of context in regards to that icon, so I really have no idea what that is or was supposed to be.
Motion. I'm really glad that this camera change has been implemented, and I also like how there's more of a shortcut taking this route now. And even though I do believe that this camera change in the Master Speed section would have been used for trailer usage for promotional clips, I am actually glad that this is present in gameplay. It is a very nice visual. I'm still wondering just how this may have looked if implemented.
Yeah, that's that shot that I was talking about.
Gameplay. It is a very nice visual. I'm still wondering just how this may have looked.
Because you can clearly see the UI is there. It's all in game. But I certainly do question if it actually was supposed to be the first shot of gameplay, because, yeah, the thing that makes this super duper sus is the fact that the time is literally saying a minute has passed and he's lost a life, he's got rings, meaning ultimately the guy's basically progressed through the level. So the idea that it would cut back to this, yeah, again, it really does make it super sus. So it is entirely possible that it is just set up for like a promotional kind of a screenshot, but I don't know. I like to believe that it was like an environmental shot, part of the level design, but it's harder to fill in and explain away why it would exist and what was the point and purpose of it when the time betrays it in a lot of ways. So yeah. Doesn't help that you can't even see the dash panels at the start of what's supposed to be the start of the stage. But yeah, because I could be wrong. This is still, well, it is the retail UI, isn't it? It's not the review version, because otherwise I'd say maybe this was Tails' Way version, but to be fair, that wouldn't entirely help my case, because that also has a dash panel at the start. But did Blaze? I forget. Actually, yeah, no, what am I saying? Blaze totally has the start. Yeah, no, it really is Tails that's the only one that kind of does, but it's unused. Okay, well then Shadow in that case then, but no, it's not using the review version TGS UI, so it still is pointing to this being Sonic's Way version, so again, just really confusing how that would have been used, what it would have been used for.
If implemented. I still disagree with the air rings, and for the most part, within reason, I am cool with new content being implemented. But like I said, even if it was replaced with dash panels floating off of the water surface, I'd be down with that. But is there ever another time when you actually get to see an air ring outside of Way version? Common objects appear in other stages because they're common. So if this is supposed to be treated as if it's a Way version object, I'm down with that concept. I just disagree with the air ring itself. Given the stage's title, perhaps make it so it's an actual wave, and that's what makes you slow down. And surfing over it in the right way gives you a bit of a speed boost because you're going down the wave itself. Because let's be real, for something titled Way version, there is a pretty big lack of waves, and I do blame the original for this. But anyway, moving on. Let's do Desert. Let's play a game on why I didn't make it back on track. Is it because I'm just too used to Tier 6 and I'm bad at Tier 6? Or is it that Chaos didn't implement a more accurate homing attack? The answer is, I'm just bad at Tier 6. To my defense though, I was using the homing gravity compared to the retail.
So again, that kind of brings it back a little bit to some of the early ideas I had for the channel, how I was like, ready, I'm going to pause the video and you guys can type in the comments what you think I'm going to do for this and that. So yeah, again, interesting how I did bring certain elements and ideas of the channel back in some way, shape, or form later down the line.
Tail homing dash, and for obvious reasons, the retail build was built for the straight homing dash, not the homing gravity. And even though, yes, you can still technically get by with the homing gravity, it's way too easy to die and ridiculously hard to do something as basic as progression. So I don't know if this is just a case of moving the capsule or nerfing the homing gravity. Regardless, despite being able to progress, I do feel something could change for this. It's cool that we can now light dash into these dash panels, but I'm questioning if by moving them instead of increasing the radius for the hitbox, if this could potentially mess up placement for other stages in the future, just as it previously did with the unmodified layout. And I can swear that the second row of dash panels should actually miss that, and that's like hitting a dash panel. But anyway, main call. Only noticeable differences to the stage is how a player interacts with the lava. I will admit, in the previous demo, yes, it definitely can be argued that it was
May
way
or
too
may
easy
not
to
have
get
been
through the
recorded
stage
as
only by
lame.
jumping, landing, and repeating. But not gonna lie, here it just seems a bit unfair. Because everything pretty much is the same, the only difference is that it's pretty much RNG when you actually jump off of the lava now. Which, I don't know, it can be a bit distracting after a while. At this point, I think I'll just wait and see what others think about this. I am still so grateful that my suggestion to have Knuckles' gameplay being more like SA2 was implemented, because holy cow, being able to do a screwdriver out of a glide, likewise a glide out of a screwdriver, is just insane. I was so hesitant to ask about this in case it got turned down. I still cannot express just how often I would play Tier 6 thinking, man, if only I could screwdriver out of a glide. So I'm very grateful that this has been done. More dash panels. Well, that's tasteful. The repositioning of the second train after it finishes its route is definitely a huge improvement. But what about the first egg train? No. And for me, this could really all just come back to Mark Speed Sonic not being able to slow down to an idle stop. Because really, if this were done, it would be barely an inconvenience.
Yeah,
but I'll say what I have to say about Mark Speed Sonic for later. Aside from that, there is a jump panel that can lead to a death.
It's okay, no, I was flat out wrong. It was in Radical Train, but it was in regards to something else.
And this didn't happen too often, but it did happen more than once. There also was this strange glitch where I just was idle and the final train didn't trigger at all. It's almost as if it just despawned. I don't really know what happened, because it definitely did start moving, but yeah, the trigger to actually end it when it's supposed to hit the explosive crates just never triggered. Minor detail, but I feel like after the chain jumps there could be a camera change, sort of like how it was for Kingdom Valley's Master Speed section, specifically after the second chain jump. And since I'm talking about the Radical Train chain jumps, the fact that these pillars aren't used really is bugging me, especially how
I feel like that probably could have been cut regarding the camera. That could be more of a suggestion.
And finally, one topic
in
to my
DMs.
I wouldn't mind seeing the review build placement implemented, how there's more cargo in the way as obstacles for you to avoid. If you run into it, you'll bounce back, so there really is no risk of dying. So I do feel this could work. Next, now lately I have actually been watching the trailer of Earth 6, and I've begun to suspect that this eagle was actually split up into 2 different eagles. And to be honest, I actually wouldn't mind seeing that in Earth 6. It definitely would make it more of a challenge, and for that reason more rewarding when you succeed. Because I have been playing Earth 6 enough now to understand how the eagles work, so I do know when it slows down like this and plays this animation, that's where he was roughly flying around. And when he all of a sudden starts to speed up, that's where he would have started to fly from. So I'm guessing that the eagle that you currently lock onto in Pure 6 would have behaved the same way it does in retail, just a basic circular pattern. And with the right precision of gameplay, we would have to jump off and lock onto the second eagle. And again, with the right precision, it would make it that much more rewarding when you succeed. But it's weird, after knowing this, it still doesn't explain
Painfully
what this
see, I've tried to put a
did
gauge
in the
into
demo. It probably
make
was
the
just their
GameSpot
decorations,
loader
so I
screw
really don't
off.
know if this does or doesn't get implemented in Pure 6. There is also this hidden spring that I only noticed just recently. Yeah, I'm more than positive that that's what this inaccessible spring was used for. The fact that this isn't in the E3 demo, nor the tech demo, really has me curious what it's existed. On topic to the actual gameplay, you know, there was a time where I never thought that Kingdom Valley could look better than how Pure 6 Demo 2 handled it, but what form of sorcery witchcraft is this? Like, I'm actually dead serious right now. How the hell did he manage to not just make it look exactly the same as the trailer and demos, but to also enhance it and make it better than that? I don't know if me rediscovering that the E3 demo skybox was the Radical Train skybox helped, at least in terms of getting a good color comparison. Because seriously, this looks fucking phenomenal. Again, it's stuff like this that really make me rethink how grateful I am to actually be a part of this. It's just a shame that Pure 6 isn't going to include scrapped sections, because I would absolutely love to see a recreated take on the E3 2005 teaser for the game. Or even stuff like Crisis City Section D, which again does technically fall under scrapped sections.
Oh my
But see,
goodness. It's just, yeah. Yeah, because the idea certainly is there, and we'll see when and if anything is to be seen, when and if there's anything to be seen.
This is really where P25 is going to branch away from Pure 6, to basically, yeah, include these scrapped sections. But hey, if Chaos ever does decide to include scrapped sections in the future, I'm more than okay to see that in action. But yeah, seriously, the lighting changes here are just fucking amazing. Super satisfied with these results. I look forward to seeing Castletown lighting change in the trailer implemented for Pure 6.
Why do I get the feeling that, you know, despite the Section D of Crisis City literally being recreated and enhanced, if we ever do get like a review version or a beta more than anything that includes Section D, all of a sudden Chaos is going to want to put that into Pure 6, because it kind of, I could totally see that happening, and I don't know why. It just feels like, oh well, you know, it's not what the game was intending, even though it was, but it's been touched by the fans, and you know, no, my vision, this and that, but as soon as we get something that's like, okay, well, you know, that'll suffice, all right, let's do it. I don't know, he might still ignore it, but it wouldn't surprise me though at the same time.
A problem I had with Demo 1 that I did actually point out in the original unedited review is a problem that not just retail, but even the E3 demo had, and that's that why is he landing not only on the goddamn water, but freaking sideways? Might as well add blue aura to the shoes for chakra control. It just seems so out of place, and I was always wondering if something like this would change for Pure 6 eventually, and finally here we are. And the results are actually pretty satisfying. I am quite happy with the change, especially since it does actually keep the E3 camera change. I think the only thing that could be improved upon in the future, assuming it's possible, is to have Sonic look like he's actually getting wet from interacting with the water. So I remember seeing a comment on the 06 E3 videos saying that this was present, which I haven't seen at all, but either way, I think it would be really nice to see in Pure 6. I know a lot of people actually do want to see a day-night cycle.
Yeah,
progression
shame
in
that
Pure
hasn't
6
been
stages,
done.
but to be honest, I do actually think that it works better in the hub worlds. It makes more sense for it to be present in the hub worlds over the stages, and yeah, sure, it would be visually impressive to look at if it were implemented, but in my opinion, I do feel it works better in the hub worlds, but that's just me. Either way, I am looking forward to it, wherever, however it is.
Yeah, it's interesting how that opinion has evolved through time, because it's more of a case of I would have wanted to have seen the day-night cycle in Sonic Next for stages, but for Pure 6, it's more of a case of I would prefer to see it in the hubs. Yeah, that is interesting that that's evolved.
Stay tuned for my TGS explanation video, where I discuss all the changes, differences, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's move on to the new stages of Demo 3.
Yeah, again,
Acropolis.
it just doesn't feel
If I'm
fair,
really
so I
honest,
will sure.
this was probably the stage
what's
that I
up
least
with it.
enjoyed, at least out of all the new stages. And I actually have no idea what it is, especially since White Acropolis is one of the few stages that I was actually really looking forward to seeing in Unity. And make no mistake, it doesn't mean that I hate it, it just means that everything else is that top notch, that I just preferred it all over White Acropolis. I love the visuals as always. The snowball physics plays exactly like a Rise project. I like that little push you can do if you get stuck. I love the extra jump ramps that you can actually do tricks on. Just give me that first round. The new enemies are awesome, and I especially love that the unused room is now used as a bit of a shortcut, well, kind of. And even the way that you switch from Sonic to Tails. Hell, the way how Tails follows you. They're all amazing positives, as always. But yeah, I don't know, I just didn't have that same satisfaction as I did for the other new stages. Maybe it's related to the snowboard gameplay, because there is something there that I would like to talk about in a bit. There really are a lot of amazing enhancements here. The only thing that I would change in the future is the section transitions. For example, adding a dash panel at the end of the final jump ramp. This way we're staying consistent to how Crisis City's section ends. I also feel like the door behind the
Did
goal
get
ring for the
that?
second section could open, and even if this means moving the goal ring inside the room, you know, that way you feel like you're actually entering the base. I mean, that literally is the objective. I was even thinking along the lines of it somehow potentially merging into the Ex-Cerberus White Acropolis arena, but this would probably be a bit too much work. But something as minor as this anyway. Minor detail,
Maybe
for
one day.
consistency's sake, if Tails can hit capsules with his dummy ring bombs, I do feel like he should be able to hit switches, but anyway. Crisis City! Shadow, don't be late!
Huh, you're talking to me? Let's go. Wait, when did this happen in the original?
Don't you remember? It happened in the event before Flamecore.
No, you said don't be late, and I said same to you.
Oh yeah, you're right. Then,
Yeah, yet another deleted scene. I really should have requested a higher percentage.
yeah, well, that's anniversary titles for you. Damn, now that's what I like to call an in-game cutscene. Like, part of me actually wants more of these, but god damn it all, like, I totally get it. And I have to restrain myself really badly here, because we don't want to overdo it, you know? Man, where to start? There is just so much incredible content that's being implemented here. The whole gimmick where he goes, oh, this Lesbos, maybe I can swim off of it. Like, this is literally something that I wanted to appear in Sonic Next. The promotional camera at the start of the Mark Speed section, usage of the grind step, the thank you speed to the jump panels and springs, in general, the unused line usage. The unused truck! The only thing that I can see that could make this better is if Shadow actually got swept up into the tornado and Sonic actually had to go do something about it to help it.
Shadow was swept up into the tornado. I've got to help him. Hang on, Shadow. I've got to help him. Shadow!
Can you imagine? With respect, that is a much better objective than to find the database. Like, bruh. I don't even feel like I've accomplished anything once I get through the stage. And I really do mean that. Ever since I was a kid, I always used to think,
But where's the database? Did we even find it?
there was no indication whatsoever that we actually got to the location we were looking for. And look, I understand, Section B is a scrap section, so using recreation would be a bit, But if we are going with this Shadow being swept up path, Sonic needs to go this scrap route, and Shadow needs to continue with the retail route. At least we do have the legitimate placement left into the retail files. So forgive me, but this would be fucking heaps better. At least compared to the original objective. Because at least you actually accomplished something, and you know what you've actually accomplished. To a degree, it even explains why Knuckles says,
No matter where we go, all we see are ruins.
as if to say they weren't actually trying to find a database. Am I reading too far into this? I just feel like it explains an awful lot, because if it is true that there is an alternate ending, it would explain why Sonic and Gang do not question Shadow or Rouge even about Mephiles. Or to put it in Knuckles' words again, that guy that just looked just like Shadow! And given the original opening cutscene, how Silver was actually looking for Sonic in Crisis City, again, it all comes back down to this cutscene, how things probably were different. It definitely is one of the most interesting cutscenes given how much changed around this time period, at least for other campaigns, but anyway, that comes to be soon. Okay, so to talk about the snowboard gameplay, I get that it can be argued that it's really realistic, but boy is it dangerously close to Sage 2018 physics. I even tried to give him a bit of a heads up on this. Aside from that, my main issue is to do with speed. Like, come on, this is good, don't get me wrong, but I want a bit of speed, that's all. And with the lack of rotation and interpolation, it just comes across as incomplete. As for grind stepping, oh man, I don't know how to approach this one. I absolutely love the custom animation to switch to the left or right adjacent rail, which of course includes other characters, but god damn it.
To move to an adjacent rail, jump while using the left stick.
The description is very obviously in the game's files, just unused. And as most of you have probably already seen from the Sage 2018 demo, tilting left and right animations were actually a thing.
And Pierce implemented them on point.
If the concern is that Sonic is the only character who has the tilting left and right animations, and the hassle is to do custom animations for the other characters to tilt left and right,
What if happens using the Unity template to create custom animations?
what a bore. I get that it's trying to mimic the previous games, but I think the thing that really just hurts me is that this wasn't even implemented. Just to put it in gameplay, since Earth 6 would have done it this way. Like, to me, at least try it out, and then say, no, I like it the other way. Because to not even consider how the original would have handled this for gameplay, like, come on, let's be fair here. Sir, I'm sorry, but literally, out of every single minor detail that I have nitpicked, this comes down to number one that needs to change, in my opinion. Yes, even on top of faster jump panels and springs. I can't believe it as well. Sir, at the least, please consider it. I do not mind one bit if it gets added as an option where you can switch between heroes and shadow grind switching. Sure, a lot of what people may consider unnecessary work would have to be done for something like this, but again, it would cater to so many players. So yeah, I'm really hoping for this one. Anywho, moving away from grind stepping. I like that you can actually see the third section from the second section. Very nice detail. And I remember Chaos actually asked me how he should tackle the third section's transition to the fourth. And to anybody who has actually played the very hard version of Sonic's Crisis City, you should pretty much know where I was going with this. Unfortunately though, this didn't get done. I think he only saw my suggestion to this after he actually implemented what he did for Section 3. And I guess the way it is, it's
I don't know if that's really true, because it did feel like a case of like, no, I'm doing my thing, and oh, I saw it now. Well, it's too late. Won't do anything. Either way, I mean, it's unfortunate because it did sound like he actually did want to do it, but nothing's changed since. So make of that what you will.
It's kind of alright. If anything, I just wish that there was a piece of the fourth section to the third section, so it really added to that transition. Now, compared to beta testing, these specific obstacles have improved quite a lot, which confirms that Chaos does have the ability to change the duration of how long you are in an obstacle. So with that knowledge in mind, please change these obstacles. If you input on a frame that you interact with an obstacle, you can click through it. Intentional or not, it really doesn't matter. It can happen is the point. And believe me, it's not a good feeling when you're going for that S rank and then all of a sudden you realize, oh snap, I'm falling to my doom because reasons. I really like that if you go too slow in the mark speed section, you do actually get swept up.
Yeah! Let's go! That's beautiful!
Thank you. Literally what Sonic Next could have done. It's times like these where I really have to remind myself that even me, Firesir, the director of Project Sonic Next, actually played Project 06. Apparently minor thing that I still about, and this kind of falls under the same nitpickiness that I had with Kingdom Valley's fourth section where you land on the water. It's kind of silly that he just purses and there's a fucking tornado right behind him. And it's worse now because the tornado does actually do damage, so it's just like, oh, he's just gonna purse there and oh, everything's fine. Originally, I was thinking maybe the container could actually collide with the truck, causing a massive explosion, enough to cause the tornado to go off. Given the fact the container was actually holding a bunch of pipes in the original.
So annoying. I mean, look, at least I knew it for that video, right? Instead of the one where I initially came across it, but yeah, that was annoying. I mean, you can see how I missed it, to be fair. You can see. It's literally inside the damn thing. You really did have to go super close up to it to find out. But fucking hell, that was annoying when I found that out.
This idea kind of gets thrown out the window. Still, maybe there could be an explosion or some visual to explain the tornado dying off. Or you could just have it die off. Whichever works. Interesting
We
how
did
you
get
walk
that,
onto the rails
luckily.
of springs and enemies. Now, I don't exactly know what's going on with Peter 6's take on this, but I do know that in retail, locking onto the spring and enemies takes priority over the rails. But unfortunately, it doesn't stop there. A little too often when I lock onto the rail, for some bizarre reason, I end up facing backwards when, majority of the time, I'm facing forward. So yeah, something honestly does need to change there. From the course of beta testing to this final version, I haven't really encountered anything I would consider game-breaking. Well, that's if you don't include inputting literally on frame interactive jump panels or springs, or jumping on sphere-like objects and somehow running under it and not falling off of it, which is also a thing in other stages. Anyhow, finally, the semi
Yeah, you can hear me kind of freaking
Again,
out
this was taken out, but if
in the
this
background
implemented
to
just the
add in
start
for the
where
dub.
you don't have control, I really do feel like this could work. Really hope it's citizen update. Moving on.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate case for that camera, because, was it implemented? I forget. It was.
Semi-unused startup camera.
Yeah, it was used. Yeah, what a shame. What a true shame, because the idea in question is noble, and the reasoning for its change totally makes sense, but the reasoning for it to also be used, I still think, can make sense if you really look at it through the lenses of what I say. If it's used at just the start, where you have the rail playing the stage, it would make for a seamless transition from the course of the cutscene with Shadow to Sonic jumping off on the snowboard to cutting to this perspective. It's like an establishing shot to show where Sonic is in the stage before actually getting you into gameplay, before the rail segment ends. So yeah, would have been perfect.
I get why this was taken out, but if this is implemented with just the grinding at the start where you don't have control, I really do feel like this could work. Really hope it's citizen update. Moving on. I'm just gonna quickly get this minor thing out of the way. The only nitpicking minor detail that I would like to see in the future is for there to perhaps be an animation for when you would interact with, say, plants, or even grass. It's the one nitpicky thing that I have that really just would complete the stage if it were present. But aside from that, I want to cry, man. Like White Acropolis, this is one of the very few stages that I actually was really looking forward to seeing. And rightfully so, because, oh my god, it's everything I hoped for, and more. Like, for reals, this is just, I really did get emotional on my first playthrough. Just how surreal it looks. Everything. From the green shield, the waterfall, or just in general, yet again, the visuals. Do I even need to mention the progressions, the range setting? Like, that alone is already wow. How about the grind step usage? Or how about things like the loop fix? For once I can finally interact with the loop without fail. There's just so much here that didn't need to be done, but was done anyway. If there somehow were people out there that didn't truly understand how dedicated Chaos was to fixing 06, I think now people get a good grasp of how dedicated this guy is. Chaos X is no longer some troublesome Unity game maker anymore. He even took down Sonic X with a single demo.
So off your words of warning, and wasted on us.
It's true!
Capabilities and is imported to Android.
Well, I guess that is true.
Very soon, all of our goals will be achieved. When that happens, everything will be restored to its rightful place.
The true power of Sonic 2006 belongs to him, Yuji Naka!
The sky is leaving. Are you?
Yeah, the irony of the Sega screen being
Base.
Not gonna lie, this actually looks a lot better than I was expecting it to look. Again, like White Acropolis, I love that Tails and Knuckles actually follow you here. Literally, the very first thing that I did in beta testing was to check if you can clip through this area just like you can in retail. And, fortunately, a patch was made, sir. That's good. It feels so weird to just naturally go through the stage the proper way, because too often in retail, I would just clip out of bounds and take the speedrun shortcuts. Even if I didn't have gems, I'd still find a way to clip out. So yeah, bit of a strange replaythrough. Also, I still can't forget that transition. As for section 2, holy crap, what a gold mine. How about those glass windows? Seriously, how about these glass windows? Like, the transparency twist to it is just, wow, beautiful. Not really a fan of there being a bit of a collision block though, especially since the original did do this. How about the unused alarm? I actually put this into the game a while ago, just to see all the unused objects in gameplay, but I never understood what it exactly was. So seeing it here, fully working, using the unused sounds, not only is it amazing to have all these unused elements used, but it just amazes me just how natural stuff like this looks. I said it before, but being able to screwdriver out of a glide, and vice versa, like a jigsaw, it just completes this gameplay for me. Though I'm not sure why in previous beta testing builds, his glide that can do damage to enemies could do damage to the magnets, but now can't. I don't know if it makes it too easy, but I don't mind this. I absolutely love that you switch back to Sonic where Sonic switches to Knuckles. Yet again, another great way to make use of this unused line.
Sonic, we're out of time. Get on this ball. I'll take care of the rest.
And the execution is brilliant. Unfortunately, because the ball sections were so slow, doing this as Sonic or Silver was pretty tedious. And I never really had enjoyment going through their sections, at least with ball segments. But here, this isn't too long, nor is it too short.
I remember when I had the commentary for that recorded, I remember mentioning Shadow 2, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute, hang on, double check that. Oh, Shadow doesn't interact with one of these. I must be mistaking it for multiplayer. Get that out of here. Re-record it.
So I am quite satisfied with how we covered the ball physics. And once you get into the final area when it goes red, and forgive me if I sound like a broken record, but god damn it, the visuals look so beautiful. I'm both concerned and interested to see how Sonic Next is going to make this look.
Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was confusing it with that. Because the fact that I did not have a visual on Aquatic Base. No, I'm pretty sure I did. Unless I am confusing it for this. Because those are like the only real visuals we got of Sonic Next in Flame Core and White Acropolis. Yeah, if we did, and I'm forgetting. But again, I'm thinking of it being in this very room, which again I feel like that's almost like a false memory that I've just picked up because I put these two Sonic Next shots on footage of Aquatic Base in this room. So yeah, if there actually is a shot, then there was no lights at all. But if not, then I totally am confusing it with the fact that I'm putting two Sonic Next screenshots on Pier 6 Aquatic Base footage.
At this point, I don't really can't tell. Given how lit the red room gets, it's actually hard to tell if the unused red glass barriers are used here, because I would like to think that they are, but again, given how lit this room gets, it's just, you just can't tell. And good gravy, how satisfying is that result screen. Again, this is why I want things like the mission completed to appear, because this is already beautiful, but it would complete it that much more if there was a bit of an introduction that goes into the result screen itself. That way the result screen actually appears during the loop animations, not the introduction animation. I don't know, something about the result sprites popping up during the intro animation just looks a bit off.
Yeah, that did change from memory.
Feel more complete. But yeah, all around, Aquatic Base is actually really enjoyable. Again, the only minor details is just the as-mentioned section transitions. Like, honestly, all I really want is for the door to open. But at this point, almost every stage needs a better section transition, at least in my opinion. Like, obviously, it mimics retail, but I really do feel like this is another piece of the game that can be enhanced. It's just that retail, unfortunately, was never in a believable state. Like, take previous games. Emerald Coast, you end the first section by entering a cave. Then in the second section, you start still in the cave. Where's the piece of island that Sonic's going to land after he gets flung off the killer whale? Where's the piece of highway that Sonic launches to? Where's the outside to merge to the second section? Or even a jump panel for that matter. Hell, where's the C-split transition?
Yeah, I love the way
outside to merge to the island that Sonic's going to land after he gets flung off the killer whale.
Love the way
Where's
it
the piece of
edits a
highway
lot
that
of
Sonic
this.
launches to? Where's the outside to merge to the second section? Or even a jump panel for that matter. Hell, where's the C-split transition? Yeah, not gonna lie, that was probably the dumbest transition, mainly because you can literally go on the other side of the castle and there's nothing at all that resembles the Master League section. Not to mention, there's an unused tube. Still, Lockout did actually put a castle at the back. I do believe you should be able to see it. So it really does make you feel like you're coming out on the other side, as unbelievable as the transition is already.
Yeah, and that improved a lot, to be fair.
Stage episode.
But the cave is just so annoying because it was used in, I believe, Demo 1. I forget if it was in 2 and 3, but it did get removed, and it was just like, what? No! Why would you do that? It's like, alright. I guess because you want to basically have the cinematic always seen, so you can't just skip past it. So if it was like if it was a case of, no, look at my visuals, you will look at my visuals every time, then I feel like it kind of goes against it when you play it now and there's literally a setting that enables you to disable, gives you the ability to disable the cinematics, the cutscenes. Because the fact that that's very much the case now, it's like, well, what's the reason for keeping that cave shortcut removed? Because that was a really, really great usage of it. It really, really was, and it's still gone.
Development beta testing. I feel like I was the only one hyped to test this out. I don't know, a stage dedicated to Tales, but with Pier 6 physics and visuals? I don't know, I was just very curious about it. And this is really great, because I actually really want to talk about Tales' gameplay, and we'll put a time now to talk about it. Knuckles can glide into and damage enemies. He does it in the classics, he does it here. It really does complete his gameplay. In the classics, Tails 2 can fly into and damage enemies. But, you know... Yeah, not gonna lie, I'd love to see that implemented. Also, minor detail, but in retail, when you are holding down to fly, and you say fly down into the ground and you're still holding it down, if you run off and enter...
So I think the whole thing regarding Tails damaging enemies is that you had to be hitting enemies at a very, very specific angle, and it doesn't help that the footage I was using, he had the literal invincibility on. But, yeah, I think it still would be interesting to have that. Because, is it or isn't it? Hang on, let me think. Yeah, no, I don't think it is. Again, correct me if I'm wrong.
S state. Basically, it automatically triggers your fly state. And this could be another thing where I'm just too used to 6, but quite often I'm holding to my doom. Ultimately because, yeah, I'm actually holding it down, expecting it to fly. I feel it is important to point out, if this does change in the future, to also apply this to Omega, since, again, like Tails, if you hold down and enter an S
Yeah, I don't believe that's
it'll automatically
changed.
trigger hold state. But I do understand that this doesn't change.
Which
Because
kind of
it's
a
like
shame.
minor details. I'm not going to suggest this, but I am very curious what you guys watching think of this. And that is, what if Tails had the ability to throw dummy ring bombs while jumping?
While jumping, press the square button to throw a dummy ring bomb.
The only reason I keep coming back to this is the fact that both Rouge and Sonic can go into a first-person snipe, just like Tails' dummy ring snipe. Sonic with the gun drive, the sky jump, and Rouge with the bombs. Both can be thrown during a jump. Tails is the only one who never does this in retail, and it's a real shame, so I actually wouldn't have minded this. I don't know why, but I can just so vividly see him doing this in Pier 6, especially with that animation that you can do in the air. But on topic to the actual stage now. And the introduction in 3.5? And what's this? Oh, fuck the extra Orca!
Extra. Didn't add another. All those orcas are in the RG placement.
What? What? Ow!
Like, I've known that there are hidden objects in the final placement, because take Dusty Desert, for example. Some of you guys may have noticed that there's spikes in this area for both Unity projects. Well, that's because it's actually in the final placement, but for some unknown reason it doesn't load in. This is the exact same. I already knew about the Dusty Desert spikes before it was ported to both Sonic Next and Pier 6, but this took me by surprise, which is strange because like Dusty Desert, I did actually do stage mods for this. And if it's not clear, doing placement mods is what revealed these hidden elements. So damn, should I be looking into more stages placements just in case there is other unloaded placement? Either way, I'm sure we'll learn a lot more in the future. I love that that semi-unused line is actually used where Tails will go, whoa, the head spinning. And the head spinning line is used for the second loop, when in retail it doesn't play a line now. So again, as always, unused, semi-unused line usage, it's beautiful. It really just shows the level of
Oh yeah, we're done now.
And honestly, that's all I really have to say about Tails Wave Ocean. Which means we made it! Damn son. If you're still here, I applaud you. Before I wrap this up, I do want to go over some miscellaneous shenanigans. So with that said, let's go over this stuff.
Neck. Which is weird because this is like a semi-stream video recording,
back in, aka Jurassic World.
even though it was,
Wow.
yeah.
Here we are. Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex, VE3.
You know, I think I will put on the re-upload version I did, because that way it gets through all the videos and condenses them down a lot more faster in a much more faster paced fashion, basically. I forget if I actually added that to the playlist. Did I, or did I not do that? I did not do that, like a dummy. Suppose it didn't have a humongous lifespan, to be fair. Yes, let me bring... that back. Oh, don't scare me like that, fucking hell. Like looking at the stream and it's like in limbo and I'm like, whoa, did it even get started? Oh fuck. Don't scare me like that, man. Alright, what are we doing? Wrath? Would it be specifically Wrath or? No. Something Crush. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, we'll put this on because there's a lot of shit here that was condensed, in my opinion, in a much better fashion. And it saves obviously needing to revisit this. Then there really is no reason or purpose behind it. So actually I might, I'll add it to the playlist while I'm at it, I think. Or will I? I will. But I will have the retake done as well this October or November, whenever it is. I think it's also October. Yeah, okay, add that. Goody. And then what? Bring that back. So, yeah, we can pretty much skim through the next few, considering they're all going to be skip-a-rood. Yeah, so skip Wrath, Prototype, skip Gold Monster, and skip Twin Sane, which puts us neatly into reacting to E3 clips after we're done with it. Alrighty then, shall we? Oh, it does sound quieter.
Hey guys, Volcano Batman, aka Jared Sideboard. Wow, here we are, Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, the E3 version. I don't know what to say. I have a very interesting relationship with this game. To put it simply, I haven't played the game fully, but yet for some reason I really do like this game. And you'd think that someone that likes the game would, play it more often. And I'm kind of the same with Sonic Unleashed. It's my favorite Sonic game, but, I don't play it nearly as often as I should. So, yeah, regardless, the E3 demo has just been released, and wow, this is, oh my god, wow, demo has a rumble for a demo. Yeah, wow, okay. This is big. It's stuff like this that gives me hope that the 06 E3 demo will eventually get leaked. Because this was like almost 20 years before we got this.
You mean like we are right now?
I guess you could say...
Yeah, so like that, for instance, that has been added, which is, yeah, that's unfortunate. Because we have gone past the time difference. Because, as I say here, it was almost 20 years before we got the E3 demo of Wrath of Cortex dumped. But we have since passed that now. We're like less than half a year away from 06 officially turning 20 years old, and yeah, sad to say, still no demos or E3 demo specifically, or just in general, no beta that's been dumped. Closest we got was the review version, but even then it had bitch rot, and it was a build from 10 hours before the final drop, so there's really nothing amazingly interesting about it. So yeah, it's a shame, but yeah, hopefully with the rise of 06's cult following through the likes of either Pier 6 or the modding community. Hopefully that has maybe reignited some kind of interest in preserving early versions of the game. Because I think in general, the fact that there was so much cut content, yeah, you know, even outside of the modding community or a remake of a fan remake of the or remakes of the game is still enough to garner an interest and a following there.
I think similar with Sonic Generations, you know, we got the PS3 E3 demo. Yeah, in fact, we got that. I'll be a PS3 version over a 360 version.
Yeah, that wasn't
sure,
true.
just to get the E3
Originally.
demo. Better late than never, right? So yeah, I do feel that 06 could eventually get its E3 demo, but you know.
Hard to say. It's been years.
But we're gonna jump into this one and get some graphic context. And I'm pretty damn curious about it. Yeah, this looks really different. I've been looking for the Crash Insanity demo just to get a copy of that, to get like a physical copy. Because you know, you might have seen one of the previous videos, I did cover it, or rather mock-up of the final with the E3 version, but it would be nice to have a physical copy. And I did see like a Nitro Kart demo. I don't know how different the Wrath of Cortex demo was from this E3 version. I should probably try it out for that reason. Like I said, it's stuff like this that really gives me
Yeah, again, that wasn't sure either.
The E3 version versus one day.
You never know.
So apparently if you leave it idle, it kicks you back to the time screen, so I'll try not to get carried away commentating, forgive me if I do. I'm playing. Bummer about the visuals, I must be accumulating settings, but I mean, I count myself lucky that I can even play this, because, you know, only a year ago I didn't even have a gaming PC served. Otherwise, I would have to attempt to try this out on my iMac, which would be emulating Windows to emulate this demo, which would not very well. Like, I couldn't even beta test Pier 6 properly on my VM of Windows. Yeah, I'm very fortunate to try this out. Wow. So I don't see any big noticeable differences, and it's probably because since the last time I played this game, it has been a very long time. And I wouldn't mind eventually coming back to this to like just do like a playthrough stream. So I was considering doing something like this for Crash 4. So like, yeah, build up to Crash 4. I was thinking of playing Crash Cortex to really like compare Crash 4 versus Crash 4. I mean, in my mind, the game wasn't titled Crash 4, so I've never really considered Wrath of Cortex to be the Crash 4, even if it does follow the timeline after Crash 3.
You gotta allow it. We're looking at it.
Okay, now this should be interesting. Yeah, again, bummer about the visuals. Because I saw it in demo and I was thinking, oh man, is that gonna be like that when I get the gameplay? Could probably like tweak the emulation settings, but I don't want to miss up anything more. Because it ain't broken or anything. Ooh. I don't remember these moving. I remember them just standing idle. Could be just the earlier levels that I'm thinking of. Oh shit, I did. No. Let me try this again. Yeah, they are moving. If this is the level that I'm thinking of, I do not recall them moving at all. And if that is the case, then we have a pretty interesting difference. Imagine that Wumperford as ammo. Did I do it, or did I, okay, I did that, I think. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they implemented that, like, teleporting out of the level at that point, or at least for the tornado levels. Ooh. Okay, this should be interesting. I vividly remember this level, so, because I don't know why, I replayed the first world level, the first elemental levels, so much more often than, like, the next 3 or 4 worlds, so, yeah, this should be interesting. I should hopefully see some changes if there are any. I would still continue. Oh god, what the fuck? Oh my god, that like triggered so much sooner than it should have, or so much sooner than I was expecting. Okay, so there you go, there's a difference right there. So yeah, they don't have that like bonus thing, which yeah, it's just demo. What I was saying before with the 363 demo, yeah, if we get that, I am still going to continue with Project E3, but the sole purpose of Project E3 is to get whichever build I can get as close to E3 as possible. So even though we will have the real deal and there won't be any need for Project E3 to continue, I still would like to continue it. I would still like to really push the limits of both the demo build and the retail build, just to really see just how much can be achieved, how much can be implemented from the E3 demo to the final order Xbox Party demo. The jump feels a bit different. I don't know if that's just I'm just tripping. It has been a while. This is bringing back memories at the same time. I'm positive, and I've said this so many times, if we get the E3 demo, the renders in the character select screen, I'm positive that it also came with a Shadow render, because the E3 statues basically mimic the renders that were in the E3 demo. And the fact that Shadow had his own unique kind of pose at the convention, but okay, yeah, he wasn't in the demo, but again, because he has that unique pose, I really do feel that his render is there in files, just unused because Shadow is not used for the demo. It's kind of like how they left in the TGS sprites and renders, if you will, even if it was the ones that were released officially. The point is they still left in the renders from that demo, even though that demo was never even used in the final, so they did that. It wouldn't surprise me if they left a Shadow render that we had never even seen, even like camera-wise. Yeah, there's a lot that could happen. Whoa, nice. Oh my god, this music is just freaking amazing. Probably the best track in my opinion of the game. I'm honestly tempted to make a White Acropolis remix with this kind of a feel to it. You know, inspired by it, where it's kind of sneaking around, it's a bit chill and mysterious at the same time. For a few reasons, but it's something that's been on my mind for a while, and I completely forgot that this music was played at a snow level. I often do look up the music just for the sake of listening to it and admiring it. But yeah, I completely forgot that it was a snow level music, and now really hearing it in a snow level, it's like, yeah, I could totally picture a White Acropolis kind of track with this kind of a feel, because they are supposed to be sneaking around, and it is nighttime, and they're supposed to be infiltrating base, so yeah, why not? Instead of having a more rock kind of take in Section 2, which, don't get me wrong, still amazing. Maybe have some kind of like sequence music where, when you sneak around, you haven't been spotted, do it then, have like a track when you, sneak around, but then you do get caught, fighting the robots and all that. Yeah, then it goes into the whole love. Yeah, it's been on my mind for a while, and I did make something. I'm not really sure if it would be appropriate for sneaking around, because it's tricky. I did post a little clip of it, but I like it, but I don't really think it's going to set the tone for something that's supposed to be chill and sneaking around. I don't know, maybe it's different. After hearing this, I'm tempted to go back and make some adjustments, a bit more inspired by this, because this is beautiful. Oh, come on. I keep forgetting, like, just even pausing it, you're not safe from the timeout. Like, come on. So I think at this point I might as well just speedrun it, just to kind of get back to where it was. Took my time with the Bonsai one. Although I say that, but I did slow down toward the end. I thought I was doing right, and I didn't want to miss any crates. God, this reminds me of the 3D Lost camera. Okay, my platform right now, what the heck? Whoa, okay, thank you.
What are you, a fucking owl?
I think the reason I messed this part off was because I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't. I thought it didn't have the physics for when you go to the platform. And it doesn't, you have to move along with it. So, it's kind of like Dusty Desert when you get a ball puzzle, when you're standing there and you're not going off with it, or you're not like moving as it rolls. I don't remember if that changes in the final, but also I just noticed that ultimate route, hopefully that doesn't lead to another crate, otherwise I'm screwed. Oh, please tell me it's like, ish. No, it's not. No? Yeah, I only missed one. Bummer. Big bummer. And of course.
Of course!
Goody. T5, F86, but almost made that fuck up again, of course. Alright, there we go. Oh my god. They actually have relic time trials? Oh my god! I can't believe they actually have this in a demo. This demo was freaking huge! This is an E3 demo, I guess you could say sometimes like less is more with some demos, but nah man, I like this, I'm enjoying this. Like the more I play this, the more I want to play the original. Had I played this at E3, I'd be hyped, I'd be more hyped to, play the full thing, playing, a longer demo. Maybe that's just me, but again, sometimes it's, sometimes less is more, and that is very true. I never expected them to do this. To have, like, time attack in a demo, an E3 demo.
What is this?
Yeah, so that's actually a pretty enjoyable demo. There is actually quite a lot of content there, so no, I really enjoyed that. I hope you guys did enjoy watching this. But yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the E3 demo. If you want to download this and try it out yourselves, the link will be in the description below.
What is this?
So, okay, I think, given the look of things, I think this is like a review build. I mean, since that's a prototype version. I don't know what to expect going into this. I don't intend to do a full playthrough if it's going to be like the full game or whatever. I'll do a few levels here and there. It really depends like on the content, what's going on here. Like, for example, let's see if this good old thingy works. See if that's still going to trigger.
Yeah, it is definitely so much more faster paced,
throw it into the opening.
without a doubt.
This is a bit lengthy. I'm pretty
Especially
certain I recall
because I wanted to merge it all as one.
Yeah, I remember like a green kind of a waterfall looking, vortex looking kind of a background.
Now check it out.
So okay, nice little way to get into gameplay. We didn't do it the right way. At least I know one way I can get into gameplay in case. But yeah, we'll try this legitimately now, and hopefully it doesn't betray me. So there you go, that might be the issue. I should probably do it one more time, in case. But from what it looks like that wombat thingy doesn't behave the way it probably should. Maybe it was a one-off, but we'll find it now. And actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do something a little bit different this time, because before I just get in game and then put wombat in. This time I'm pretty much going to do what I did last time, where I went load game and then it brought me into gameplay. I'm going to do that, then I'm going to exit, and then I'll put in wombat when I do new game. So yeah, I'm doing that now. Just in case, that way we're really kind of spicing it up. There's no chance of it behaving the way it did before, for whatever reason. So yeah, cancel, exit, gameplay, yep. Exit, new game now. And this time, instead of putting A, we're doing the wombat. Yeah, cool. Start loading, that's a good sign. Okay, there we go. That tells me it was just a one-off. After a while playing this, this is not different. Then again, I did just come from the E3 demo, so maybe that's why it was a bit different. I don't remember seeing too many plots and all that for us. I'm probably just, again, I just came from the E3 demo. There are a lot of differences that, or a lot of things that I'm noticing that to me seem like differences when they probably aren't differences. I have played this on the emulator, but when I did play it, I was playing the MTSC version, but the one I grew up playing, the PAL version, I haven't played that in freaking years. So wait, oh, I just realized I don't have the thingies, do I? So, the cheat did not work. There it is, powers. Yeah, it's supposed to show you powers there. So I just tried to use the bazooka thingy. The Wampa bazooka, or whatever they call it. So, okay. First time we tried the code out, it didn't load. I don't even recall it bringing up the loading screen. This time, it did load, and it could be something to do with me bringing it into gameplay before going back and trying it. Whoa, that's worse. But now that it has loaded, it doesn't have all the upgrades that it's supposed to when you input the code, because you input the code and then when you get to gameplay, it does have your upgrades, and it should also have all the levels unlocked. I forget about if all the relics were complete, but you pretty much have like a 100% save. So yeah, again, I'm not sure if it's like an NTSC thing or if it's build specific. Still, it's pretty interesting regardless. It's always good to cover any kind of prototype build, even if it is just like there are no differences. Oh, okay, see, now that's interesting. I don't remember this. What is this? I remember seeing it. Well, I don't recall ever being able to get to this, because I think you needed to unlock something to access that. Yeah, I don't recall ever being in a save where I could access this. And knowing that the wombat thing doesn't look like it worked, this is pretty interesting. Ooh, it's a short ending, huh? And an extra gem. Wow. Like, I remember I wanted to get access to this second warp thing. Did I just mess it up? I think I just messed it up. Am I seriously stuck? There you go. I was going to say, what the hell. And, of course, if it ain't one thing, it's the other.
It had to be there! Of course it did!
Why did they give you a life for bloody picking up the mammoth? I never got that. But I mean, what's he doing? He's not threatening me. No, I didn't. Oh, there you go. There you go. I don't remember that happening. If you have Aku Aku, he kind of protects you. Yeah, I don't remember that. Again, I haven't played this in so long. I do not remember that.
So this is an interesting case of me coming back and redoing videos, because this has obviously taken shape already, versus the other ones I'm heavily considering.
Yeah, I find it interesting that the first level of the game is a snow level. Not complaining, it's cool to split it up and have something different. It's, most platforming games kind of start with a more daytime, inviting, welcoming kind of a level. Yeah, no, that's a nice change. So I guess in that regard, you could say Crash 4 still follows that traditional, welcoming kind of a level. Look at it! Regardless, it's different. Yeah, I can really see the difference with the FRV. I'm glad I'm playing this now, so I can really just appreciate every change. See, it's not moving! It's not moving with the tornado. And that's what I was pointing out before. And sorry, I think I was right, yeah, it just kind of stuck there and didn't move. That's a shame. I kind of like that it moved. It was more of a challenge. You have to kind of really just be ready for it when it would move. And it makes sense why it would move. It's creating the tornado, and it makes sense that the tornado would be moving it a little bit. Yeah, this definitely does seem a lot easier, both because they're not moving and the furs aren't attacking frequently as in the demo. So yeah, it really bumped up the difficulty spike in the demo, which I don't mind. Bamboozled, my favorite level. I love the music in this level. Yeah, that's actually kind of ironic. I love my two favorite music tracks in this game are when you're using this. What do you call this hamster wannabe kind of evolved. But yeah, it's ironic. The two favorite tracks are in those kind of stages. See, I don't remember this much green, or even blue when the bottom spin is. Again, I'm probably just tripping. It's been a while. I won't fuss too much about the crates this time around. So I don't
like even showing that a bit better.
I recall. I'm kind of I'm curious to see speedruns of this game, because it seems like it would be an interesting game to speedrun.
Sounds.
Yeah, it just, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like it would be quite a challenge too. Yeah, you're checkpoints. I was going to say, it seems a lot of distance to cover just in time too. There's upgrades that you want me to, take down to add to the crate counter, but obviously I couldn't reach the exclamation crate to do that, but oh well. So weird playing with really fast loading. I say that like I complained about the loading on the console, and honestly, I really didn't. It didn't even occur to me that the loading screens were long until I saw reviews of this game on YouTube. I would almost say the same about Earth 6, but I did know that the loading was both long and frequent. Definitely more frequent than this game. Because at least with this game, yeah, okay, the loading, can be long, but it isn't, again, as frequent as Earth 6 with, hey, please help me. Alright, now load. Help me. Load an addition. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's why I'm glad that I've come to this.
Again, showing a bit more.
If it is a review version or not. But yeah, see, like it didn't.
Because that was my biggest issue
before. You have to like walk a few feet before
with the final result.
The dragon's like, hey, give me a soul. That's cool. I really like that. How it's like, oops, you broke the thing that's supposed to be reached the higher up. It splits up even the music, from the main stage's music. But yeah, that wasn't present in the demo, so yeah, I guess this is supposed to be like the equivalent of like running away from a boulder. And yet somehow I'm more scared of a boulder than I am of a dragon. Something to do with the music. The music for boulders used to scare me when I was a kid, honestly. I mean, maybe that should come as no surprise, because if you listen to it, it really does have some kind of eerie kind of sounds in the soundtrack compared to this, which is it's more so catchy than something that's supposed to be, I don't know, something where you're running away from a freaking dragon. Again, it's still amazing music. I think it just, in terms of what's set for the tone, I think Crash 1 is better in that regard from, in terms of what you're running away from. Interesting. Yeah, it's cool to see these changes now, really going into the equivalent of the final. Yeah, I think I'll just do the first world and that'll be that. I probably would have done the rest of the stages in the demo had the code worked for the wombats to give me all those stages, but oh, this looks a little different, I think. Just a little bit in the lighting. I could be just dead wrong. Yeah, this looks fine where I am now, but when I was on the outside it looked a little different. In before, everything I'm noticing is just me tripping. I don't know. Sometimes. It's really coming back to me now, memories playing this game. I just wish I played more of this, because I didn't play enough of this, I reckon. I played a lot, but not enough. Perhaps that's why the critiques don't bother me in this game. I always seem to be too early in my spin, too used to the Crash 1 hitbox. So I think I played that more than I did Wrath of Cortex. And again with the music, it's just, it really did have some fire tracks. Hitbox, I don't trust this, I'm getting the checkpoint in case. Yeah. It's just, sometimes it's a bit deceiving, you know? You just go like, wait, what? Where am I?
I amplified the bass a lot so you can hear
So close.
a bit better.
Without a doubt, the physics are very inaccurate to the classics, but it doesn't feel like Sonic Generations or Sonic Forces trying to recreate classic Sonic. It doesn't feel like that at all. But at the same time, I can see why people might get that impression playing this comparing it to the classics, because it does feel different. It kind of feels like Crash Nitro Kart trying to emulate Crash Team Racing, because, and that might bother some people, but to me, because I like barely played Crash Team Racing and played more of Nitro Kart, I guess yeah, it just didn't bother me. If anything, Crash Nitro Kart is more what I'm used to playing. It's more natural to me. It might be a poor comparison because I mean this game it gets things right, it gets things wrong, but I think all around it does have everything that it needs to have. It's just the physics itself. There definitely are issues where I could and be like, well, there's no weight to his movement. There's a lot of things inaccurate with momentum, just in general platforming, especially compared to the classics. But it doesn't bother me. It is what it is, and it does stay faithful to the classics. It's not like they removed any main elements, where it's like you can't spin after jumping or something like that, or you can't damage enemies after jumping. Like they did with like 06 or something. But even then, it's funny how like when I went into 06 and that didn't bother me. Probably there because 06 being the first Sonic game I played was it was that. It was literally that. It was my first Sonic game, so but to me it was normal for Sonic not to be able to damage enemies. Oh god, I'm losing damage like crazy. What the heck? Yeah, so I guess in that regard it's it did bother me. I still feel that it wouldn't have bothered me even if I played.
Yeah, it's so much more faster paced because it was all
played Crash Bandicoot before coming into 06.
empty spaces like that.
I played, you would be able to jump into an enemy and defeat them. But I guess that just goes to show that Kid Me didn't go into a new franchise with any expectations, I guess you could say. Albeit it took me a while to warm up to the game because first I just wasn't interested in single player elements. It was multiplayer more so. Ooh, don't let it. Ooh, I suppose. No. I wonder if he hits you, and then you hit the rocks, if that makes it go yellow. Because I noticed that the particle, when he hits you, you kind of do have that same kind of yellowy orangey shine, as if he's hit the rock. So I wonder if he hits me and then I hit the rock. Yeah, if that happens, it makes it yellowy orange. Yeah, it's an interesting concept for a boss. Very, at least in my knowledge anyway, very original. I don't think any previous or future Crash games did anything similar to that, at least from what I've played and seen.
First time facing a Shinobi?
But yeah, okay, that is the first world of this review version of Crash Wrath of Cortex. So yeah, hopefully if you guys have played this more often than I have, hopefully you guys picked up some differences that I didn't, or can confirm if anything I did point out is in fact different. But yeah, it's good to try a review build, regardless if there are differences or not. Back when Crunch was super edgy. You know what, I really feel like Knuckles inspired Crunch and vice versa. Because obviously Knuckles was created first, right? Then I feel like Traveler's Tales saw that and were like, hey, we need something like that. We need a character that can really bring something to the table. And that's what they did for this. We have Crunch, who joins the team at the end of the game. But then it was like complete 180. They did the exact opposite. Sonic Team saw that they kind of made Crunch in later games a bit, he's not as edgy anymore. He's a bit silly. He's a bit gullible. Not as serious as he used to be. And I feel like, yeah, they kind of just saw that and were like, oh, alright, let's see if we can do that with Knuckles. Let's see if we can beef him up a bit.
Again, jumping on the trends
in
from Sonic Team.
Maybe that's just me, but I've always looked at that and thought, yeah, it does seem like to be a very interesting consistency with Knuckles and Crunch. There are similarities, how one kind of does something and the other responds with those characters. Just something I've noticed. I just can't help but draw
Again, Sonic Team jumping on trends.
Interesting. Little interesting. Gold Master, yeah, like, or prototype, then, like, okay, review build if you want, but prototype or Gold Master, whatever that means. I don't think I've ever heard that term before, so forgive me. So, let's see. Although having said that, I was just thinking there probably isn't going to be any differences, but taking that into consideration, there is, according to the Twinsanity preview build, it does seem like there is something going on there. But here we are, Crash, Nitro Kart, Gold Master. I don't know if there's going to be any big or noticeable differences. We're going to have all the tracks, we're going to have all the characters from the get-go. So yeah, so far everything seems to be pretty much the same as the final. Yeah, it's all is that here. It still takes a bit to load, even on emulator. One thing I was a bit bummed out about with this game is that I wish that you could actually switch and choose the Team Oxide and Team Trance, I think, or Team Trance. Am I getting that right? Yeah, because you've got these two lads, and they're basically, the leaders or team player of the their respective groups. Yeah, it would have been really nice to select them, because that way you really would have expanded the story. I doubt if we got that, we would have gotten any cutscene backstory kind of through that, but it would have been nice. I feel like it could have had a bit more time into it. Yeah, it is a great video. Just thinking having that capability of being able to at will switch not just campaigns from Bandicoots to Team Cortex, but also to be able to switch to Team Oxide and Team Trance. That would be nice, because it's one thing to play as them in the character select in a single player or multiplayer, but to play as them in story mode, that would be nice. Now, who knows though? Maybe some kind of a mod could maybe do it, because I have some character swaps, swapping the pulses, which that too should have been made into the final, I reckon. Ooh, okay, so this is a PAL disc, because I remember going into this on the NTSC version and freaking out like a madman, because I was like, wait, they totally ditched Oxide and just all around they just put like.
I'm gonna share that a bit better.
What the hell?
Excellent.
That just really took me by surprise. So it's a PAL version of the game, unless this is an NTSC version of a review build, and in this review build it has Oxide in the loading. Yeah, that's a tricky one, but if I were to guess, I'd say it was the PAL version. But alright, let's jump into Inferno Island.
Cool.
I doubt visually anything's changed, so far from what I've seen, it really does look like the equivalent of the final. But gameplay physics could be different. Let's see now. Because I remember when I played the demo, it was surprisingly different. I wasn't expecting it to be as heavy as it was, but no, so far it does seem like it's just a PAL copy of the final game. I guess it should totally come as no surprise. Never know, it could very well be more changes the more you play the game. Again, I don't want to spend too much time, I'll just do first world and we'll move on, but still, it's good to cover some form of Crash content on the channel, or even if it is preview build coverage. I do stream Crash games every now and then. I should probably do more video coverage. Which, you know what, even then, I did make a start. I tried to do some form of Crash.
See, it's kind of annoying, because I can't remember if I mentioned it, but I think I do in one of the 6 videos, but I did record a little after this video, this session of recording sessions. I actually did continue, and I did do one more build around this point, where I did one of the Twinsanity builds. Actually, what am I saying? I think it was a continuation of the one that I do cover in this video. Yeah, I believe that was it. So I remember going up to Boiler Room Doom, and I think even Dingodile. And I may actually still have that commentary recorded. Footage, on the other hand, I haven't seen that in years since I recorded it, so that's probably lost. But yeah, that was intended to be its own video. And I think I do mention that I was trying to turn that into something around when I did an 06 video, which, actually, speaking of which, I should probably cover that at some point and soon, because I didn't end up posting that video till much later, because it was recorded around June, July-ish 21. But it didn't end up going out until like a year or two later, when it became clear that I probably wasn't going to finish the Shadow and Silver portions of the video. So, yeah, because there may be a date inaccuracy, it would be nice to see if I can bring that up as a reminder, if I haven't already put it in its order. Yeah, there it is. So that was, yeah, that's what I thought, because that's 2022 when I talk about it, and this is 21, but despite that, it's out of order, so yeah. So what actually is that? That's the 10th of June, is that saying? That is the 10th of June, I believe. So yeah, we'll move that. Actually, yeah, we don't need to open it, because we'll just order it, so it's better. Because it'll be right before, before the channel and after the E3 anniversary, so right smack bang in the middle there, we'll do it. Justice, I believe. Right? Because 21, 21, 21, 21, and then eventually, yeah, okay, so I purchased it in 22, so about a year later when it became clear. Yeah, cool. So that just means that, yeah, we still go on with this when we get back after the review. And then that should automatically put the next one in place, or yeah, okay. Let's continue.
The form of Crash 4, using the Crash 1 sound font for the soundtrack that at that time wasn't available or wasn't released because the game hadn't been released yet. So yeah, it's a good way to get it out there. And I have been curious for a while what I could do.
Actually, is that still? Yeah, that's still
Good with the Crash 1 sound font. And I even said, like, look, if you guys want me to do more of these, the likes and the comments are really gonna sure that's please do it. We'll just play it off of that, and it happened. Okay, so one thing that bugged me about playing through story mode is I wish that you could disable the hints. That, or if you get through the entire game and then replay for either the same character or even a different character for that matter, it'd be nice to kind of just, have that option to disable it, to turn it off. Because, different character is kind of a different story since it's like a different mask, so fair enough, in which case, yeah, that would be nice. Actually, no, now thinking about it, that really does sadden me to what we could have gotten if we did get Team Oxide and Team Trance, because we would have gotten Velar hints with the Velar mask for those two teams.
This was
the same
cool.
exact same hints, but still,
This was
just
cool.
imagining Steve Bloom voicing the Velar mask and reading out those lines that are supposed to be said for the hints.
You will have to race in order to win the galaxy circuit to save your precious air. For your freedom to compete in the race, drive up to a warpath with a vortex on it. Finish the race.
Yeah,
in
this
first
is
place
pretty
to win
cool.
a trophy. Collect trophies to create additional vortexes to more tracks. Good luck, cause you're gonna suck. Drive fast, if you dare.
Yeah, that would be nice. And it's a shame that Nitro Fuel didn't really take Nitro Kart too seriously, because I am so incredibly grateful for what we have received. At the same time, I still just can't help but wonder what the game would have been like had they focused more on Nitro Kart, implementing as much as they could. Because, it really would have been great had we gotten not just the CTR remake, but also like a full-on Nitro Kart remake where they would redo all the pre-rendered cutscenes. Yeah, the potential was there, they could have done it. And I get they were trying to only remake the classics, and they only wanted to focus on the Crash games that really made it big. When they started to implement Nitro Kart elements, I was really starting to get curious just how much were they going to do. And it was bonus that we got the tracks, but that was a bit, I don't want to say bad, because I'm really grateful that we have it. But at the same time, I feel like because they put the tracks in, that just made the fans want more. Because I don't know about you guys, but it really it made me want a story mode for Nitro Kart, so that way we had both games in this remake. And it would be nice to have like another game that had more than one remake in the one, albeit only two compared to three. In that regard, it's interesting to think what Nitro Fuel could have been like if they went a step even further and implemented a remake for Team Racing. I understand that those tracks weren't exactly built for Nitro Kart and Team Racing physics, so yeah, I understand that regard. I guess it's always there for modders to do, to answer that. Because imagine that, like Nitro Kart or Team Racing having a mod implementing Tag Team Racing's tracks, or even Nitro Fuel, probably more so Nitro Fuel. That would be pretty interesting, right? Because I don't believe that anyone has covered any kind of mod like that, at least to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Is it going to protect let's see. Oh my god, it didn't protect her. That was supposed to protect her because we're teaming. Teammates aren't supposed to get hurt by your other teammates. Or what's the kid? What happened there? Maybe that's a review build difference. That, or it's maybe specific to objects that have a timer to it. I don't know. That's strange. I'm actually gonna try that again because I'm curious if it's like a one-off or if we have found out first difference. See, that's what I mean. What should have happened? She should have had
Yeah, more of a visual.
Okay, I'll try it. There we go. Okay, so that is working, so okay, maybe it was one then. It's a shame they did this anti-grav for Nitro Fuel. And again, it's like, I understand, they were focusing more so on the CTR's remake. It wasn't meant to be like a Nitro Kart remake as well. And that's what I mean, it's like, I am truly grateful that we have received at least a take on Nitro Kart's tracks, even if it is without the anti-grav. That is more than enough. But like I said, just by having the tracks, even if it is a little bit remixed to not have the anti-grav sections, to me anyway, it's like, that suggests that maybe we can get a story eventually. Yeah, that is, it's tricky. Yeah, just cutscenes don't look different than like a review version. Alright, good old Crow. I remember seeing the GBA version, I was very surprised to see they changed it. They had like the yellow cart instead. Yeah, they had like a green cart for the Entrance team, and they have a yellow and green for Oxide's team. I was a bit surprised to see that they used that for the boss. The reason I felt this way at first was because this was back before I had unlocked Velar at the end of the game. It was only after I unlocked him. I was like, okay, that makes more sense now why they did that. But given they did the Wheeler mask for the Entrance team, that just makes me wonder why they changed the card but kept the mask. I get why, but it's interesting that they changed the card when it's still supposed to be, you know, it's still part of Wheeler's team all around. All around Wheeler still is in charge. It's almost like watching with that mask. Which again is like this opportunity, you know, the potential was there. They could have had a kind of interesting backstory, even if it was small. There's something to kind of have a little behind the scenes of what went on in those two teams with the characters that were brainwashed. Because, you know, I didn't know for the longest time that Puro was part of the Bandicoot team. I was going to see if the boss speed was faster, but from what I could tell, I couldn't tell. And I'm not sure if that's just because I was power drifting, power sliding around all course the whole time, or if the bosses were, in this build, the equivalent of any normal card. I doubt it's the latter, though. Again, I think this really is just a review version of the game, or Gold Master as it's called. I'm gonna go back in, I'm not gonna do the whole thing, but I'm just curious to know. Okay, so let's yeah, okay, that's better. What about the upgrades? Yep. Got that too, cool. Yeah, that's a lot to see. Yeah, let me know if you guys found any differences, because like I haven't. Well, I guess that was that Kirker thing where I hit her with the TNT, but I was surprised that did damage. I thought for sure that Marky Marky Mouse would have saved her, but yeah, it seems like that could be in the final as well. It did protect her for other power-ups, and this also looks the same. See, even this, they included this as well in Nitro Fuel. I was really surprised to see just how much they did. Again, it really just gave me the impression that they, at one point, were heavily considering the story implementation, and that would be amazing. It really would be. I can't picture them actually going all the way, not only remaking the story, but also enhancing it and adding to it. Again, even if it's small, having a story for Team Oxide, Team Trance to explain how they got, where they were when Crash and Cortex got sucked into the daylight. Yeah, you know, just explain, you know, their take on it ultimately. Have some cutscenes behind the scenes where they're kind of just talking amongst themselves, or have a cutscene where they're talking with Wheeler and he's like, you know,
Will you accept my challenge? You are my pleasure. How embarrassing for you. Come now, on to the first world.
Again,
the
the
He
visuals.
did not review on this game. He did fucking Crash. He did the main character. He did Crash Bandicoot in this game. Anyway, that was the Nitro Kart Gold Master build. Again, I don't know if you saw any differences or anything that I didn't notice. And yeah, is that different? I'm not tripping. I don't know. I remember that being on my background, like could be tripping, and even on the ring screen. I hope I'm not tripping because this is when it's a different build. I look for the most.
I
thing
probably
that-
could have put a visual to that.
See, like even this, the one looks up. Okay, Twin Sanity. Let's deal with. Oh god, I completely forgot that they have like two logos for some reason. Like press start and then there's the logo again. It's like super low quality. I am actually gonna watch these cutscenes because I watched a video of this build and it did look like some of the cutscenes were unfinished and they just put it in anyway. It really just depends like how accessible this build was meant to be. Yeah, it depends on a lot of things really. Because yeah, if this was like a review build that was meant to be played by game journalists, then in that regard I wouldn't think that they would want to pump out a build that has those kinds of cutscenes in a less, not so much functional state, but in an unfinished state, you could say. The main deal is that it is a preview build, and there should be noticeable differences here compared to Nitro Kart. Oh my fucking god, I just noticed, you can actually see the title screen. You can see the freaking logo, I can't believe that. Wow, I mean it makes sense. It makes sense, but an unexpected change. But it makes sense. I don't remember that fade out. It's true! Longs do. I mean, it's true that, yeah, he does have an echo. Yeah, that is curious. So I wonder if this was meant to take place in a cave. Because there was that one level that was, it was scrapped very early on, and it was supposed to go in a cave. And I believe this was meant to happen later on. I think it was here, if I recall correctly, that you would go into a cave, like an underground passage. Okay. Oh god.
Again, more visuals than before.
The lads do have more fun.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, for sure. See, I reckon out of all the Crash Bandicoot games that they could have remade, this one probably deserved a remake more so than the classics. The games that probably needed a remake more so than the classics, including Nitro Fuel. I think, yeah.
Because when you really break it down, the remake genre is a very fucking safe one by any and all studios that take it on. Almost all the time, anything is remade, it's done regarding a game that was really, really well received. Because it ensures success, it ensures interest, to make sure that people are going to check it out. Whereas remaking a game that didn't do as well, you're basically restricting the audience already. So I can understand why it hasn't been done for anything. But it's good to see that at the least there's still a pretty big possibility that if any Crash game was going to get remade from here on out, Twin Sanity, there's a very a good chance that could get done because of the interest, the the fandom and even the literal developers helping out with providing context and resources and all that. That's really, really great stuff.
Sanity and Rapid Cortex both should have had a remake. I think also for Sanity, just because of the amount of content. Although I say that, but had they actually done that, they probably would have just remade what we ended up getting. Compared
that's
to
a factor
not
too.
just remaking it, but also enhancing
Do we
it.
get
Oh my god, there's different
only
concepts,
what we
yes.
got versus
Why
what
is
we
that?
should have got?
Not looking at us.
Cut and stuff.
Alright. Okay, so this is what this cutscene looks like compared to the actual E3 demo, where Cortex is just, surprised to see me crash, and then just kind of, yeets into the boss. Looks like that's still got fancy collision detection. Curious about the outro cutscene now. Did it fade out? It did fade out from memory. So I was gonna say, I don't recall doing the boss. Yeah, fades out. It's like the end of the demo as soon as it ends the cutscene, as soon as it's transitioning. But even then, I think from the look of the cutscene we got in the E3 demo, it seems like it was just going to go right then and there from Surprise to See Crash to Mecha Bandicoot, because he just immediately pulls out Mecha Bandicoot. Yeah, definitely interesting to think about. Oh, this is great. I actually, okay. Twin brother, Mecha Bandicoot. When I was a kid, I totally couldn't hear the line after that. I was changing. Of course I wasn't fool. Yeah, just, that's definitely something this game had known for it. It really did have a lot of chemistry. Yeah, it's just a real shame the amount of stuff that got scrapped while we finished for that matter. Such a badass boss. I remember seeing this for the first time, just thinking, seriously, what a badass. And, keep in mind, when I saw this was before I was introduced to Metal Sonic. Oh. That was a bit different. Oh, yeah, no, that is definitely different. Good old, with a rude potter blade and nod at the end. Interesting. Very, probably just unfinished. Just like, bro, did I just see that? The life thingy had an animation to it? I wish that we saw differences in the Nitro prototype. What? Hold on. I think it was around this time when I played this game that I was also playing Rise of the Underminer, when all the levels in that game were underground. Woo! You're a fucking acapella group! Yeah, that's not in the final. I don't know if it's an MTC thing.
Well, a power crystal.
This is the stuff. I like playing builds like these where it's a game that I'm familiar with and I'm very much aware of how it's supposed to look and play. Oh, fuck. I say that as I get fucking lightsabered to death. Hey, well. Also, I don't know if I'm confused, but did we get the thingy? No. We didn't get the thingy. It's supposed to, it was supposed to bloody show an icon. It was supposed to go up by 1 in the crystal thingy in the menu. I don't know if it does it again, I don't think it does, but yeah, at least on the first time, you meant to, it's supposed to show the crystal sprites to identify that you've, or make it clear that you have gotten a, oh, wow, nice button. Oh, this looks different. Whoa, hello. He kind of just waves it around instead of, well, what does he do in the final? I can't remember. That is definitely different.
Get back in my food. I've heard some days when you go crystal crazy.
See, I like this kind of shit where it's like there are some very big changes, big and noticeable changes. And this is what I mean. This is why I want to continue playing this game.
Don't go there. Trust me. I was right.
But this is like a
Again,
real,
it's all visual
real,
related.
that is, I don't know. This is like a real,
nitpick.
where it's like they are
With
still
the last
changing
version.
things from the course of these builds to the final. Yeah, this is the stuff that I'm gonna play. Not builds that might have minor differences in the code or stuff that are unseen. I'm very curious about this part. Here we go. Oh, see, this is what I mean. I was looking for the difference. I got a difference. Oh man, that is so much better in my opinion compared to not having anything. I remember the first time. I really do vividly remember. Okay, that's not gonna just fuck that up again. Yep. Fuck. But I vividly remember the first time I did this. I freaked out. I was just like, oh my god, is that supposed to happen? Did I glitch the game? I don't know why. I mean, probably because there was no cutscene like this. But I think it would have made it more clear that the cutscene if we're in the final. Because I did lose the first time I tried it out, because I was a bit confused as to why it happened, if I glitched it, or if it was meant to happen. Oh, yeah, that is definitely a better change, I reckon. Yeah, that would have made it more clear to all the players what's going on. Oh, ooh. So they had 2. Okay, here we go. From truth. Yes. Oh my god. Oh, the wireframe. Oh my god, this was actually in the middle. Wow. Wait, let's see. Is that 610? 2004? That is so cool though. That oh no, I think it's 5. Wait, 5. Okay, no, how the fuck did they get 624 out of that? It's like 520. Oh my god. We need to see. Oh no, oh my god, the changing dates. That just goes to show you how much time they had to put and take just to get one scene. Wow. I love seeing that. I love seeing shit like this. We need something like this for 6, man, so badly.
Yeah, it would be cool to get
really
some studio cutscenes like that.
Where it uses those trailer clips or something.
The
like
pre-rendered
something
behind the scenes.
Something like what we just saw, just
with the scenes itself, with motion, not just screenshots.
Yeah, there are so many differences.
Because the closest we got is Elise in Tropical Jungle.
I've gone from hardware to emulator. It's lighting up the place. But I'm very curious about this because I think from videos I've seen, this was very different in early builds or early footage. It does look a bit different with the shading or lighting. I think the animation is the same. Oh my god, Uka! That's what I'm talking about! That's exactly what I'm talking about! Uka, what the fuck is Uka doing that? Okay, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Those kind of changes where it's like, what the heck? Also, it totally just loaded me back into the cutscene compared to the final, where you have to walk up to him again. Because I do remember being stuck on this for a very long time, and it was always just chore to rewatch the cutscene, or for that to walk up to Cortex every time as well. But probably most of the cutscenes, again, because you can't skip it, which it's a shame. You know, this really is like the, oh my god, animation. Yeah, this really is like the Sonic 06 or the Crash Bandicoot franchise. You know, there really was so much cut content, ridiculous amount of cut content. You really should just go first part. Oh frick, what the frick? My freaking, yeah, there really is no way to stick this bummer. Yeah, I just noticed like who's there. Now I'm curious if they're gonna have, what was it the bed? I think there was something where the bed chases Crash. See, I have to do that again. That's why I would prefer having the exclamation crate for the Nitros over the Switch. The collision detection could be a bit weird sometimes. Because otherwise, if it were more functional, I think I wouldn't have had any issues. But gotta make that time. Of course. Here we go. Dude, what's up, dude? A bit out of sync. So far, I think it is the same. Aside from that little glitch with the hive kind of just spawning unless something happens here. Oh god. Alright. You really just went idle. Would have been caught me. Okay. Yeah, what an interesting game where it's a speed run. So I like this part where it's like you blow up a fucking tree and he kind of just doesn't. Look at that. Oh yeah, I just saw a fucking tree fall down. Yeah, no, everything's cool. Fuck, what? Oh right, I got caught when I was fucking drowning. Am I gonna get dead again? I'm gonna get dead again! I think that actually can happen in the final too, because I remember having some kind of result like this. I didn't fucking duck in time. What the hell? I keep fucking time this man. What the hell? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with you? That's the most fucking easy. Alright. What? I can't even game. Oh fuck, I didn't realize. Okay, there we go. Just don't fucking game over. So as he do, he lands on the fucking top. What? What if that wasn't in the final? So just fucking chill. Play the game and share. Shut up! Alright, so I think what we'll do is we'll go all the way up to, I was gonna say, Ice Cap. Ice Stone. Yeah, we'll go up to Ice Stone, but I do have to be very, very careful. Don't get evil. Yeah, so what's he do? Fucking get the game over, then
Just saw these guys.
I was gonna say, that times out. I wonder if it times out here. The thing that's really tricky about those guys is that they attack you and can deal damage even when you're in your recovery state from taking damage. So this part reminds me a lot of that green flower.
I forgot about that one.
That heavily reminds me of green flower. Yeah, interesting. It's alright. Apparently you can get that, so I didn't trigger the cutscene part, but apparently you can get that without using the, what are they called again? The something one, but it didn't trigger the thing. There we go. I just didn't hit the right collision knot. More specifically to the checkpoints that are, what the fuck? That are in where? I can't think right now, I'm fucking dead. I can't believe I fucking survived that, I really thought it was dead. Oh yes, and we have this beautiful scene.
Oh, Crash. And besides, what do you expect? This is the game.
Apparently there's a difference with the time, according to one of the notes. The only thing I can think of is that icon for the timer. I don't recall if that was in the final or not, but that's the only thing that comes to mind. Oh my god, I totally skipped that, and I didn't even intend to. Alright, let's trigger the cutscene. Just in case there's a difference, and there's a fucking difference, let's fucking go. Oh my god. I love seeing this shit. Again, it's like, stuff like this that just makes me so curious about for a Like, could you imagine if we saw the equivalent of this, an unfinished pre-rendered scene of the trailer clips? You know, that way, it might not be in a fully pre-rendered state, but we would be able to see all of the scenes as opposed to only seeing like 2 or 3 scenes from that version of the opening cutscene. So this is a pretty interesting pull. So I wish that there was a bit more enjoyment from this one, because it's still a challenge, but I feel like it could have been a bit more enjoyable. Yeah, I keep getting like way too close. See, this is what I mean. The boss does get more states, and that's great. Something that Persix definitely should have done. You know, where it's like the AI kind of updates, it's like the boss is learning what you're doing to try a different strategy compared to the Silva, for example, just not doing anything different. Oh my god, here we go. I'm actually really surprised that the first cutscene was finished, because of how much was unfinished with these. Okay, that's interesting. Yes! Come on! I've been recording for so long now that I really would be surprised if this doesn't. What the fuck? This doesn't even move the way this is going. Because I had some issues before. Surf also did, but it did start with the nitro cup later. Only once, mind you, but you know, once is enough. Tell me that there's still some shit going on. If there's one thing this game taught me, it was to always spin when you land from a full jump. If things don't below or only, you know, imagine doing that up, you hit the ground. Hey, that's a thought. Let's make that a patch, shall we? I'm sure it can be done. But anyway, with that, thank you guys so much for watching this long playthroughs. You know, I definitely enjoyed myself. I hope you guys did as well. It's a shame that there was no noticeable differences with the previous two builds, but again, please do let me know if you guys noticed something I did, or perhaps even something I did notice but I was a bit unsure about, stuff like that. But yeah, with that, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Until next time, have a good one. I'll see you all next time. Peace.
Yeah, my biggest critique for sure is the same as it was when I originally did it. That just being not enough showing with what I'm telling. Because it was just, and again, for that reason, it really was as if I set it up to be recorded as if I really was streaming it. Because it was. I set up the gear to record the audio, I set up the software so I was recording, and I just put them together and did some very minimal edits and called it a day. When, yeah, I would have preferred to show a bit more, which is why I came back to add a bit more visual to what I'm talking about, and I think it does improve it a lot by doing that, but yeah, maybe some volume control that could be tweaked, because otherwise, no, I'm pretty happy with that for the most part. But yeah, let's continue on. Onward.
This is really what it's come through. Are you guys ready for the most super duper nitpicky thing imaginable? Because I sure ain't. But yeah, for that reason, I'm just gonna keep this quick. I've never liked seeing objects just pop into existence, because some objects you can actually see objects spawning in, which looks a bit... So for this reason, I want to throw out this idea of having smoothness when objects spawn in. Basically a fade in and fade out. It's probably what they've done, I'm probably wasting my time. But I just want to check it out there, just in case an extra level of polish is implemented one day. The bound attack. Some states you are actually vulnerable to enemies and objects. It's a shame too, because it really isn't a good feeling when the pace dies, because you go to bound down either into an enemy...
Yeah,
or
luckily
into a
this
wall
did
somehow.
change.
Only to find out, unlike retail, here you have to reset the bound, because you're either taking damage, or you have an open brick wall.
Though I must say, I do think it looks a little janky that like the particle ends and you're basically just in your fall animation and you can still damage anything and everything. I feel like the particle should linger for the entire state. Sure, you know, kind of disperse a little bit, but still have some kind of glow to show that Sonic is still capable of damaging in that state instead of just showing the normal falling animation.
Also, whether the bound down speed value is the same as retail or not, just by looking at this, you can definitely tell that this is inaccurate. And I do miss the speed, so I really do hope to see this return. Demo 4. Now I understand this is mainly going to focus on Shadow's campaign, so seeing Sonic's bosses is probably unlikely, but if anything, I do feel like we could see this screen implemented. Whether or not hard and very hard is implemented, I really don't mind. I mean more so to keep track of your best time, your best range, your best score, all that, especially now that we do have all the main stages implemented. That's the Hedgehog. Now, I really don't mind if this one gets done. However, I have always been curious, since Silver was implemented to Gear 6, what this original Silver the Hedgehog character design would look if it were implemented to something like this. What if, like Super Sonic, and this is eventually when Sonic's campaign is implemented, we have, like the gems, unlockables for you to find throughout all the stages, and all this would be is just the concept art of the game, which you could view in the extras menu. But by collecting all of this, it would reward you.
See, this is what I'm talking about. There is so much that could be riddled throughout the stages, but
the option to switch between Silver the Hedgehog's design and Venice the Hedgehog's design. Though I'm sure if this were done, people would be asking about Shadow. Again, this is a what if, and I don't know if this gets done, so moving on.
Rumble control.
Now, I don't know if Chaos is actually aware of this, but in Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2, there actually was Rumble for something like interacting with dash panels, jump panels, springs, or even doing stuff like a spin attack, a bound attack, or even taking damage from enemies, likewise giving damage to enemies. Now, I have to remind myself that trying to do something like this to Unity could be a completely different process. It might not even be something that Chaos knows how to implement for that matter. But I've always admired and respected games that had the Rumble option. Again, it's a minor detail, but if this can be looked into, that would mean a lot. It's one of those stupid minor details that's so small and insignificant, but at the same time, it's one of those small elements that people take notice of.
He sh-
You know, small
he
details
says as he
here,
shows a
detail
clip of
there.
the
Before
fucking
you know it,
controller
the whole game
falling
is one
down.
beautiful, polished masterpiece. And please remember, everything that I point out or pitch is stuff that I don't expect to change immediately. This is still a very slow process, and for that reason, I'm totally down if a lot of things that I mention, if not most things I mention, aren't implemented for the next couple of demos or so.
Hitboxes.
As I briefly mentioned in Dusty Desert, because the hitboxes of some objects aren't accurate to retail, I'm questioning if by leaving this, if this will potentially mess up other object layouts for future stages. Because yeah, fortunately, these first 2 dash panels for the loop were moved, so if you light dash into these rings, you will run right into these dash panels. Great! But as mentioned, because the hitbox isn't the same as retail, you can quite easily miss the next 2 dash panels on the same loop. So yeah, what's to say that this won't happen for future stages? So unless it's cool to move the dash panels for every stage that it might mess up, I do recommend making the hitbox bigger. And it's not just dash panels to be clear. So far from what I've noticed, common switches, Kingdom Valley Grindwind, and rings aren't accurate to the retail scaling. Even gems, which I feel should change in the future. Hell, even the characters that you're playing as. Sonic with Elise, for example, the shield does need to be a bit bigger. I can literally fall onto or jump up into an enemy with the shield on, but I still take damage. So yeah, hoping something does change for this in the future.
Rotation interpolation.
You know, at the moment, it not being present makes it very noticeable for Snowball Sonic, mainly because retail Snowball Sonic does actually use rotation interpolation, or rotation physics as I like to call it. Even normal Sonic in retail, his grind state does actually use some rotation. If I'm getting really picky, even other states use this. So for PO6 not to use this for states where retail does use it, it just makes it even more noticeable that there's nothing there. And if it's not clear already, this is the reason why the camera looks so janky for Snowball gameplay. But even for normal Sonic's other states, like running on the ground, I feel like you can make the game look so much more polished if it were present for more, if not all states. And to be fair, it is present for some states, because it's not like it doesn't exist in PO6, it definitely is there for some states. But like the demo for normal Sonic and like retail for Snowball Sonic, it needs to be there for all states. So please consider this. Also, side note, retail rotation physics does actually affect the hitbox too, so that'd be sick if you could replicate it. I know it seems useless, but it does cause gameplay changes in the Xbox Live Arcade demo and the E3 demo when Sonic's running around slopes and hills.
Max speed Sonic.
I already spoke about how the physics, in my opinion, just don't work for Max Speed Sonic, and how, in my opinion, I do believe that should change. So I don't really need to talk about that. But let's talk about the jump physics. I can promise you right now that the jump physics from retail to PO6 are not the same. I don't think this was intentional, but regardless, in my honest opinion, something really does need to change for this. I'm open to change, but honestly, this is way too easy to die, at least for this section where it relies on your jumping and landing to proceed. I said it before, but it really does force me to go slower, or jump around these obstacles, which really is an awkward way of playing, I'm sorry. Even from doing something as basic as just tapping the jump button, it's still inaccurate. But let's say it's a clutch moment. You're just about to run down and die, but you just input a jump. Even if you just make it, again, because it's sloped terrain, PO6 physics kick in and, well, later logic. You're so close to that S rank, now you have to redo everything. To be completely honest, I'm actually really surprised that this is still a problem. I really thought that from the course of Demo 1 to 2. Hell, version 1 to version 5! I thought for sure it would have changed. But we still have this issue. Yeah, sure, I'm able to get through the section of Supersonic, but if I'm not the only one who's having trouble with this, this needs to change. The point I'm trying to make here is that the physics can be cut, yes, but it does not help one bit when the jump physics assists the slope physics to make you launch, and either bye-bye Supersonic or bye-bye S-Rank. Before we move on, I do actually want to talk about the light dash radius. You know, it's one thing for it to be supposedly using the same value as retail, but it's another one the value is the same, but it's not actually the same in gameplay. Look at what I can do in retail if I spam the light dash, and look what I tried to do if I spam the light dash in PO6. Before the demo went out, I actually did say that something should change for this. This isn't a big problem, mind you. However,
I think that's
there are
still. I think that is still apparent. I don't think that's changed from memory.
people like myself
Really
that
sucks.
do use the light dash a lot to navigate through Max Speed Sonic sections. So in an ironic way, you could almost say that this comes back down to the hitbox radius. To get these extremely nitpicky things off my chest. Not a fan of bounding, not a fan of slowing to an idle stop, not a fan of losing all my rings,
Seriously, just change it to -10.
not a fan that you miss the rings during light dash, and not a fan that Max Speed Sonic's unused homing dash isn't used. Like, I'll quite happily take that over the bound, or even the break. But anyway, on a positive note, I do like the speed change after light dashing. I don't know.
Because, I mean, look, I obviously did run out of time at this point, because I was just like, nah, it's already long enough. Save it for a next review or something. Because I just couldn't really elaborate a bit more on why. So it probably could have been cut or added to side notes, because seriously, it just feels like saying I'm not a fan of this and this for the sake of just including it, as if that's even going to remotely warrant a change going forward. So yeah, for sure, it could have been cut.
I just get E3 vibes. Yeah, nice.
Action gauge meter.
The gauge is only meant to recharge when you're on the ground for over half a second. Also, there's something I've been very hesitant to point out, that being the inaccurate maturity meter. Like the action gauge meter itself, it would have affected the gems equally, not individually. And if somehow this seems a bit too overpowered, I invite the maturity meter to build up a lot more slower, and the action gauge meter to go down a lot faster. Even the gauge itself, while the Xbox Live Arcade demo doesn't do this, the retail gauge would recharge, as explained in the manual. And PO6 does this. But I really just do not understand why the consistency is not present. Sonic with Elise, Silver, and Sonic share the same recharge speed. Tier 6 Sonic, on the other hand, compared to Sonic with Elise and Silver, is a lot slower. And again, if the concern is that the gauge is going to be recharging too fast to the point that it's going to seem OP, then again, I invite the action gauge meter to go down a lot more. Also, since this is partially related, I love that the Sky and Blue Gem can now do damage on the third level. It's just a shame the Blue Gem isn't using that demo speed, because I'm more than open to see a more noticeable speed change the more the levels go up. The only pricky thing is I just have no idea how it would be done if it were to be implemented. Like actually, would level 1 be retail speed, level 2 would be a mix of retail and demo, and level 3 would be the demo speed? Like, I guess doing it.
And it's funny too, because that actually was like like to a T, that's exactly the values. I show the retail Blue Gem as level 1, I showed the demo as level 3, and I actually did calculate it and make sure that it was like perfectly smack bang in the middle for level 2 if it were to be a merge of the two.
One thing, but more importantly, how would it affect the other stages? Because, not gonna lie, in other stages, this Blue Gem is just flat out overpowered. I guess you could say it's up to the player whether they decide to Blue Gem or not. I don't know, maybe I'm writing it off too soon. At the least, it is good for shortcuts, how you can strategize when and where you decide to try to take a shortcut. Potential level downgrade?
The trick system.
I love the way it currently is. If anything, I'd love to see more. I feel like the poles, vines, and even grinding, you could score some points interacting with these obstacles. Poles, for example, assuming you jump off, the higher the trick count will be, of course including the better message it gives you. Likewise, the longer you leave it, the lower the score and trick loader will be. Same could apply to vines. Grinding, on the other hand, I'll have to explain more in detail what I had in mind for this. But before I do, I wanted to point out the original trick system for 06 that was used for both the Xbox Live Arcade demo, the TGS06 demo, and many review builds. I feel like if anything, this at the least could make an appearance in Tier 6. With this unused trick system, every light dash would have given you a higher trick loader and almost a double score value, because every ring is light dashable in the demo. But unfortunately, because the score literally doubles, unfortunately it is a little too easy to get the S rank in demo, so I propose adding trick loader updates. But for score doubling, maybe instead of to get the S rank in demos.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that edit. Because if you look very carefully where it says total score and bonus, that actually was very carefully cropped into the footage with the hopes and intention that maybe, just maybe, that could be implemented in the next release, because I couldn't find a section where I could point that out, so I thought I'll visually show it and maybe I could point that out in DMs or something.
So, every ring is light dashable in the demo, but unfortunately because the score literally doubles, unfortunately it is a little too easy to get the S rank in demo,
There.
so I propose adding trick loader updates. But for score doubling, maybe instead of doubling, it just adds what it normally would to the score, so that way it is going up, but nowhere near enough to get the S rank easily. And to be clear, there is a bit of a timed minigame with these trick loaders. As long as you can make the score go higher before the loader disappears, it will continue to multiply. But as soon as it goes off screen, it's pretty much going to reset back to its default value. Also, to be clear, the message is meant to update each time you do any kind of trick, from multiple enemy defeats, rainbow rings, so on. And light dash trick loaders and score can also store to the enemy defeats, likewise interacting with rainbow rings. But yeah, it'll just add to it. To be honest, I actually really want this one to appear one day. Now, for the grind tricks. Not really sure how to approach this one, but I'll do my best to explain it. But it's ultimately to add a balance system to grinding, just like in this game. And like I mentioned with the demo trick system, if you implement that to Rails, it adds more reason to get score from doing tricks. Because the player will have to balance while trying to trick, and if they succeed, they're ultimately rewarded with score, while speeding up to TGS05 speeds. And even if the demo trick system isn't implemented, if this is, we're still getting something that was scrapped implemented, that being the TGS05 grinding, while still keeping the E3 to retail grind speeds. This way you can make use of both the TGS05 speeds, the retail speeds, and maybe even the scrapped grind particles. In all honesty, I don't feel like this sound effect would play during these speeds, but more so these speeds. However, there should be a risk. The faster you go and get to TGS05 speed, or the longer you're on the same rail for, the more difficult it will be to balance. This time around, I do actually see the score doubling working here. Not just that, but there aren't many stages you're grinding on for too long. At least not long enough to get this
Xenia
kind of
footage is on
going.
those.
The inevitable speed anyway. Not to mention the difficulty of balancing and tricking while trying not to fail, which could lead to falling off. But that's assuming that the penalty will be falling off. Honestly, I am cool either way, if the penalty is
And that actually,
to falling off.
that is a reference, and I guess you could say a bit of an Easter egg to the OK with the question mark. It's actually right next to all the trick messages, so it actually is very possible that that could have been an intended message that was supposed to show up when you fail mid tricks, whether it's light dashing or whatever. If you mess up, it's entirely possible that you were supposed to have a message saying OK with a question mark, and that was supposed to be in reference to that, so it wasn't. I don't know if I'd ever actually consider pointing that out as a potential thing to get implemented, but the idea in question is interesting, to say at the least.
But that's assuming that the penalty will be falling off. Honestly, I am cool either way, if the penalty is either falling off, or it just prevents you from doing
So I think it also kind of goes back to other games that I've seen, like that aggressive inline game, where I know that, yeah, in that you can get like a bit of a trick system going on, and if you mess up, it does give you a bit of a you failed kind of message, or knocks it off. So and like other games that kind of do something like that, it's entirely possible that 06 was trying to do something among those lines for that if you messed up mid combo storing for tricks.
Doing a trick for what is it, a half second, full second in the original? Like the demo trick system, this is something I would absolutely love to appeal, so any consideration would be appreciated.
Side notes.
A button homing smash, homing lock on, homing after bounding, Sonic Unleashed jump panel, and releasing grabbed enemies.
Animations.
And again,
The default grinding animation
just
is
didn't
actually
have time
using
to
TTS
finish
grind
those
animation, or if I'm
details
stupid,
out.
then that's actually a custom animation. Either way, it just looks out of place when it tries to transition to the trick animation. It just doesn't have that sameness that the OG animations have. While I'm on topic to animation smoothing, like, do I even need to say anything at this point? Maybe this is why the grind transition just looks so out of place. Come on, I really hope I'm not the only one here who just thinks this looks a little unpolished. Because honestly, retail has transition animations, so why can't this? Like take the anti-grab for example. In one of the very, very first demos of Pier 6, the anti-grab has a really smooth looking animation transition, whereas nowadays Pier 6 demos, I think even Sonic Next has transition animations, so if that is true, again, what's stopping Pier 6 from doing this? Especially when previous builds did this. It's amazing how things like a collision, the animation smoothing, the ring explosions, and other unused animations were used in previous builds, but sadly nowadays, they're not used anymore. Quite interestingly, we
enough.
have reached a point.
Yeah, very true. Because I mean, I did prefer the ring explosions in that one demo that shows it in the footage, but yeah, it's just never been the same since then. Yeah, it's just the collision
Animations were used in previous builds, but sadly nowadays they're not used anymore. Quite
and the animation smoothing is a really big one. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's a big one. It's I guess it is minor to most people, but it just, yeah, to this day, it's still doing that, and it must be embedded in like the real heart and the root of the code, because especially because it was essentially built off and modded off of Sonic Next. So yeah, hopefully we do see that again, but again, because it's a root code that's so connected to Sonic Next, I don't know if we will see it again.
Interestingly, we have reached a point now where people have instructed me to point out to Chaos that he should consider adding an animation customization.
All because people want to be able to play the original animations from retail, including the broken ones.
To think, people actually want to step back down to the animation setup where things like the flips are unused, the chain jumps only the ball is used, or the light dash animation. Do you imagine Mark Speed Sonic's result animation not having a loop animation anymore? It's got a cold chill, man. To a freaky degree, I can see why people would want the original animations over the custom animations, because nothing against the custom animations, it's just we want to view the animations how they were released. Like with respect, I'm not a fan of the pole launching animation, specifically the final burst does, and this being a custom animation, if we had the option to switch between the custom animations and the retail animation sets, again, doing stuff like this would cater to everyone. We have to put ourselves in the fans' shoes, because while I really do not mind if this gets done or not, I think back to how I want the UI customization to eventually look, and really, this isn't that different. My ideal UI customization would be to have the E3 sprites, TGS or 6 sprites, no sprites completely HUDless, and retail sprites, with some exceptions. And animation customization would pretty much behave the same way, having the selection between the E3 setup of animations, the TGS R5 and review build animation setup, the original or default Pure 6 animation setup, and of course the infamous retail animation.
So I can understand why that might get disagreed with, having the idea of like, putting ourselves in the fans' shoes and all that. For me, it's more of a case of like when you are remaking a game to why I feel it becomes necessary. If you're doing your own thing, your own original work, totally different story. Totally different story. But it's, when you're covering someone else's work, remaking it, it's just, that's where I feel like, well, if there's a cutting room floor and certain things are getting picked up, but other things are getting neglected, when it's serving as a remake, it just feels like, well, you're not really doing a service. At least put it in and give us that option to have the ability to use it when and if we want to use it, because by not doing that, it really just kind of feels like, well, no, this is how it is. This is my vision for it, and that's just how it is. And again, if you're doing your own original thing, different story completely. But that's fundamentally not the case for Project 06 being a literal 06 remake.
Setup. However,
It's in the title.
we're talking about full character animation setups compared to sprites, so this is probably not happening anytime soon. And that's assuming that Chaos would say yes to doing this. Again, it is his project. You know, I actually can picture some kind of an option
Certainly
being
is
implemented in the
included
future
there.
for animations. Of course, for things like grind switching, this animation is completely custom. There's nothing in the retail files unused. So for a stage like this, it would either have to stay or transition in the same way Sonic Next does it. And since there's nothing in the retail files unused, it's pretty clear that it would be handled the same way Sonic Next does it. But again, that's if he says yes to doing something like this. I don't know, maybe it's pointless to talk about stuff that hasn't been implemented, that we don't even know if it will be implemented. But as a helper of Pier 6, I do feel like it is important to talk about these things. Does that look out of place, or is it just me? Oh, that's why. Yeah, it still looks out of place to me. Minor detail, and fun fact, but the homing recovery animation was actually meant to transition to the whole animation. Interestingly, Sonic Next has gone ahead and actually implemented this already. Pier 6 on the other hand, not so much. I don't know, I always got the impression that the homing recovery animations looked like they were about to transition to a different looping animation, but never did. So whether there are custom animations that it transitions to, or it does actually transition to the full animation, I really don't mind. But I do feel like some kind of an animation could be in place there. And if it's not clear, everyone that has a homing attack would have used the same formula of transitioning from a recovery animation to the full animation. And well, in retail some do. So at this point, who knows? Only time will tell. And while this is slightly on topic to animation, I do feel like for a future release, the hint rings could have that kind of animation that the E3 demos hint rings have. I realize it's more of a blur than an animation, but what the heck. Also, I don't know what happened to the attempts to recreate the ring shader from the tech demo, but I hope this isn't abandoned. Like I swear, after the perfection that is the E3 Kingdom Valley lighting recreation, I am more than convinced that Chaos can achieve this. While I'm on topic
And we
to
got
demos,
it.
am I the only one that prefers the ring explosions from the earlier demos? I don't know, they were more faithful to the original demos, and they weren't too difficult to get the rings back. Now, I barely get 5 back. As I previously pointed out, this does come back down to the hitbox, I realize. But anyway, finally on topic to animations. Don't know what it is about the Mark Speed chain jump animation, specifically in Kingdom Valley, but the first 2 chain jumps, comparing it to the E3 demo, it's not perfectly synced, but it's close enough. However, for the last 2 chain jumps, if you compare it side by side, I'm afraid that E3 Sonic's chain jump transitions into the ball right as Pier 6 Sonic goes into the full animation.
So I kind of feel like I credited Jonathan for this one because, yeah, he made one of the later channel intros, and he pointed out this and even compared it. So I wish I pointed that out in commentary. Because he also helped with the animation, customization, and visuals. So yeah, again, it would have been nice to put that.
Now, I'm perfectly
Yeah.
down with it changing duration depending on the length and how long you're going to be in a chain jump for, especially since the final build would have done this. But I did compare the chain jumps from retail to E3 to Pier 6, where the animation would change to the next animation would have been the same length. Another minor detail, but hey, what else is new?
Bonus round.
Then we get that entire section, which is essentially just a visual comparison, which is cool visually, but it's also to show the speeds of the dash panels and stuff, which is like, okay. And I do show off a glitch there. Because otherwise, that's pretty much all there is to it. It takes up a nifty amount of time.
Wow. Conclusion. Wow, we made it. If somehow you're here from the start, honestly, I applaud you. Thank you for listening to everything I had to say. So I guess my overall thoughts in regards to Demo 3 is that all around, it is an amazing demo. I said it before, but I really am grateful to be a part of Pier 6 and its journey. I'm looking forward to seeing what's in store for Shadow for Demo 4. Now, realistically, can we even call this a demo anymore? The E3 demo consisted of 2 stages,
Yeah, not
and 2
really a
characters, 3
demonstration.
areas that included 2 sections of Sonic. The TGS06 demo consisted of 1 stage and 3 characters, all 3 hedgehogs. And like the E3 demo, it has 3 areas, with that Mark Speed section making an appearance. Even the tech demo and the Xbox Live Arcade demo, it's still the first section of 2 demos that were available at conventions. But really, all we got was almost the entirety of Kingdom Valley, Sonic Shadow Silver, a taste of Crisis City, but overall, a 1-stage demonstration. At the time of this video, even Sonic Next still sticks to this same formula. From the get-go, Pier 6 consisted of 2 stages. The characters, Sonic, Tails, and Silver. Now, we have all 10 stages, and over a quarter of all the characters in 06. Sonic, Mark Speed Sonic, Sonic with Elise, Snowball Sonic, Snowboard Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Silver, almost Shadow. Like, actually, I don't even think we can call this a demonstration anymore, but rather something like Pier 6 Build 3, or Pier 6 Whip 3. But yeah, anyway, I really, really enjoyed Demo 3. I enjoyed 1 too, so I knew going into this I would enjoy it equally as much, if not more, and I got more than more. Seriously though, despite the negatives and nitpicks I have, we have to remember that this is still a huge work in progress, as it says as you boot the game up. And that's another reason why I really do feel the need to address all of this, because most of this stuff really wouldn't be pointed out. But again, as someone who's a helper and knows a thing or two about 06, again, it's the little details that really just show the care, time, effort, dedication, patience, polish, all of this, but overall the love put into the project. I said it before, but if you're here from the start, honestly, thank you, it means a lot to me. Even if you were just interested in what I had to say about Demo 3, I appreciate your time. So whether you love Pier 6, or wasn't a fan of some of the decisions made, likewise the decisions I would have made, I hope you guys can at least come to respect my point of view on Pier 6. As a fan, and as someone who's had birthday cakes at this game, seeing a lot of ideas
Emphasis
that I've had
on
for Seven,
cakes.
seeing a lot of this come to fruition in the form of Pier 6 is truly breathtaking. I wasn't kidding when I said I got emotional playing Tropical Jungle, even if it's not in the form of a day-night cycle. I've wanted Weather in 06 since 2007. And the fact that I actually didn't ask for this, but got something from my classic Volcano wish list, really did take me by surprise. I don't know, maybe that's another reason why I kept that up with the nitpicks. And it's for that reason that I have to remind myself that this is still in his vision, and this is why I want there to be more customizations, so that way it can be anyone's vision. It can be the player's vision of how they want to play 06. Because in my opinion, it really is on that pathway to becoming the best Sonic fan game out there, or at the least something close to it. With that all said, thank you guys for taking the time to watch this video. This definitely is a new record for longest video for me. Still not at that Clement length yet, but we're getting there. I realized Demo 1 was way overdue, but honestly, so much happened to really prevent me from getting it out on time. And then before I knew it, Demo 2 was already out. Even now, this video was meant to be done and uploaded by the time Demo 3 actually released. I've been recording commentary for Demo 3's review for months now. In any case, I apologize for the wait. It's up now, and I'm glad to have talked about the trilogy of demos of Project 06. So with that, thanks again guys, have a good one, stay safe, and I'll see you all next time. Peace out.
Yeah. And now last. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. There's some things for sure I definitely could have cut, but editing-wise, I think, you know, results speak for itself. Put it through Final Cut Pro, and I spent a lot of time on it, a lot of time on it. And it did get to a point where it just felt like people were starting to get rightfully impatient with the absence, because it was like, yeah, we're pretty much done, and it was like, yeah, but like, is it though? Because I remember I was getting comments like, is it uploading? Is it actually? It's like, yeah, towards the end of it especially, it just got really annoying, because it was like, I kept on improving it, both in commentary and editing, and then I ran into problems rendering it and getting it uploaded, so that was frustrating, but got there eventually. And it's amazing, because even though it felt like an eternity to get the video done, it still doesn't compare to the state of the Shadow release, how that was essentially done in 2021, and here we are, 5 years fucking later, this September coming up, and, you know, still got a ways to go. Oof. Which isn't entirely true, because it really isn't. I think what I'm going to do is, once I finish with all the Shadow talk, I will stitch it together with the stream review that I did of the Silver release, and obviously, yeah, I'll just edit out everything that's not needed there, all the breaks, all the pauses and spaces, and anything unwanted or unneeded. And that will essentially serve as its own review of the Silver release. And I think I'll do something similar when the next release drops, and I'll just stitch that all together into one video. So it will absolutely go out, but it will be very much like this video, how it's a trilogy of releases being reviewed. So because of which I will still show what was done with the Shadow release review, because there's actually a lot of really cool edits that I'm pretty happy about, even if it hasn't seen the full, proper, public light of day. But yeah, it's a special occasion, so I will show the state of things. But yeah, still want to keep to what I said with doing a portion of the reviews, then move on with the next video, so we kind of break it up and we don't get overwhelmed with the stuff. But yeah, I will, like I said, I'll essentially edit the crap out of this and make sure that all the commentary and all the takes I make here are put to use in the Silver release sections review. And there is a lot of stuff for sure that I want to add to the existing video, aside from the silver portion and eventually last episode portion. Because yeah, for sure, there is some stuff that I feel needs to be addressed that I've been patiently holding off on recording commentary for. So yeah, I will eventually get to that when I do. But yeah. Let's continue.
So already you've got different lighting, different shading, even on the hinterings. If you look at the bottom left, there's an eagle in the reflection of the water. Different particle and animation for the item box. If you look very carefully, you can actually see the floating wind particle there at the start, bit of the E3 1-up capsule. It's a shame that we never actually got to see the cave interaction in this demo, because that just has me more curious if there is any differences there. There's some crazy particle action going on there. It's got the same demo physics interacting with those brick walls. And definitely a positive that retail fixed. We get a good close-up of the X-Sting as missile model. I really do hope we can get that. Only chance of us getting it at this point is actually getting the E3 demo. So you kind of get a bit of a visual on the cave as it fades out. It's not a lot, but at least it confirms that there is boulders there, just like in the final. You can see the capsules to the left there, uses the same Underworld placement. And there's a bit of a glimpse of the E3 1-up. Just up ahead you can actually see that it reuses the crate position from the Xbox Live Arcade placement. And I'm still a bit unclear about that crate, the flash crate, if that plays... I believe it plays the retail sound, being the Iron Crate sound, but given the Xbox Live Arcade demo, I could be dead wrong. One of the very few clips that to this day we still haven't received a version of without that stupid IGN watermark. There really isn't a whole lot to learn from these clips.
Even the next
section.
one.
I mean, of course there is more noticeable elements from...
Yeah, even the next one. We don't have good quality on.
Perhaps more importantly,
this one. It's
okay.
okay.
Someone pointed out that there is...
But it could be better, a lot better.
Given despite 100 rings, which is a very interesting point I noticed. I'm still not overly sure about how different Mark Speed's control is. I'm actually going to react to this because it's that fast. I mentioned in the explanation video that he runs faster than the light dash speed, but yeah, I'm starting to have doubts about that. It does look different, but it could be something as minor as just he runs faster and that's it. Or for that matter, it just could be he runs as fast as light dash speed. Ever since Wave version was loaded into the Xbox Live Arcade demo, we've been able to confirm that I was actually wrong about the slower and faster speeds after a change jump ends. I thought you had to hold down the analog to start off fast, and if you didn't hold down the analog, you would run real slow. When it was actually the opposite. If you hold down the analog, you would actually run really slow, and if you didn't hold down the analog, you'd run normal speed. I'm just glad that I was right about the analog making the difference in speed, even if I was only half right. We have a camera when he lands, which is pretty cool. It is a shame that that was removed from the final. What's even more saddening is how that camera and the camera after the final change up was even in review builds of the game, but again, was removed in the final. So if it's not clear, the camera here is pretty different.
Surprised I don't mention the missing geometry
to match
terrain.
This camera. I mean, even then, this doesn't use the camera from the final. I believe this is the equivalent of the camera from Radical Train plus the E3 FRV that I remade. It's a more easy path to take for those jump panels because there's 4 there, not 3. Definitely demo replacement. And even then, the 3, there's a chance of missing it and going between them. Whereas this feels a bit more like it was built for normal, which again, for demo purposes, makes sense. Whereas the one we got in retail was more built for hard or very hard. The jump panel speed is pretty much as fast as the chain jump speed. So I believe the lighting here is also different, but I mean, you know, after restoring the gradients for Silver's HUD, and using that with the E3 HUD, okay, albeit a recreation of the E3 HUD, it still looks very different, so I understand capture card quality back then could make the color look very different. There you go, there's a fire particle there at the top left, it's a bit different. It is in the final, but it's not used very often. I don't believe it's even used in Silver's Crisis City. I know it's used in Sonic's first section. Interesting how the way that enemy dies, it's a bit slower. There's the good old hintering with the animated glow shader. I really hope we can restore that. I don't know how we would even go about doing that, but I'm positive that that's the same model in the final, but just a little bit modified. I think I'm hanging out for that more than anything at this point, because I believe that we can accurately recreate it. It's just enabling a certain shader or an animated texture. So if you look very carefully here, he grabs it, ungrabs it by landing on it, and then throws it even though it's unselected. Something that Boss Silver can actually do in the final, but Player Silver can't actually do, which I thought was a very interesting detail. I wish we got to see more of this semi-indoor area. Still find it interesting that the E3 placement was actually left in the files, albeit a slightly modified version. You can get a bit of slowdown, which I forget if that happens in the final at that point. Get a bit more of a good visual on that extensor. And if you look at it carefully, you can actually see the 3 rails above, which I believe cannot be seen on the PS3 version of the demo. Another good way to tell the difference between which console it's being played on. If you look very carefully, you can see a bit of that ring collision from the Xbox Live Arcade demo. It still surprises me that something so unpolished is present in this demo of all things, especially when the patch that restores the demo ring explosion doesn't have the ring collision. You know, they don't do it very often, but they do fade clips into other clips, which I really wish they wouldn't do. I mean, obviously they don't get to the point, but it would be nice if we ever got these clips, but, you know, unedited, no fades, the full recording session, or whatever. But let's be real, more chance of actually doing E3 demo than the full clips. So for a while I've wondered if the Tornado is different. I believe the Tornado is the same as the final, but it's interesting because it does look identical to the retail Tornado, but when I ported the Tornado to the demo, it did actually look pretty different. It does seem in general enemies are a bit unfinished. I'd be very curious to see the curve differences. Times like these where I can't help but wonder, like, why did they really not want to show Silver interact with the gold ring and show the mission completed? Yeah. The fact that they released these clips of the E3 demo officially tells me that they either were that confident that their final game would look and play similar to the E3 demo, that they could get away with showing E3 demo clips and pass it as the final, that or they knew that it was not going to be anything like this, but still wanted to hype people anyway, and what better way than to do it with the E3 demo of the game. Perhaps, in that regard, that's the only reason I can think of to why they would fade it out as the gold ring comes into view, because otherwise, why else? Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. We can learn a lot from these clips already, just from, you know, a few seconds here and there. And, I mean, this is pointed out, I think more than once, that it is a 360 build, but let's say it wasn't. There are actually some ways to tell the differences apart from the 360 and PS3 version. One example might be the animated textures, or the moving skybox and moving waterfall on the 360 side is actually frozen on the PS3 side. I have not actually seen that eagle in the reflection of the water on the PS3 side, so that may be a difference. And I'm starting to think that the speed up after slowdown could be console specific. But I'm gonna have to look more into that one. It's a shame we didn't really see much of anything.
I'm gonna have to post, or better yet, make an updated take on the compilation, because there's a lot more clips that I've found from 2021 or whenever I posted the original.
Outside of gameplay with this kind of quality being on screen captured. Because, I mean, really, imagining seeing the title screen, or even the pause menu for that matter, it's a shame, but, you know, gotta be grateful for what we have received. We could have had a lot worse. You know, we could have very easily not ever seen these clips, and all we had to see was what we got at E3. I do feel like the demo will eventually be dumped, but that could happen anytime from the next year to the next 10 years, maybe even longer. Let's just start sooner rather than later. I kind of wish they kept some of the replacements from the Xbox Live Arcade demo.
I don't know what happened here. It's almost like I just made a separate video where I started reacting to certain comments.
It was a bit risky, especially with the bound being on the same input. But let's say, for example, if this were in Gear 6, I feel like it would have been a lot more of a rewarding experience going for it. And even in the original, I didn't mind it too much. I don't recall bounding to my doom. And as for the circular rings in Crisis City, yeah, it's minor, but at the same time it adds to the stage, so yeah, absolutely. You got it. It's always good to see.
Yeah, it's like it just took on a completely different identity.
In fact, that's the entire
at this
purpose
point.
of E3, to try to make the real deal using what we have received. I was actually kind of hoping to release Project E3 right about this time. Unfortunately, there's still a lot to do, and I'm still in two minds if I want to move it to retail or keep trying to get it done on the demo side. I think I am leaning more in the direction of moving it to retail, but it really depends on how much we can recreate on the retail side of things. If we can recreate, for example, the ring collision on the retail side, conversely, if we can enable the stumble over on the Xbox Live Arcade demo and disable the weak collision, maybe I'll keep it there. Who knows, maybe I'll release both. You know, I only just noticed this just yesterday. I noticed that there was actually a crate that I needed to adjust. Something as basic as just swapping an explosive crate for a wooden crate. And really, that pretty much
So many
sums up
haven't
the
done
replacement pretty well.
For their
At least for the
recreations.
first section in the Valley, because they do swap a lot of things around. You'll have enemies in the final that are, placement-wise, they're in the E3 demo, but they might be a different enemy. An Egg Stinger may be an Egg Gunner in the E3 demo, and vice versa. And with that said, I did actually have a lot of fun swapping things around to get Project E3 in its current state. But oh my, the light dash, that was a chore. Thankfully, I didn't have to do too many. I only made the rings that were light dashable from the Xbox Live Arcade demo light dashable for Project E3. So yeah, at this current point in time, you can't light dash on every single trail, which I do feel is more faithful to the real deal. I mean, it's not like you see the light dash in action for any other Trails of Rings, or rather any Trails of Rings that could be light dashed in both the demo and the final. I honestly geeked out once I realized that that was an eagle at the bottom left, mainly because really dissecting all the footage, not once do we ever actually see it outside of the reflection. And I mean, really let that sink in, because we received more than one clip of the player turning around during the wind path, and every time we haven't seen it. I had to reconfirm it just to make sure that I wasn't trying to find something new out of the footage that I've seen hundreds of times. And yeah, no, that definitely is an eagle. I did come across a clip where you can very clearly hear the flapping. Quiet, but clear. Initially I was thinking, hey, maybe this was that one supposed eagle I thought I saw behind the first row of enemies, but I very much doubt that, because the draw distance is too far away to load the eagle, and even then, the distance the eagle would have to travel to get there, it just doesn't add up. The only way I could see it working is if the player loaded in the eagle with the draw distance by going on the path, accidentally dies, and upon respawning, the eagle is still loaded in, and basically flies all the way up to pretty much where I pointed it out in the explanation video. That is possibility 1. I would like to think that possibility 2 is not just more realistic, but I do hope that it actually is the case. And that is if you lock onto the eagle, kind of flies around, and this would lead to the path that we see in the trailer clips, which has been very cleverly recreated by KSX. And I'm glad that I encouraged him to implement that, but now knowing about this second eagle, I mean, I already pointed out the possibility of there being another eagle, but I wasn't expecting it to be on the other side. This kind of complicates things, and the chances of seeing it in Tier 6. If this were done before, I encourage Chaos to implement the trailer eagle, but it's the fact that he would have to go in, put the current eagle back to normal, flying in a circular pattern, implement another eagle, and then tell it, hey, Sonic grabs on, fly all the way up to that one part in trailer, and then take your path. It's just a lot of spline modifying and just a lot of work all around, so I certainly am leaning more in the direction that it is the latter over the former. The former, like I said, the draw distance is a bit too great to get to where the player is, even if they did die and respawn. And I don't feel that it's too far-fetched. If you could grab onto the eagle, it would fly up, pretty much leading to the direction we see the eagle in the trailer. Because if you think about it too, we don't really see where the eagle was flying around before Sonic grabs on. He's already grabbed on in the clip. So I really think that this is a possibility. It's a shame we didn't get to see the spin kick in these clips, because I think that is quite a prominent difference, and something, according to Desco, this is something that can't be restored in the Xbox Live Arcade demo, or likewise the retail build. So I think this was modified early on. I'm sure we could remake it, but I mean that's exactly what it would be. It would be a remake, rather a restoration, because it's not like we would be enabling code that is there but unused. Because right now it is the most noticeable aspect of Project E3 that is heavily inaccurate to the E3 builds. Admittedly, it really doesn't look all too fun, because I mean really imagine a spin kick that slows down regardless if you're holding down on the analog or not. Every footage that I've seen where the player spin kicks when moving, they always slow down, so I am positive that it is coded to automatically slow down. So yeah, really try to imagine that over what we got in the final. So I mentioned this in the patches of 2020 video, and that is for the
It's like I really did extend at this point. I was supposed to wrap it up much
you would see a
sooner.
noticeable change when you would do another homing attack, because this time it would actually play the first homing recovery animation rather than the next, which was a little bit inaccurate to what the patch achieved. This concludes the E3 Clips reaction. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.
Yeah, and it's like I didn't know how to wrap it up, so it just kind of again took on yet another abrupt ending. So for sure could have been improved, so yeah, a little bit little ugly. And then we get that, which is like equivalent of what we're doing now. Although that's not right, is it? That's 10 years, not 15. You get. How did that happen? Alright, let's bring up. Yeah, I weren't bothered doing that because it's not really. As I feared there, it totally skipped over the freaking thingy. And of course I did the wrong one, like a dummy. Try again. Try again. And you can go back.
Hello, but you.
Backaroo. And want. is this? Where did I put you? I think it was this one. Okay. Okay. But will you work? Wow. Yeah, still being difficult. Come on. Fuck off. Why is it so annoying? Zoom! It's like just flat out, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I think I'll just have to make do. But I don't want her. Because that's not, yeah, that literally does, there you go. It's like I really have to do so much more than I need to. Yeah, I really do. That's insane. Rather insanely annoying. How about now? There you go. That's better. Okay. Let's what? What are we doing? Yeah, I guess we're going on with it.
Hey guys, we're kind of about here. So here we are. Project 06's episode Shadow release, or Demo 4 if you will. And wow, there's a lot to go over. Probably more so than the last review, which given the content is to be expected, but there are changes even to Sonic's campaign which I definitely will be going over. If you want, feel free to skip to this timestamp if you want Shadow talk, but with that, let's jump right in to Project 06's episode Shadow release. Right off the bat, before even the title screen boots up, we get our first Blur Studio pre-rendered opening cutscene in Project 06. Somewhat unexpected, but a lot will change. If anything, I'm surprised that this didn't replace the trailer if you leave it idle on the title screen, especially since if you do this in the final build, it does actually play the opening cutscene Sonic story. Hope we got to see how the Shadow's opening cutscene, but even the subtitles are 6 had on by default. I'll go more into what I might eventually see here when I cover the menu. The title screen pretty much is the same. Thankfully, if you really want to go back to the classic 06 look, we do now have the option to select the original retail title screen, which also disables a video playing in the main menu, which again brings it back to that classic retail look, be it for variety or for the hardcore 06 fans. If you've already seen my Gear 6 review from last year, almost everything I pointed out regarding the title screen still stands, still hoping for new game, continue. In fact, if I'm pushing it, I'd even have to quit the title screen over the main menu, but I am very glad this is present regardless. I don't know what it is, it just seems that with more text it just looks a bit more complete. In my opinion, press that button over press that is definitely an improvement, so yet again I'm quite grateful for this minor change. Before I talk about the main menu, there's something about the text animation, it looks different. Yeah, from memory, Retails has a distortion, which oddly enough is in Project 06, but it only occurs when you actually trigger it to get in, compared to when you aren't pressing it and it just kind of glows. Not sure if this was a mistake, but just in case it wasn't, it doesn't hurt pointing it out. Moving on to the main menu. Not a whole
So I
lot.
think I will need to have yet again like a disclaimer or something kind of like what I did with the patches video, because I think it is really important to set up as soon as possible that, like, for one thing, I am not just an 06 fan, I am a helper of Pure 6, and I'm also very clued in to a lot of the programming that went on behind the scenes for 06, and because of which it is going to get very specific, it is going to get very minute with the details, and I will drive home a lot of points regarding minor details, stuff that otherwise could be considered, if not nitpicks, just literally just minor criticisms, if at all, stuff that would be cut out of normal kind of reviews, so it's not your typical review of whatever I'm talking about, because I think that really will help a lot, because it's easy to not know that if anybody who's an outsider is checking it out for the first time. So
Change and extras for the game room, TGS Sonic, camera type, homing reticle, spin effect, gem shoes type, upgrade models, E3 and X block music, and test stage are all the same, with of course the exception of the spin effect implementing the adventure spin dash sound. and the test stage having minimal issues. However, Jump Dash type now has the selection to switch to Legacy, which pays tribute to Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog's Jump Dash. Interesting, Legacy has momentum while the other two not so much. I mean, both tried to have momentum in its own crafty, value-specific way. You could say that these two not having momentum is more accurate to the original if you take away the set speed value after a Jump Dash ends, but because the original did have a set speed value, like...
So I'm noticing, frustratingly, and I don't really want to zoom in because it was a fucking real pain to do it before, but I am noticing across multiple consecutive renders and renderings over the same footage, I am beginning to notice that the text is starting to lose its quality. It's starting to produce this almost orange-like outline for where the white is, and that has only happened by multiple renderings over the same footage. Because keep in mind, I was working with potatoes back in the day, and because of which I could not work in peace on Final Cut Pro video editing. It was not responding every second, and it was just absolute hell. So I just came to the decision of, you know what, I'm just gonna work literally like 5 minutes at a time. That's the most I can dish out. As soon as I get beyond that to 10 minutes into it, it just starts to really progressively get slower and slower and more laggy and not responsive and all that. So that's basically what the first hour of the review amounted to. Me just doing 5 minutes to 10 tops, rendering and flattening all of that video editing down into a single layer, putting that video into the timeline, progressing a little bit further into the video, 5-10 minutes tops, rendering that and putting that back into the timeline, and the result is what we are starting to see with the quality loss and color loss with the text. And I'm sure if it's affecting the text, it's absolutely also affecting the footage too. So I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, if there's anything I can do, because yeah, that ain't really good.
Here to the original, if you take away the set speed value after a Jump Dash ends, but because the original did have set speed value.
I also would like to point out that this is not the latest version of the video. This is just the one I published privately when the Pier 6 chapters basically were reached. So in other words, the latest Pier 6 release that went out, being the Silver update, is when this went out, I believe. So anytime there was a release from the Shadow release to the Shadow release update to the Silver release to the Silver release update, I had actually posted updates on the review. And again, I believe this was that chapter of when where I was in the video editing, because it has since been updated. I believe I went in and fixed up this issue of it not being fully full screen. It's minor, but that's me. I like to make sure I'm presenting stuff in a more presentable manner, and I believe I did fix that and this up as well. I'm pretty sure I stitched that so it wasn't, because I realized that I was working in a really crap way with these comparisons, so I fixed it up. And I'm sure that there are those out there that would be like, well, hey, I don't mind there being a bit of a line or whatever, but I'm just, yeah, I like to work the way I like to work, and for me that was just bugging me. More so because it was actually chopping off the left and right sides to the clips, so I wanted to fix that up, and that's exactly what I did. So I know that there are changes here that haven't been uploaded in this version, so yeah, do bear that in mind, that even though a lot of this is flattened video, I have actually made changes even to the state of it.
It's more accurate to the original.
That was
taking
seeing
away the set speed value after a Jump Dash ends, but because the original did have set speed value, like I said, the original kind of did try to have momentum in its own flawed way, and because of which, I'm not really sure how I feel about these two Jump Dash types. I would prefer having a straight Jump Dash, but the thing is, I get more speed out of the curved Jump Dash compared to the straight, and because, like I said, the original tried to have momentum, meanwhile Pier 6 tries not to emulate the original, it has this kind of weird effect where it does emulate it without having momentum, but still doesn't quite feel like the original. Not yet, at least. I think the reason I prefer the curved jump dash is because it does have a good speed when you exit it if you quickly do jump dashes into the ground, which so far, comparing it to the straight jump dash, in my opinion, feels more accurate, even more of a straight jump dash, since most of the time you're not going into the ground. It doesn't seem to have the same speed value you would have when you exit the jump dash and then to the air state. But anyway, back onto the new selections we've got in the game room. We now have a new option for the attack reticles, and this is basically the Shadow and Omega's lock-on. TGS Sonic, like I said, is the same, but I am a little surprised about that, mainly given Project TGS. This beautiful project was achieved in less than a week, and in it, Chaos accurately recreated Sonic's souls, Sonic's jump dash particle, and even the dash panels and springs. Now I know, having TGS Sonic selected did not just affect the animations, but all these other specifics that I just mentioned could be considered a bit too much. But I genuinely believe that at the least, the jump dash particle and the souls are necessary to apply to TGS Sonic if selected. What these two specifics have in common is they all affect Sonic, so I definitely would love to see this get an upgrade in a future release. But even for the Project TGS springs and dash panels, we do already have some elements from the tech demo present here. The reinforced wooden crates are in Pier 6, the rings have visually been tweaked a lot to mimic that of the tech demo's rings. We've got a camera selection to switch to the TGS camera. Heck, if you want to talk terrain, we have literally got the bridge. And if these common objects from Project TGS
Boy, has that aged badly.
Or had their own
I might have to cut that.
You instantly think it'd really give us the best of both worlds. The difficult part has been achieved. It already has been recreated in flawless state, I might swear. So all it really needs to be done is implementing it here and adding it to either TGS Sonic or giving its own selection. In the UI customization, we now have enemy health, which I was a bit surprised to see. I really wasn't expecting it. Like, yes, I did point it out, but I thought for sure that there was more chance of the trick messages having a selection to hide them to be more faithful to the E3 demo than the enemy health being removed. Which means all we really need now, at least in terms of gameplay, is the trick loader messages to have a selection to disable them. Doing so would really complete the E3 UI. We also now have the option to view who's involved with PR6 in the credits. It was a bit unfortunate. Some wouldn't know who was involved outside of Chaos due to not playing full demo to view the credits that way. At least now more people are going to see who exactly was involved. There certainly was the occasional "who are you" comment. So yeah, recognition now. I do appreciate it. We now have the audio room implemented, which I was thinking of maybe talking about in either the last review or this review if it wanted to be implemented. But here we are. And it makes sense. We've got all the main stages, so yeah, it makes sense that we have all the main music. I'm actually really hoping in the future we get to see the Dreams of an Absolution remix implemented. Actually, you know what, now thinking about it,
Remember that was super long originally, so it's good that that's been trimmed down. Especially with this.
So, I'm not really sure if it could be considered necessary, but, you know, at the same time, it is remixes by the vocalist, and admittedly, some of the remixes are actually pretty badass sounding, and, you know, there is actually one that I even prefer over the original. So yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'd love to hear some audio reversal from these. I'm actually a bit surprised that we didn't get access to the theater room. But even with that said, even if we didn't get access to the...
I think this does have some volume control issues,
I thought
for
we
sure.
probably could have gotten access to the video file cutscenes, or in other words, the pre-rendered...
And it's been something that's only grown worse over time. So I will need to turn it up a bit
At least put the audio room
eventually.
If you guys don't know already, the audio room was actually planned to be a lot bigger. It was planned to have...
Because that's the thing too, the fact that this is, like I said, it's a flattened layer of video essentially where I can't go in and turn the music down. I have kind of backed myself into a bit of a corner in that respect. Luckily, through voice isolation tools, I should be able to go in there and tweak the volume a little bit, so hopefully that will
music from previous games.
improve it going
But right
forward.
now, it definitely doesn't need to be implemented. It definitely can be considered unnecessary, especially if it isn't going to be like generations where you can use these tracks while you're playing stage. But if Chaos, for whatever reason, does want to tackle this one day, I think more so this could be done for a future release rather anytime soon. So like, we're talking releases where the hub worlds are a thing. Since it was at the store, where you would be able to purchase all the different games and music, which for now, in concept, is a good substitute for purchasing gems. And who knows, maybe even the main abilities of Chaos want to go full adventure. Taking a look back at the game room, in regards to the UI customization, pretty much everything I said from the previous review still stands here as well. Still hoping for more customizations. Like, these three could be considered the same build, just to how consistent the HUD is, even if there are inconsistencies within review builds, TGS06 builds, and the Xbox Live Arcade demo build. Stuff that, again, I feel can be adjusted with the UI customization because of how similar they all are to what we already have in our build. Stuff that, again, I feel can be adjusted with the UI customization because of how similar they all...
Ooh, that sounds like that was... Okay, I might have cut something out of there. Yeah, I think I was saving a reveal of something.
To what we already have in PR6. Since we got a copy of the E3 demo's loading screen to work with the Xbox Live Arcade demo, Chaos went ahead and recreated the little details that were missing. And yeah, gotta say it was a lot more complete now. Not gonna lie, I am a bit disappointed that we are forced to have a red Sonic Life icon for the E3 HUD. Like, let's look back at Silver in the E3 demo. Do we see a silver Sonic Life icon? Oh wow, look at that, we don't. I even made a poll about this just to get some outside thoughts and opinions for A, what people would prefer, and if anybody would open the suggestion of having both, having it as an option. Look at that, you guys actually wanted an option as much as I do. To me, this is the exact same issue I had with the demo 1 and 2 E3 life icons for everyone that wasn't Sonic. Because not only is it inconsistent and inaccurate to how the E3 demo would have used this icon for everyone, but yet again, we don't even have the choice to switch between the Sonic icon and everyone else, or in our case, different colored Sonic icons. And I was just done praising how good the last release was to be more faithful to the E3 demo's life icons. I really wouldn't
Yeah,
give a
Chaos
stuff if
kinda
the
has a
Sonic
habit of doing
icons,
that.
the character renders,
I
or
swear he
the
does it on
icons,
purpose.
as long as we have the choice of being more faithful to how the original covered this. But again, we're being forced to use stuff that is inaccurate. Because with this logic, the silver release will use a silver Sonic Life icon, rather than what we actually see in the E3 demo. I would even say the same about the main display if we were forced to have the E3 HUD and not have an option to switch to the retail HUD. And that was the case with some super early versions of Pier 6. But we have that option now, so why can't we have the option here? Heck, I could almost say the same about the mission completed. It could potentially get its own option to be disabled in the same way the in-game cutscenes have the option to disable them. Note that it's font specific depending on if you're on retail or E3, but definitely not faithful to retail. And even more, this could even apply to the trick messages. Because while I do prefer the mission completed text and the TGS06 gradient over no gradient, likewise the gradient we received in retail, or not having a
Yeah,
gradient,
the piss filter.
also like retail. I could definitely see a lot of people out there going, hey, the results screen doesn't immediately pop up after getting the gold ring anymore, instead showed this message that it was supposed to. Or hey, the retail HUD is inaccurate, the gradient's not the same as that boring yellow looking gradient. And because we do have this gradient instead, it opens the possibility of eventually getting the TGS06, the Xbox Live Arcade, and the review build differences. Because again, all three builds that I mentioned do have a similar enough setup to consider adding this to Pier 6's UI customization.
Yeah, I'm glad I
I'm confident
titled
because
it as
it's
variation.
It's just as
It's
always
not-
non-minor specific. The Shadow
it's
Maid's
not
gradient
accurate
and Arcade
otherwise.
being different because, fun fact, if you guys didn't know, Shadow and Silver were meant to have their own custom gradients. And if you look carefully at the E3 demo's HUD, Silver's gradient is different to Sonic's. And of course, like everything, this is in the retail build, unused. From what I've seen, I'm pretty satisfied with how it's covered Silver's gradient. It does look like the E3 demo. For Shadow's gradient, this gradient went through quite an evolution, albeit it only went through 3 changes, but it was the process of getting to the current and final gradient that really intrigues me. My initial reaction from the very first gradient for Shadow was very mixed, mainly because I get that back then, since we didn't have access to viewing Shadow's gradient in the original game in, well, gameplay, and instead recreating this transparent gradient could only be done by viewing it with a black background. Yeah, I could understand why it wasn't considered at this point. But then we get this second look of Shadow's gradient. Definitely a lot better, but I definitely still had my critiques on it. And it was at this point when we got the patch to view Shadow's gradient in gameplay in the original. And what was Chaos's reaction to this? So at this point, I kind of lost hope of there being any chance of it being faithful to the real deal. And I genuinely don't know what happened, but here we are. The third gradient is pretty much identical to the real deal. I really don't know what to say. I am super grateful that this has been done, but I really have no idea what made Chaos change his mind, but I'll take it. And I really don't have any
And that
protection
often
or
is something
as
that
faithful as
happens.
the-
It's so weird.
While I'm glad that
So
there was a
weird.
balance between yellow and red for Shadow's gameplay, the meter I'm a bit on the fence with because, again, it's a good way to balance the yellows and the reds, and I definitely prefer having red particle action for gameplay and a yellow meter rather yellow particles and a red meter. But that's just me. And compare it to Silver's meter, yes, Silver's does look different to how everyone's looks in the final. So based on that, yeah, it does seem like the gradients and the gauge meter were going to be dependent on the character or campaign that you're playing. I guess my only main critique right now, aside from not having an option to go back to being faithful to the final and disabling Shadow and eventually Silver's gradient, is simply the fact that, again, to be more faithful to how the E3 demo would have made the HUD look, with the main display having a different gradient, really look at the E3 HUD with all the footage that we have received, look at the pause, and look at the results. This all comes back down to having options to switch between being more faithful to the E3 demo or switching to this, instead of being forced to have it.
I'll probably need to add some subtitles because it's, yeah, auto-generated ones aren't even picking up on it, and I don't think anybody else would be able to, so.
Like at this rate, we could get the main menu to the E3 loading screen, so look like a Sonic 1 ROM hack by having character gradients. This is just getting ridiculous. And make no mistake, I'm open to ideas like this, but again, as long as we've got the option to go back to being more faithful, official remake or unofficial remake, we should respect what the original did. And I definitely feel that elements should still stay using the blue elements, like the text in my opinion should stay blue, especially since the rank text was unedited. Even the arrows in both the retail and E3 polls, you know, to really give it that Sonic feel, because at the end of the day, this game still is called Sonic the Hedgehog. And before I move on, while I'm talking about the E3 polls, compare it to the E3 footage, it would be neat if in the future we could potentially get the 1P to 4P polls text, depending on what player your controller is set to. Heck, I'm surprised to not see the Xbox Live Arcade loading screen selectable. Sure, a quick Photoshop edit would be necessary for the updated input maps, but even outside the UI customization, it especially could be used as you enter the demo to take on Kingdom Valley. Just a real bummer we don't have the PS3 TGS06 loading screen to really be specific to which inputs you might have selected. But in conclusion to this really can all just be wrapped up as adding all of this that I've pointed out as options to the UI customization. Surprisingly enough, there actually are people out there that don't actually want the mission completed text. Again, stuff like this. Having a visual to the UI customization showing the mission completed text so you can switch between either Pier6's retail font, the E3 font, and an option to be more faithful to retail by having the mission completed text. We cater to everyone. Now, let's talk about game settings and options. I pretty much said everything I needed to about BG Video. However, Crisis City, Flame Core, Tropical Jungle, and Human Valley now have a new title screen video in respect to both stages having new sections for this release, or visual changes to existing sections.
Or recreation to an original demo.
It makes sense, I am glad we have received these.
Oh, that went through a lot of freaking what's it called? Retakes, because yeah, luckily you can't hear it too much with the mic quality, but yeah, every single time I add on to what I'm saying is basically a retake.
As I am glad that you have received these, I definitely prefer this Crisis City title screen over the last one, but that's just me. Aside from that, invert camera, in-game dialogue, hint rings, voiceover language, character sway, camera leaning, and jiggle burns are all the same. However, we now have invert glider, which surprisingly, I didn't realize how much I wanted this. We also got in-game cutscenes, which I don't know if people complain, but I really wasn't expecting this. I mean, maybe speedrunners for the sake of just wanting to jump into the action.
You see? It's like, again, he totally put that in. So what's the excuse? Bring back the freaking shortcut to the cave. Make use of the cave again. Make the freaking cave great again.
But man, I respect that. I respect that a lot. To put that much effort into more than one in-game cutscene, and then to add an option so people don't need to view it. Yeah, seriously, respect right there. Going back to what's changed, finally button icons. Been hanging out for this one for a while. I don't know, I guess since I played the 360 version or the PS3 version, and since PlayStation was the first console I went into before the Xbox, I don't mind every once in a while switching to them. And I also just point out that Chaos manually, and specifically, recreated the element of the PS3 menu, having the background gradient flipped upside down to be more faithful to how the PS3 menu looks. This is something I actually remember noticing on my first, I don't want to say playthrough, because I didn't actually play the game fully, but the first time I launched it, this would be in 2011, 10 years ago. And I remember too, I was like, hey, that doesn't look right. That looks different. That's different. I know that's different. I've played enough of the 360 version to know that is different. That is different. And for the longest time, I didn't think anyone else would notice something so minor. And if they did, if anything, would have assumed it was just their output or even the capture card making it look different. I never, ever would have imagined that if Gear 6 was going to have PS3 optional settings to switch between 360 to PS3, would the gradient be recreated. Here we are, being able to swap between 360 to PS3 gradient. Makes me wonder if he's going to make the health bars be upside down in the same way the PS3's health bars are upside down compared to the 360 ones. Whether this was intentional on the PS3 version or not is, well, it's equivocal if anything. Regardless, I'm very, very satisfied with what he's done here, which would be amazing when I do feel like I'm playing the PS3 version of the menu. As I briefly pointed out, because button icons are now a thing, and you know what, if I'm getting really picky here, because Chaos recreated the E3 Demo's title screen video, perhaps sometime in the future we can get access to the E3 Demo's title screen sprites, depending on the main display that you've set in the UI customization, which should technically include the game's logo as well, because if you look very carefully, the E3 Demo's logo actually uses the logo we received from not just the trailers, but the official soundtrack and the sites. Compare it to the one we got in retail, it is in fact different. This could not only affect the title screen to look more closer to E3, but even the unofficially seen Xbox Live Arcade loading screen with the E3 style using the retail font. In other words, if you had the loading screen set to E3, meanwhile the main display is set to retail, instead of having the E3 font for the stage logo with the bigger, more bolder objective text, you'd instead have what would have been used for the Xbox Live Arcade loading screen. The best part is, the Xbox Live Arcade files the E3 stage logo and the retail font has all the stages logos, including End of the World. I mentioned this previously, but depending on what you're using for button icons, it could potentially be what we actually got in the Xbox Live Arcade demo, or the TGS6 loading screen for PS3, albeit the latter would be a recreation. But then the E3 loading screen is also a recreation, and I'm fine with that. Heck, speaking of fonts, this can even affect the subtitles eventually. You ever notice that in some of the trailers, the subtitles look kind of bigger? Not to mention the same font that's used for a lot of E3 text. I low-key do wonder what the E3 font subtitles that were in place were. Soliana. That are the key to this secret. Ah, the Chaos Emerald. I finally found it. Make no mistake, I get that it's more than likely just a translation issue. Something that was very obviously apparent in the E3 demo, so much so that they even got inputs wrong to the opposite console. But my point to this is, because at one point we were meant to have this style of subtitles, and we not only didn't get it in the final, but we also haven't seen this style with an accurate script to what we got in the final, I mean, damn, it's almost like if Darren has to put it back in. And at the time of this video, this currently is the only way of getting it to work, and faithfully. So seeing all these alongside the recreated E3 title screen video, and potentially its logo and sprites that it came with, from both the Copyright Sega Corporation 2006 to the Cairo font press start, and who knows, given Chaos has shown an interest in doing this, maybe in the future we could even see the E3 Demo's menu. I'm not really sure how that would look with a setup that would include shatter, especially trying to
yeah, that's totally been done.
Don't really have from the retail main menu.
God
Likewise,
damn.
what we would have received with the new game and continued text that would have appeared in the retail title screen. Yeah, that definitely is a lot
But
to go
recreating the E3 demo
E3 menu. But that's
over merging
Going
it.
back to options, we now have data settings, which is pretty cool, I've got to admit.
Merging
Keeping
it
track of
with
your
the
total
file.
playtime, likewise your last save, but perhaps more importantly, having the capability of being able to reset your game data. Now this kind of goes back to why I wanted the new game selection to appear in the title screen. It could be really useful for speedrunners that want to reset their game save, instead of having to close out of the game, carefully locate a specific file and delete it, compared to being able to do it safely and in the game. I think when we get to the story mode elements, there'll be more reason to have a new game selection in the title screen then, compared to now. Because in the meantime, we've got this, and I'm perfectly fine with that. The only thing I'll comment on is the total playtime. If possible, I think it'd be really cool if we could have a separate time for the in-game time, basically keeping track of your time when you're in gameplay, compared to this time just keeping track of, well, everything. A nitpick of mine that I've had with the main menu for a while now is how it doesn't include the Xbox Live Live or Network selection. Now, I understand, because it's on PC, why would there be a selection titled Xbox Live? Or better yet, why would you even implement something that wouldn't be selected for God knows how long? For one thing, we have PS3 and 360 selections for the inputs, to the point that even the hints still say press the A button to do a homing attack, or press the X button to do a homing attack, depending on which console you've selected the inputs for. And in terms of implementing something that won't be selected for a while, I look at the multiplayer and just go, well, how about that? Why is that even implemented if that's, again, not going to be selected for God knows how long? And aside from being more faithful to how the original was intended to look, I feel like now that we do have the option for PlayStation and Xbox icons, there's even more reason for switching button icons to affect Xbox Live to Network and vice versa. Again, like multiplayer, even if it's not selectable, it would just complete the menu that much more. And the main reason I was hesitant to point this out in the previous review was the simple fact that we didn't have PS3 icons previously. But now that we do, again, we can really see how this menu was supposed to look on both the PS3 and 360 side of things have implemented. You can probably see why I got this out in the previous review. And even now, I probably wouldn't be talking about this if the PS3 and 360 button icons weren't a thing. And even if this doesn't get done, at least I feel the satisfaction of putting the idea out there in case some miracle happens in the future. And some of you might be thinking, well, what would it actually do when and if it eventually gets selectable? And well, it really depends on what Chaos wants to do in the future. It could serve as something as small as installing the DLC to PS6, to something as big as having online multiplayer. Again, it really depends on what Chaos wants to do in the future. Before I move on, we received a lot of info in the last year regarding previous menus of OS6, be they for a demo or not. And again, it's cool to see that Chaos has actually shown an interest in recreating and implementing this to Unity. Whether that means implementing it to PS6 though, that's another thing. Assuming that that is the case though, I would really love for all of you guys to discuss in the comments how all these menus could look if they were merged together in the form of PS6. Anyway, the final thing to talk about on menu changes is we now have the status screen to keep track of all your PBs. If you directly compare it to the original, you can actually see the best time and best score have been swapped around, mainly to be faithful to the results screen. And fair enough too, I also see Chaos following along the same lines to correct the upper and lowercase spelling. Like the inconsistency in the original is interesting to say the least, especially comparing it to the modern menu in the demo. We now have a new addition in the form of best turtle score. This was yet another element where I was really surprised how much I wanted this. I look forward to the release where medals are finally making their debut. Before I move on from the menu talk, this has been bugging me for some time now. When you save changes in options, you have a pretty cool animation where it says, the game is now saved. But you guys know how memeable now loading ... is. So I've always wondered, could we maybe get could we just get a 1 hour stroke saying now saving ... or something along those lines? Because damn, now loading, now saving, that's just a me thing if I were to have a wish list. Anyway, moving on to the stages. Wave version. As usual, I'm still a bit about the custom animation replacing the full animation for the pole launch, as well as the air rings. I think it's because it's basically creating a new object rather trying to take on board something that is in the game and adding to it. But honestly, what's wrong with just having him run across the water? It's a bit more believable than him just kind of skidding over it, and I've always had a bit of an issue with the start of Wave version, how you have such a rush of speed but then all of a sudden just lose it. Again, another rare time where Sonic Next seems, in my opinion, to be more superior here, especially since he does it in other games, even in the classics. Hell, even other projects like the STH 2006 project. Which actually brings me to a very interesting point that I had before Demo 1 even went out. I've always wanted to be able to surf to the shore, instead of just missing the supposed target and then that all of a sudden registers as a death. Of course, running to the shore compared to surfing to the shore might be a bit more believable, but then that's my point. What's wrong with having him run across the water? It would also be a reason to speed it up compared to the current take on it. And while I'm starting to look into this, why can't I surf into this little part to the right? I don't know, just steering just does not seem to work for this. I mean, yeah, sure, it's minor, you just have to jump and then you're there. But I really am surprised you can't do something as basic as steering into it. Also, big surprise, I found even more camera changes in review builds. At this point, I'm not really expecting all of these to be implemented to PS6, but if they are, probably more chance of it being done for something like hard or very hard. If we get custom placement for easy, super hard, or ultimate, perhaps that. I definitely could see one of the alternate Kingdom Valley routes being implemented to something again, for either easy, super hard, or ultimate. Perhaps this is where the waves could be brought in, for the surfing difficulty. Because like I said in the previous review, for a stage-titled Wave version, there is a pretty big lack of waves. Surfing aside, let's talk about underwater gameplay. If lava chips away at rings,
I can see the real quality loss there.
Underwater mechanics, not to mention classics. As interesting as it would be to see a Kingdom Valley or the hubs getting this underwater treatment, the difference between that and this is that this could actually work. It does have terrain already modeled to show what's underneath the water. Even Dusty Desert and Aquatic Base, while small, do have terrain modeled underneath the water. But at this point, it really is up to Chaos if he wants to implement and add underwater level design. My biggest complaint with Wave version in the past has been jump panels, specifically this one and this one. And looking at other people's playthroughs, it doesn't look like I'm alone.
That ramp launch is a little slow.
Yeah, now. Going more towards the end of section 1. Oh man, I know Brian you did this with this project, but for one, I have yet to play that. I can only really see it from the videos. And two, Gens modding has made physics a lot more like an adventure game than I was ever expecting from mods. But at the end of the day, Gens was made with the intent to play like a boost game from the get-go, while Euro 6 and Gear 6 both set out to play like an adventure game.
Yeah, again with the volume control.
Adventure games don't have dedicated loading screens to split up the gameplay action that adventure games do like Euro 6. And despite the timing, but that is no excuse to not show where you're going to end up in the next section. But man, this is all I've ever wanted for Wave version. I better transition to see what the hell we're going next. I really didn't think that this would be something that would change, at least not in the next release, because I'm still in awe about this. Seriously, could it actually get any more satisfying than this? You could have sections merged, but if I recall correctly, it's actually a physical possibility for group search right now. And Chaos was actually planning to have Wave version be nighttime to be consistent to the opening cutscene, which I'm completely down with. If anything, I'm just concerned about, for one, the setting Silver's Tropical Jungle and Blaze's Wave version are going to be, since it should technically be before the opening cutscene. We're talking sometime at night. Hell, you could get away with reusing the same night Wave version setting for Blaze's Wave version, or even Silver's Tropical Jungle. For 2, one of the NPCs, because there is one or two that suggests that he did legitimately wait until morning, which for that reason has always made me think that at one point they planned on having a bit of a mini-stage or a test stage at the start of Sonic's campaign. In the same way that Silver and Shadow's campaign started, you already had a stage, Arthur Arbor. Yeah, I feel like they were going to do something somewhat similar to Sonic, where you'd be controlling Sonic Release, destroying female gunners here and there, trying to get away from both the egg carrier and the egg build. And this would be a basic way to get you used to the game's controls before you actually start where you normally would. And of course, concluding this mini-stage would result in you first in the game cutscene we see. This way we get progression, we have a little mini-stage before
definitely some volume
something that could
control.
potentially be a substitute for Mission 1. Heck, who knows, it could even lead to a mini-boss with the Egg Build, in respect to Silver and Shadow's story starting with the boss after you complete the first stage. And assuming we keep the concept of finding abilities rather than purchasing them, forcing you to do a town mission to get rings in order to get your ability to get to the stage. Instead, we could potentially have either Sonic finding the light chip, enabling him to do the light dash, and or having good old Tails being a sweetheart by helping us cross the sea. And Chaos has actually confirmed interest in doing this, having a mini-stage at the start of Sonic's story to not only stay consistent to how Silver and Shadow's campaign start, but as mentioned, to also stay consistent from the opening cutscene to Wave version, keeping the same setting. But back onto gameplay talk, I wanted to talk about this in the last review, but well, you guys know, it was that long. And I guess to be fair, I did point it out in the side notes, but I am greatly disappointed that the unused jump boards have been removed. I really do feel that this should return because it was a really, really good way to specify what was going to take you to a chain jump. In the same way in Unleashed, it was a good way to identify when you would be approaching a QTE. I believe the reasoning to why this was swapped out was because the jump panel that is currently being used is a different jump panel to the ones that are commonly used. Yeah, I believe these are a little tilted differently. But honestly, I don't really see what the problem is with having just the Mark Speed section common jump panels being replaced with the unused jump panels. And as mentioned, having the jump boards used for the jump panels that will send you to a chain jump. This way we get the best of both worlds, we make use of all these obstacles, and at least this way there'll be a bit more significance to bringing it back, and to why it should even be there in the first place. More and more people are playing Cruisers before going into the original. Yeah, sure, you could definitely put a hint saying jump, but it does not excuse this Java clip.
Word correct, I think. Wait, I'm not pressing anything on to take me. Oh!
And I already mentioned how, in my opinion, I would remove that line so it's a little bit earlier. But more on topic to the Mark Speed chain jumps. By having something more unique, rather something that is practically identical to what is used in the final, okay, tilted a wee bit different, will make a huge difference on clarifying that, oh hey, this is going to send me to a chain jump. I need to jump. Compared to, is this going to say, oh, up to it, I'm dead. Really do hope to see this return one day. When you switch to Tails, for that matter, if you switch to any Amiga, in the original, it was supposed to behave like a save point. So I believe it would be absolutely grand to have this take effect. However, for this to take effect, precautions are going to have to be made, so if you die as Tails in this part of the stage, Sonic will still have to be on the whale upon respawning still as Tails. Because not gonna lie, it's a bit of a far distance from the final section 1 save point to the end section trigger for the very first action stage of the game. And as I said before, more and more people are starting to play this before going into the original, so it'd be nice to get it to newcomers. An idea I want to throw out there in regards to this line,
Tails, hurry up!
I was thinking maybe it could trigger when Sonic gets to this point in the stage on the Orca instead of when Tails gets to this point in the stage. Yeah, I feel this way it won't just trigger regardless if you get this or faster slow depending on where Tails is in the stage. Instead, it'll trigger only when Sonic gets to that point in the stage. That way, basically, it's a timed line, rather something that currently triggers even if you're going as fast as possible. Anyway, getting to the end and beating the stage and viewing the E3 mission completed, let's go! Even if you stick to the retail HUD, seeing it with the new Rodent font is just an amazing visual by itself. We've already got confirmation that retail was in fact meant to use the mission completed. And looking at how the Cairo font inevitably was replaced with the Rodent font for a lot of logos in this game, there's no doubt in my mind that if the mission completed were implemented to a retail-like build, it would have used this font. I mean, the exact same thing happened with the E3 loading screen. We've never officially seen footage of this, but just knowing the Xbox Live Arcade demo was planning to use the E3 loading screens, and instead of using the Cairo font for the stage loader, it instead would have used the new Rodent font. Again, there's no doubt in my mind that the E3 mission completed text in a retail-like build would have used the new Rodent font. In conclusion, I am very, very satisfied with Wii version's changes. There are definitely still nitpicks I have, but honestly, this one positive just makes my day. Sonic does it. Well, my biggest critique is still jump panels
the voice control.
Like, I'll give props. These sets of jump panels have been improved tremendously, and I greatly appreciate that. But I kid you not, I don't want to take this route anymore because of how slow these jump panels are. And, well, if I do, I literally will just go around them. Aside from that, the only other thing I'll note is I feel the sound design can probably be adjusted a little bit with destroying this specific object. I mean, I understand having RNG take over with the pitch, but I think this is just one sound where it should just consistently make the same pitch. If not, then perhaps get a secondary sound. So a little something I mentioned in the last review was how if you use the jump dash on this item box, specifically with the curved jump dash, it could quite easily lead to a death. Now this is no longer an issue. So yeah, thank you. Now it's at this point where I have to address the elephant in the room. That being the character's positioning during the mission completed sequence. I didn't mention this during Wave version because, well, Wave version, not an issue. But from now on, for pretty much most stages, It's just, you can tell when they made the camera angle and character positionings in the final that it was during the times that they didn't have mission completed used, at least for the action stages, which is kind of a shame because it means either the camera's going to need to change or the characters are going to have to get a little closer to the camera. Either way, it sucks to think that it's going to steer away from the final's take on it, but the price to pay to have something like this implemented. It certainly is starting to make sense now why so many of the town missions mission completed positionings are right up in the camera's face. I do look forward to the day that we get to see the never officially seen town mission completed text used for town missions. A long way to wait, but I'm sure it'll be worth it. It's something I pitched pretty much just after Demo 1 went out. Something I don't really want to critique since at the time Chaos stated it was an impossibility for PR6, at least his game developing knowledge back then. But all it really is was to have Dusty Desert be a timed stage. I briefly mentioned something like this for Radical Train, but what I had in mind for Dusty Desert would have been very different. It's basically, what if the quicksand didn't just affect Sonic, but also the terrain? So it wouldn't just be a rush to get away from the robots, but also the area.
Oh, good. Because I basically pointed out here, and I'm like, yep, that's basically it. It's to start it there, have the sand climb up, and you have to rush, or you're gonna sink.
Nice if this eventually goes somewhere, but I'm not expecting anything at this point. So, yeah, moving on. Sonic Way Acropolis. Love that the first jump ramp actually works now, and love that there's some dash panels at the end of the final jump ramp. I don't know why I was expecting Sonic to land on dash panels, but this works just as well. It's a bonus that we actually see Sonic entering the base now. Perhaps Section 2 could start looking something like this in the future. There's even a jump ramp when the door opens if you take that shortcut, which I don't know, to me anyway, just seems so natural. Possibly because Blaze has jump panels at the start of her section. I'm just wondering if there should be a jump ramp when you branch to the left. Something I suggested in beta testing was for Sonic to kind of look back as the snowball's coming down when Sonic says,
Now that's a big snowball.
I don't know, I guess it just kind of bugged me that he says it, but he didn't even look at it. But yeah, now we have a bit of an animation which really completes it, so yeah, cheers. So something I glossed over in the previous review is how Knuckles follows you in Aquatic Base, but doesn't in White Acropolis. Yeah, actually, why isn't Knuckles following Sonic? At this point, the previous cutscene brought Knuckles onto the team, and while you don't switch to him in gameplay, he is in the following cutscene, so in my opinion, he should at least be there following you. Something that I will point out that I'm a bit unsure about, I didn't point it out in the last review, and I do still feel regrets for not putting it out there in case it maybe actually is possible, but inverted controls. White Acropolis is the best example I can think of. It would be nice to have if it could be implemented. One thing I didn't realize until after the last review went out was in regards to why the PR6 screenshots trying to recreate the loading screens weren't used, especially when it had been done. I realized soon after the review went out that the White Acropolis loading screen actually takes place within the boss arena, an area that at the time of this video currently hasn't been implemented to PR6. Yeah, very interesting that they actually chose to do a boss area for a stage loading screen. It's almost like if they used the Exoverse area for the Dusty Desert loading screen. I wonder if that's suggesting that the arena was actually a part of the scrapped Section 3 of White Acropolis. Yeah, guess we'll never know. Crisis City. If you compare Shadow's Crisis City in PR6 to Shadow's Crisis City in the original, there is a camera change that's semi-unused, which is now used in PR6, and I briefly mentioned in the last review how Sonic's Crisis City also had a semi-unused camera in the original. Knowing that Shadow's semi-unused camera is now used in PR6, there's even more reason to put in Sonic's now. I really feel that Sonic should make a return one day. I mean, just look how this would work. I understand the main reason this was taken out was to remove any inverted controls when you're playing, but that's just it. If this were used for just the grinding, and the camera goes back to normal when the grinding ends, problem solved.
And I also think that, like I said, it creates a more significant establishing shot after we cut away from the in-game cutscene of Sonic with Shadow to the establishing shot of the stage, transitioning to gameplay properly, before properly getting behind Sonic after the rail ends. So with that on top of it as well, it really does become a very worthwhile camera change, in my opinion at least.
Another something that I mentioned from the previous review might be the idea to have the tornado explode, to have a fancy visual at the end of the stage, add a bit more merit and reasoning to why Sonic would even pose, compared to before posing in front of a fiery tornado that he was literally running away from. And it's good to see the pipes kind of come towards Sonic as the tornado explodes. I don't know why I was expecting them as obstacles, but I'll take a fancy visual any day. Similarly to White Acropolis, where Sonic would look at the snowball, it's cool to see that Sonic looks and acknowledges the fiery tornado. This is what I'm talking about. These kinds of details really just make the difference, despite how minor they may seem. Oh, also, the obstacles I mentioned in the review, where if you hold down or spam, could lead to breaking out of it, or occasional deaths, all of which has now been fixed. So yeah, thank you. Go. The grind leading. The idea of animating a leaning to the left animation and animating a leaning to the right animation for one character, now do this 8 more times, based off of a difference in opinion, when you could just make do with what already has been, can be considered quite absurd. And in a lot of ways I do agree with that, and because of which I was not expecting a thing. So the fact that Chaos found a way to take Sonic's lean left and right animation and basically tell the rig to apply to all the other characters, saving himself the hassle of animating it by hand, not to mention considering the idea of changing the formula only for the sake of being faithful to what the original didn't accomplish, is beyond words. I've said this in the past and I'll say it again. If there somehow were people out there that didn't truly get a good grasp of how dedicated Chaos is to fixing Earth 6, I think people now get a good grasp of how dedicated this guy is to Sonic Flamecore. Yeah, this lava sink is not really growing on me, to be honest. Regardless if it's RNG or not. It just feels a bit unpolished when I go to jump and I don't jump, especially if I do it more than twice, which...
Oh, roofed house.
More than twice. I don't know, it just seems to make it feel...
I mean, that's very telling.
Why it was done,
It's
but-
very telling the fact that you can literally see when I do that pot smashing sound effect on the keyboard, how I was at the house that I moved to when I started to get into Final Cut Pro, and then just as we just saw there, I've moved house to the next one, so it's like, oh my goodness, yeah, this video really is showing the crossover periods at this point, and we'll probably get another point into the video where that happens again, since we're now in a different house, and it's like, yeah, whether I record gameplay with the camera and show that, or I record, more likely, record new commentary, and you hear the mic difference, because even though it's the same mic, we're in a much larger, more echoey, reverbed room. Yeah, there probably will be a noticeable difference there.
That doesn't mean that I agree with it. Not exactly sure if anything can really be done about it, without seeming too easy, or for that matter if anything should be done about it. I recently replayed a game from my childhood, going back even older than Earth 6. THQ's The Incredibles, the video game. What caught my eye on this replaythrough was the way they programmed how you would interact with the lava. It reminded me a little bit of Super Mario Galaxy, but it really intrigued me how it would actually push the player back onto the platform, really giving you a warning that you, well, shouldn't touch it. I'm not going to suggest this, but I am curious what you guys watching think of it.
Ah, yes. Because I wanted to include an exhibit regarding
Speaking
Unleashed.
of The Incredibles, a detail from this video game I pitched to Game Gear 6 is now a part of the project. And don't worry, I'll say that reveal when it appears. Plank Meteors do have a drop shadow, and a bit of a light right as they're about to collide with the ground. But with the current camera and lighting, it'd be great if the light from the fiery rocks could hit the ground a bit earlier, potentially lighting the drop shadow itself. Detailing this I feel could prepare the player a bit better. I also want to throw out this idea, where in the same way the light cores and chaos drives can actually replenish the gauge, what if for just the crystallized rooms, for either Sonic or Shadow, the gauge begins to slowly recharge when the gauge is idle. And I do want to reiterate when I say idle, because, and big thanks for doing this, Sonic's stage now does replenish at the speed it should. Shadow's was never meant to refill, at least based on build that we know of. So for Shadow, the action gauge meter could replenish perhaps at the speed that Sonic's gauge replenished in the previous release. Meanwhile, Sonic's already replenishing fast. With the stored speed of the gauge replenishing in these crystallized rooms, it could potentially replenish even faster. And if you've used a gem or two, and the gauge is idle for a second or two, like Shadow's, it would replenish a lot slower until that second or 2 second delay expires. But again, this would only affect the gauge types for these crystallized rooms. Yeah, I feel like in the same way Chaos Drives and Light Cores are this fancy looking crystal that stores energy to the gauge, and knowing that these crystallized rooms somewhat resemble the hidden powers from Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Also in a volcanic area?
I don't know, I just like the idea of the energy of the room powering the characters, enhancing their replenishment. I did actually try to explain this in beta testing, but I've never really been too good at explaining stuff through messages. Hopefully explaining this through commentary, as well as showing through video how this could potentially work and look, can shed a bit of light on this concept. So something I'm a little confused about with the original, during the parts what I was supposed to say.
Whoa! The flame died! Dang! Out of time!
I guess this flame dies after a while.
I'm a bit confused if the room really was supposed to get to the equivalent of being pitch black, or if it was actually intended to be the way it is. Because yeah, it does get dark, and currently in Fear 6 it also gets dark. But I don't know, I feel that with the lights that are also supposed to show you the way and light the area around, it just seemed a bit pointless because you can kind of already see where you're meant to go, even in the original. So I am curious to know what you guys think about having these sections being just pitch black, the equivalent of Fumbling in the Dark for Crash 1. And yeah, lighting the orbs would be the equivalent of getting Arc Walker to light the room, or in Fear 6's case, light it up to the equivalent of what it is right now. So this is kind of a similar case to White Acropolis, and it is just a nitpick, but I feel Knuckles could be following Sonic after switching back to him, kind of like a coin base. This way, we stay consistent, and this way, it's not like we left Knuckles in the last room. Also, speaking of Section 2, I respect the idea and decisioning to try to make the top of Section 2 look like you are actually inside the volcano, especially since it was one of the other visual critiques I had in Section 2 of Flamecore in the original. I just hope that we do get an update in the future that makes it a bit more believable, I guess. Because it's not bad, it's just, it could be better. I even think borderline, it could even be smaller, because in the original, the whole intent was to make it really kind of fade into darkness, to give the impression that you really fell from quite a high height, as unbelievable as Earth 6 logic already is. Who knows, maybe we could even see the meteor shooting up from the lava, all the way to the top of the volcano, continuity in Section 1. But on a positive
Which
note,
we
I really
did
like
actually
the way
get.
to the top of the volcano. An unexpected, but welcome change.
Sort of.
Before I move on,
Let's talk about lights. The Northern Lights. You know, it's funny. To me, and to virtually every other player, they are the Northern Lights. And it was for this reason that I asked a while back, is this supposed to be like, ooh, it's White Acropolis bad future? Perhaps explaining why these lights are present. But no, it's just a pretty visual. There have been attempts to suggest otherwise, but yeah, I'll let you guys decide if these are Northern Lights or if they're not Northern Lights. Yeah, I know that this release specifically is just going at it with the visuals and, that's that. But I guess all I'll say in regards to this is I hope that we do eventually have the option to switch between, be it the original or this, or any other potential changes in the future. Be it for variety or for just a choice to choose between which encultures we might want to learn into. Anyway, because of the Sonic vertical train. Hey, remind me, what makes the train so radical? Is it the trains that have been rigged to basically hit the bombs? Or is it the egg train that we don't even meet up with until the second section? I don't get it. Okay, so, low-key, I feel that could be a mini cutscene of some sort of indication that we have finally saved the pedestrian train, and now are going after the egg train. Maybe there could be a visual explanation to why Tails and Knuckles were in the previous in-game cutscenes, but have disappeared during Radical Train and in the in-game cutscene after Radical Train. So I guess aside from all the critiques that I pointed out in the last review, in Section 1, the main things I want to talk about are in Section 2. First of all, thank you so much for updating these jump panels. I can't apologize enough for the inconvenience that the transition of these jump panels went through. They went through quite the evolution, and I feel really bad that I just don't know how to explain stuff well in messages, because it went from going to the middle pillar, to the right pillar, then to the left and right pillar. Meanwhile, the second jump panel on the right sent you to the mountain, the far right jump panel already sent you to. It was like, of course! And eventually, finally, we got all through. And again, I do apologize for the inconvenience. Let's talk about the cargo that I mentioned in the last review. I feel it is important to point this out.
Yeah, that was
something Chaos tends to get a second opinion on.
That was painful.
It's being pitched. And fair enough, since he had played the original. When I pitched implementing the cargo, when getting a second opinion on this idea, the people that were disagreeing with this idea were imagining if this were implemented to the original or the retail version. And as an obstacle, how this would behave in the original is if you hit it, it would phase right through, which could potentially lead to a death. The funky thing about Pier 6 is that, it has new states, such as bouncing back. So, if this were implemented, there would be no risk of dying, simply because you would bounce back. So yeah, since there's no real reason to not have it, we'll get to eventually see it in the future. So okay, as Sonic starts chasing the train, we see cargo rolling up. But later on, we find out the reason why this is because Shadow's the one doing damage. So I'm not really sure how much could be done. I don't know if it'd be possible to visually have Shadow.
Again, with the volume control, I went a bit too far with the volume of the sounds, so I will need to put this back into the voice filter thing to bring back the commentary and turn down the volume of the sound effects, because yeah, just because it's flattened now, so I can't get this back anymore.
On the train, but in case it is, just throwing out this idea, I just feel sometimes the visuals of why the train is exploding could be potentially enhanced instead of it just, Before I move on, I know this will probably not get done, but I'm hoping in either Pier 6 or any other project that we see some kind of an extended ending for Radical Train where you end up going into the tunnel with the train. There's some kind of a visual to explain Sonic getting Elise. Perhaps some of the visuals also hint that Shadow is nearby and he's gonna have his talk with Eggman like he does in the cutscene. But more importantly, Sonic getting Elise, then continuing to run through the tunnel and exiting the tunnel, entering the eventual Shadowverse Silver boss battle area. This could be something as basic as just having the result screen show Sonic with Elise instead of just Sonic, to something as big as Sonic actually having a visual getting Elise from the train and running into the tunnel. But yeah, ultimately to set up that transition to those cutscenes. Aside from that, yeah, that's pretty much all I've got. Let's move on to Sonic Tropical Jungle. So, since Demo 3's review, it has been made clear to me as to why the orange or fire-like shield has been implemented over the green shield. And yeah, it's a shame, because I do understand it. Yeah, I think I'm always going to prefer the concept of the green shield. Also, with these promo...
What's that noise? Is that in the video? I can't tell.
Original screenshots or review build.
No, I think it's in the video.
Screenshots. At this point, I'm just letting you
Yeah, it is.
Chaos decide for green shield. Also, with these...
Because I can hear the music, but it sounds like there's something else.
It's promotional screenshots or review build screenshots. At this point, I'm just letting you hear the Chaos decide for.
So, actually, while I'm on topic to this in the video, yeah, I can't remember if I've removed it. I think I have, actually. Because, yeah, that is a mistake regarding the bottom screenshot. That is very much not a review version camera difference. It's literally just the retail camera transitioning either to or from the close-up of... is it the close-up? No, sorry. Because when you go up, you get like a shot of like it specifically moves the camera or cuts to the camera of showing the both of them swinging all the way up, and then when you exit that field, the camera like slowly tries to catch up and get behind them, and that's what that screenshot was. That's when that screenshot was taken, right in the in-between phases. Right before it cuts to the close-up when you need to jump at the right moment. So that's why it looked like a different camera compared to how it is how it was screenshot in Pier 6. But no, that is just it's the equivalent of what you can get in retail, so that's not different. But the dash panels very much are.
sending this clip. So again, this is yet another stage that has some visual changes to it, which again kind of adds to what I said in Flamecall. If this is going to affect future releases, I think it would be wise to in the future have an option or a selection as you select the stage, giving you the decision on which setting or in-call version you would like to learn into, almost like selecting which weather you want to learn into. Also, I just noticed that
Because again, it's so weird that it feels like a lot of times I compliment something and it feels like he almost intentionally goes in and changes it. I compliment Tropical Jungle, then it changes in the literal next release, you know, I compliment Flamecall's visuals, it changes in the next release, you know, it's just, that seems to happen a lot, you know, the same thing with I mentioned in Wave Ocean, in the 2017, late 2017 demo, I complimented the fact that the line that was said by Sonic in Wave Ocean it's picked up by Sonic, so you could be far away, but when Sonic gets there, it triggers it, which I really do like, because it's a timed line as opposed to something that is going to trigger irrespective if you go super fast or super slow as Tails. But despite complimenting that, again, goes in and changes it in the next demo or so I don't... It's weird, it's really bizarre, and it's hard to want to compliment stuff based on that.
5 second delay, instead immediately recharges.
No.
Implying maybe the delay played during the jump.
Something might happen if I knock down that fruit.
So I feel that this line could be swapped out for
Jump!
then immediately after.
Something might happen if I knock down that fruit.
Could start playing. It's minor, but it would be a small enhancement. Aside from all that, can I just ask, is it me, or do I always just seem to really struggle getting the S rank for this stage? Of all the stages, this one specifically, I don't know if it's just me, but yeah, I always struggle once we're all Okay, so I'm heavily considering making a video showing the evolution of Kingdom Valley. And the reason for this is basically
Again, I can hear that noise.
because there is
No, I think it is the music.
some really very interesting...
It just sounds weird.
Every version of Kingdom Valley, from before E3 2005, during E3 2005, during TGS 2005, after TGS 2005, before E3 2006, during E3 2006, during TGS 2006, to review builds, to review builds, to review builds, to the final. Back up. There is like so much that happens, so much that evolves and changes throughout the course of before E3 2005 to the final. It's, why I, in my opinion, feel it deserves its own video. But because of how much changes, I understand why what I'm hoping to see in the future probably won't appear. With that said though, given that the TGS-05 Tech Demo's bridge was implemented,
Again,
I think that this could potentially be...
I mean, that probably could stay. Because, I mean, even though things have changed, it's still... that's not as bad as the other one where it's like I'm almost using that to reinforce the point, whereas now that just doesn't really work anymore.
But something that's always struck me as
But
curious
that
is
what I've
the
got there
section one.
still...
If you look carefully, behind the brick wall, there is some rocks that
It
are
mentions
modeled
it.
in the same way you would interact with previous walls.
It doesn't
where you
reinforce
basically
it.
Enter a wall run. It's the exact same here. So if we accept that in those builds, around that time you were actually meant to run on the wall instead of taking the eagle to get from point A to point B, this opens up a whole bunch of possibilities to how Section 1 was meant to end. And believe it or not, in the final there is actually some placement, semi-unused placement of that does suggest roughly how this could have ended. If you want to check this right now, if you go to Shadow's Kingdom Valley, break out of the glider, navigate to where the eagle would pick up Sonic, then with a lot of time and patience, spear spam your way to this specific part in the level, you will see a bunch of springs on the wall. So again, if we accept that at one point you were meant to wall run, with this knowledge in mind now, I think it's safe to say that you would have wall ran, intercepted the spring, it would have taken you to the other side of the wall, and you would enter the wall run again. And from there, if you continue, it does become unclear how this section was meant to end. Like the previous springs, it could have just perhaps been a spring that just shoots you into the next section. That, or perhaps, what I like to think, is you get to the end and there's an eagle waiting for you, you jump off of the wall, and you attack and reach the eagle. And then, that sets up the next section. Given the tech demo didn't have a single eagle, it's probably unlikely that that's what would have happened, at least that early on. If anything, it was probably the goal ring. And I know, a seriously minor detail, especially for something that's never fully been seen, and never officially. But I do feel like there is enough evidence to support that this was a thing at one point. I mean, the level design is already there. It already does suggest that wall running was a thing at one point, both in placement and terrain. So, again, maybe this is something that perhaps, if not for normal, could be implemented hard, very hard, super hard, or ultimate even. Anyways, moving on to what we...
So, I can't remember if I've updated the visuals on that, because I believe I did eventually get better footage regarding that. And I forget if I put it into the review or not, but I mean, look, I do not a bad job considering what I was working with. before I had access to a bit more.
become a
But yeah, it's essentially for that mod that does expand upon the
how the
section.
section was meant to end. Like the previous springs, it could have just perhaps been a spring that shoots you into the next section. That, or perhaps, what I like to think, is you get to the end and there's an eagle waiting for you. You jump off the wall and you attack and reach the eagle. And then, at least that early on, if anything, it was probably the goal ring. If Emerald didn't have a single eagle, it's probably unlikely that that's what would have happened. I think that's never fully been seen, and never officially. But I do feel like there is enough evidence already was a thing at one point, both in placement and terrain. So, again, maybe this is something that perhaps, if not for normal, introduction animation, super hard, or ultimate even. Anyways, moving on to what we actually got, the introduction animation.
So, we don't have time. Let's get to Elise right away. All right.
Ooh, let's go. You know, when I said maybe the cutscene animations itself could be there, like it could merge into the very start of the gameplay itself, I wasn't expecting that. And albeit it didn't get that exactly, but like this isn't even that far off. This just makes it more painful with what the original did in the in-game cutscene before the stage started. How the hell is this meant to transition to this? I've even tried to make mock-ups of like maybe where the terrain of the cutscene location took place and how a jump panel sends you to where the E3 version of the stage starts. Yeah, and I mean if this were done in an ideal world where we have no fade-outs, no loading screens, just raw gameplay from in-game cutscenes transitioning to a jump panel, which transitions to the in-game cutscene that we see here. I mean even if the jump panel idea was just part of the cutscene, it still becomes awkward once you take into consideration that Silva was meant to say this!
Sonic, we don't have time. Let's get to Elise right away.
So, for the first time, I actually feel lost with like when, where, if that would be used. I mean, hey, you could probably get away with it if you had a dedicated cutscene for Silva's stage startup. Wow, man.
So that's the thing, that was recorded commentary before that was even implemented to that version of Pier 6, so...
It is unclear whether or not Silva was meant to go through Section 1. I feel like he was meant to at one point for this reason. It's just a very unfortunate position to be in, and I'm not really sure what Chaos thinks about this line, or the idea of having pretty much the exact same animation, but from Silva's perspective, with Silva saying the line. Needless to say, I still really love what we have received, and I totally understand if this is all we're gonna get, because even the thought of having the equivalent of this cutscene take place not in Section 1, but where it starts in retail, and having Sonic be in a location he literally never visits in his take on Loon Valley. It's possible with Silva being where Sonic is, because you know, that really is where the stage starts. Well, sort of.
Where am I? Who am I?
But yeah, again, it's just an awkward position to be in.
Now, then let's just shut up to set the sun blowing.
Silver, Sonic, we don't have time. Let's get to Elise right away.
Now, if I'm not stupid, I'm pretty certain that the whole ride line that Silva says replying to Sonic is just a modified version of this line.
All right. Sonic, here I come.
I mean, I can't hear the alright in that line being sped up and pitched up a bit to give very similar, if not the same results to what we got.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right.
If you couldn't tell from the line that I just played, that line is used for End of the World, and it is used in the retail version. I guess my point is, while it does work, why edit and reuse a line when there is actually another line said by Silva saying,
All right.
that doesn't have anything else that needs to be cut later on? I know it's a nitpick, I'm just curious. If it's the delivery, then I totally understand that. And in which case, this brings me to a very similar nitpick I have, but in Section 2.
I'll go on ahead. Leave it to me.
Once again, I'm just lost in curiosity as to why this hasn't changed since Demo 1. Maybe it hasn't been pointed out that much. Well, unsurprising, it is a nitpick after all. I mean, either way, I actually see the
Leave it to me.
being used for Silver's response to Sonic, all while the
I'll go on ahead.
goes back against Faithful Justice. But you know what, even the other take.
All right.
I just find it strange that there's a reason to need to result to edit audio rather than to make use of one of the hundreds of unused lines in the game's library of voice clips. Like adjusting the lines for input changes, different story, obviously. Replacing a story cutscene line from
Have you retrieved the Book of Darkness?
to
Have you retrieved the Scepter of Darkness?
or
Let's head back to the city.
to
My Tornado 1 will get us there in a flash.
it's a big difference.
That
But you can
editing-
understand from a perspective why that would change.
I forgot about
This,
that.
on the other hand, like I said, I actually feel lost.
Just leave it to me.
Oh, I forgot about this too. This is a recent change. Yeah, I forgot about that.
But anyway, I pretty much said everything I needed to say about the introduction cutscene. If you've been watching my videos for a while now, you might have seen my updated information video regarding the E3 demo, where I do point out that a newly found eagle can be seen in the reflection of the E3 water. And I do want to specify when I say E3 water because, typical, the Xbox Live Arcade demo and the retail version do not reflect eagles, because, you know, of course they don't. We do actually see two eagles in this screenshot as well, so it is confirmed, and I feel bad that I wasn't more on this sooner. And going as far back as the E3 explanation video, which was basically posted the same day of Demo 1 of Pier 6, there I actually did point out the possibility that there could be more than one eagle from the one we see in the trailer clips.
In fact, this could very well be the same eagle from the trailer that we see, which if that's the case, there may actually be more than one eagle at this point. It makes it that much more rewarding to see.
Now lately I have actually been watching the trailer of 06, and I've begun to suspect that this eagle was actually split up into two different eagles.
things. And to be honest, I actually wouldn't mind seeing that in Pier 6. It definitely would make it more of a challenge. So I'm guessing that the eagle that you currently lock onto in Pier 6 would have behaved the same way it does in retail, just a basic circular pattern. And with the right precision of gameplay, you would have to jump off and lock onto the second eagle. And again, with the right precision, it would make it that much more rewarding when you succeed. It's why it makes me feel bad to now point out for accuracy that this eagle, again for accuracy, needs to go back to the retail spline, while another eagle gets implemented where we see the one in the trailer clips. I guess it's like I've always said, if this were to be the case, and there were 2 eagles all along, it would make it that much more rewarding when you do actually pull it off and make it all the way to the clear gem. And I don't expect this anytime soon, but I am throwing it out there because you never know. Especially when it comes to chaos acts. I feel like after the
gonna crash.
handline plays, and you go through the window, someone could react to that, really adding to that impact. I mean, given all the other elements that are already in Project 06, this shouldn't be an issue. I also like that you now do actually see the castle and starting up the mod speed section, especially now seeing him actually run out the door.
Yep.
Aside from that, I think it pretty much does cover all the main things that I want to talk about with Kingdom Valley. I guess the only other 3 things that I want to comment on is that I think it'd be cool if in the future Silver's Psychic Ball could affect the cages to bend the bars. I love how in the Mark Speed section there are now 4 jump panels, faithful to the Eager demo, not just in numbers, but also in speed.
Remove it! He's gonna remove that!
I like the idea of having the camera rotate when you run in water in the Mark Speed section. I get why this was taken out in the update, but I'd be okay with it if it returns. Yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, I do like that the Kingdom Valley Section 3 cutscene has changed a little bit. Now Sonic Spurs mirrors that of the E305 teaser, and in the exact same scenario where he was surrounded by robots. Very unnecessary, but at the same time, there's unnecessary details that I live for. So, something I've noticed with time is that while the visuals are extremely beautiful in the second section, the lighting is more pink than red. And I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining. I mean, heck, I was literally praising it in the last review. But again, for a one-to-one recreation, it probably should be a bit more red looking in the future. Which again, can add to the whole thing of Flamecore and Tropical Jungle. Now this, having their own in-core twist selections. And I'm sorry, but I still seriously disagree with the collision block for these glass barriers. I don't know, maybe something can be done where if you destroy the glass, it also destroys the barrier. Or perhaps it can be done in such a way where if you destroy the glass barrier, the collision block goes back where the glass was before it spawned.
Yeah, these are definitely more recent changes.
To actually render a reflection now. And oh my, this is so unexpected.
Well,
but
as recent
it's
as the
another one of those
upload
details where I
anyway.
go, I didn't realize how much I wanted this. So yeah, I'm super satisfied with this. I'm not sure about you guys. Like yeah, sure, the frame rate ain't perfect, but that's just it. Frame rates have never really bothered me. Maybe that's why slowing down in the original never bothered me. So something I feel could be enhanced with this section of the stage, especially now that we're approaching the silver release, is that the walls could have more obstacles. Because if there is a bit of a count each time you hit the lasers, the wall really does pop. I do feel there should be something like that. You just kind of have to indicate how much health you have. You know, something kind of like what the enemies have. It's bright aside. Before I move on, this stage is another good example of why I feel that eventually the mission completed positionings for the characters should be a bit closer. Because the mission completed really does complete this, and obviously I'm not asking for mission completed to change. But again, you can really tell that when they made the retail positionings for goal purposes, that they didn't have mission completed used to those builds. Maybe the reason they took it out was because there are some brief times where the meter will be behind you, even if they're not person. Maybe it's even a multiplayer thing. No shame, because it makes more work here, but I have faith we'll get there eventually. Well, no, that's like extra. So the only real issue I have with Tales Reversion is the score you need to get an S rank. Commonly, it's 50k to get an S rank for any kind of action stage, and for bosses it's usually 30k.
That was incredible! That was incredible!
Yes. So it should probably come as no surprise that in story mode, it is 50k to get the S rank for Tales Reversion. Select this stage from Trial Select, however, it actually requires 52k to get the S rank. And make no mistake, I actually really like the idea of having the extra stages require a higher score to get the S rank. I just don't like that it's 52k, and I know I'm just being a neat freak here, but I'd be totally fine if it changed to 55 or 60k. I think the reason the value bothers me is because I never really got the impression that the scores needed to S rank stages were finalized. Because aside from the inconsistent score value needed for the S rank from story mode's take, Act Trial's take on Tales Reversion, and aside from the evolution the demos went through, what score values they needed for the S ranks. If you take a look at the score value needed for the S ranks in very hard, you actually need 100k to get the S rank. So surely hard would be 75k, right? And it is my belief that that would have been the case had the score values been finalized. So again, I actually do like the idea that you would need something like 60k for extra stages. And heck, extra stages were meant to have hard variations, so I wouldn't be against the idea of having 85k for those. And with that, that's really all I have to say about Tales Reversion, which means we have already finished episode Sonic. One half of this
Already.
Before I jump into episode Shadow, I would actually like to talk about gems, since really I haven't actually spoken about them individually since number 1, which was recorded in 2019, so
Yeah, so we'll stop it there for now. Because, yes, again, don't want to bombard. Because there's still a fair bit left. But yeah, we'll jump into this.
Hey guys, welcome back here, aka Joe Cycler. So, here we are, the Unused Mission Restoration by Gordon Ramsay. Now, I've got to admit, I have known about a lot of unused missions for this game, and it was my goal to one day restore these eventually, but gotta be honest, the amount that needed to be done was a bit intimidating. I didn't even know where to start. You can imagine with all the other ones that I
I
wanted.
can definitely tell this was recorded in 2021 because of the fact I had that stupid fucking fan vent noise in the background. It was so annoying. It was such a bothersome hiss kind of noise in the background.
I definitely still wanted to do it, but in all honesty, I am actually glad that this mod exists. I feel like a lot of pressure that's been building up inside has just all of a sudden vanished with this, so I actually really am glad that this is a thing. It saves me a lot of time, it saves you guys a lot of time. With that said, I don't really know how legit this goes, because everything pretty much is there in the text, but I'm not sure, like, for example, the names of the NPCs for these unused town missions. I don't know how legit they are, or if they are custom names. Regardless, you could consider this a bit of a taste of what Project 06 could achieve with town missions, because I believe that Chaos would be interested in restoring the unused town missions for 06. Okay, so I'm not really sure what to expect going into this. I have seen some unused town missions. Like, if you look back in a previous video, back when I was considering restoring some of the unused town missions, I did come across one that restored some medal counters. It was bronze medals from memory, despite the icon showing silver medal. Yeah, I'm not sure how far this mod goes, but if it restores town missions that were as incomplete as that one was, or if this really does just include everything. And that's what I mean. I don't know how custom this goes and how legit this goes, but regardless, we're still going to try it out, and I'm going to give my honest thoughts and opinions and reaction overall on it. So I am actually going to be looking at the list in the version of the mod that you can try out by selecting these town missions from the town missions select, basically. That way I can keep track of which town mission I'm on, because good god, there's 50 plus town missions that are unused. Good gravy, can you see why they are a bit intimidating now? So here we've got Tailspan. I think at the least the description for all the hey help me town missions, I think all of that is legit from memory, because there is a lot, so yeah. Anyway.
Hey, you there, think you're fast? Well, I bet your two-tailed friend is faster. Want to prove me wrong? How about your two minutes?
Yeah, I'm good.
Everyone knows that flying is faster than running.
So one thing I completely forgot to mention is this unused NPC icon with the heads, which is called a balloon, if I recall correctly in the files. Alright. But yeah, there's like two icons that went unused. Pink one and a green one. And I actually put this in the game a while ago, but I never really understood why it went unused until just now noticing on the map. Yeah, they never actually made these colors for the map icons, so I think that's the reason why it went unused. That's the only reason I can think of anyway. In any case, it's a pretty cool indication that these are the unused town missions, so yeah, no, it's nice. I know that there is an unused town mission where you have to race, I think, Tails and or Knuckles to the bell, when you want to get into a point phase. Oh, speak of the devil, let's go. Oh god. Is Tails meant to be behind me? I'm not sure. I think so. The more I play these town missions, the more I realize how grateful I am to having solved the rotation and evolution, likewise the no stumble. Oh. So yeah, I think Tails was meant to kind of race you around. Similar to that of like Adventure 1, when you basically play Tails campaign, you're versing Sonic to the goal ring, basically. Oh no, it's the S-Ring, just what happened. Okay, so I'm very curious what's going to happen now. If I like save the game's progress, if this is going to either add to Sonic's town mission list, or if this is just a one-off. Or is it going to go away? No, still there. Alright, I kind of prefer it that way actually, just in case.
I don't know why, but for some reason I'm visualizing, aside from the draw distance betraying this, I can sort of visualize the idea of having the Amiga Tails following you around, but set up in such a fashion where he is scripted to obviously try to follow you to get close by, but then hits a dash panel and sets him up on a completely different path that Sonic, as the player, can't interact with because maybe invisible collision blocking off the dash panel, so Sonic can't access it. And again, aside from the draw distance totally betraying this idea and making him respawn next to you, it's an interesting prospect that, like, you know, you would basically put the dash panels all the way around the castle town to make sure he gets set up to hit the goal ring, and even making sure that, like, the speed is a very certain set and specific speed, so there's enough time for Sonic to get to the goal ring. But yeah, again, the draw distance is ultimately what would betray that idea, I think.
You get the S-Range, which I do, so get back in. So I think in that respect it probably won't be in the town mission select. I'll double check it, sure. Still, pretty cool to have the ability to redo it here. Alright, so we'll hit the right wall this time. Oh, nice. Okay, so this is like a really cool way to like verse your time, basically. Either as Sonic or Tails, so no, that's cool, I like that. I think that's a friendly way of, you know, doing it with the way the game was released at this point. Oh, wow, nice. That's okay. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. You're the one that did. I was always wondering where that could be used. Yeah, it actually fits really well. I don't know if it was originally intended for this town mission, but I would think so, because I can't think where else it would be used, honestly. Yeah, look at that. Tails is the one that is ranked. I like it a lot there. That's nice. You really get to like choose your character. No, nice. Because I remember there was a line that Knuckles says, where he's like, "Win 3 battles in time limit," or something along those lines.
Sonic, you should be able to do it.
Yeah, again, I don't know if it's meant to be that same town mission or if that was like a separate town mission. Because you know, both times you're basically headed for that tower, so I don't know. Needless to say, that was still pretty damn enjoyable. Very creative at the same time. Jump back in one more time because I do want to S-rank it as Sonic as well. Because why not?
I'll try not to use gems too much, because I mean, that's obviously going to really boost the rank and fast. So I think you need about sub 30 for the S rank from the look of things. No, she needs the Teal's Boy t-shirt, you know, that Nibrock did a render of. We really could explore a lot more with NPCs and really just try to build up the civilians of Soliana. That's ultimately what I believe anyway. Because I think that just, if you look at the trailers too, you do see like a lot more. Oh snap, we've got some 30 new civilian guys. It's like purposely designed in such a way where Tails will be the only one that's going to be capable of getting the S rank and Sonic not so much. I'm not used to this. I've gotten so used to Pure 6's like air control when he gets features. I'm not expecting to behave when he does. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I was hoping that combining destroying the crates and getting that fast, getting like sub 30 would be enough, and yeah, good, cool. But yeah, alright, let's move on. I don't want to spend too much time with these transitions because there is 50 plus to get through. So yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on just one there. So yeah, I would like to cover Autumn, and hopefully for that reason this video won't be too long. Yeah, okay, so get soccer ball to my brother. That's this one, I believe.
Hey, are you good at soccer? Really? Ben, can you take this ball to my brother? He's going to a soccer match. There's no time, please. Okay, I understand. I'll take it to myself.
That's a good response. I prefer that over, how dare you, and you call yourself the hedgehog alive? You know, because there are some that are just flat out cruel if you say no. But alright, yeah, jump in.
There's no time. Hurry, and take this ball to my brother. He's at the foot of those high bells.
Okay, so dribble the ball and take it to the child at the foot of the tall bells. Yeah, dribble the ball. I like how it suggests that you would have actually been able to dribble in this game, but you obviously can't. I'm going to time on it, so that's always a good sign. And it's nice. Look at the physics for that, you can't even... Oh man, can't even turn around with that, launching. Oh man, this is like Mission Monster all over again, I'm close. Alright. Oh, you just can't... Yeah, okay. Oh man, what a nightmare. Oh man, this is pretty worse than like Twin Sanities. I'm just looking at fun! Kind of physics, like, so
That's where I mention it.
Oh, hey, no, hey, come here, no! Oh, that's a chunk way to go out.
Come on, you said you were good at soccer. Come over here what my brother's doing now.
I wonder too. Oh, okay, so hang on. So if you fail, it goes green. It goes to a green icon. Okay, cool. I like that. That's good. It's a good way to detail itself. So I was wondering if the green ones were so used for this, or like maybe campaign specific. But no, that's cool. I'm literally waiting for a mod that fixes the current town missions in the retail game, where it skips the dialogue and goes straight into the town mission itself. So yeah, I gotta be honest. This is actually worse physics than the pipe physics when you had to guide Cortex through the boiler room during. So I was playing that a few days ago and I was trying to like complete my Twin Sanity playthrough of the prototype. It just kept on crashing on me, so I just couldn't. I wanted to continue it. I really did, and I still do have my reaction recorded to it, but I can't release it because I don't want to. I want to complete the playthrough, and that's just it. I can't complete the playthrough right now. So but yeah, at least there's physics.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I actually did have it recorded
follows the character
for Twin Sanity,
but yeah,
for like a part 2.
It tries, but then does that. It just gives up. And even then, sometimes it fails. It's just, oh my god, these physics are just glorious. Yeah, I'm pretty certain this is the main reason that town missions like these got scrapped. It works, but in a very flawed way, you know, and I mean, it should probably come as a surprise to a Rush game, but you know, damn, this is something else. This, I do feel Twin Sanity is better than this, but that's not saying a lot. It's still on par with it. Okay, I thought you were meant to get it up there. No, there it is. There's gonna be like some.
Please help find my dog, Caleb, the beloved dog. He's the most beloved dog in the entirety of Soliana. You can find him, I'll give you a bag of rings.
There's gonna be like that, where it has to get to a certain range before he goes, hey, you found it. So I thought Tony Young's gonna be like, hey, you haven't found it.
Hey, where's the ball? The game is about to start. Hurry!
This is chip BS.
Hurry, Sonic!
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, the ball is here. Now I can play the game. Thank you.
Oh, look at that. It's about 20k. It's a miracle, but still nowhere close. Oh, never mind. Let's go over to A rank. But yeah, okay. I thought for sure that you need like 25 for the A rank. But no, okay, still keeping traditional with 30k. Oh man, that's gonna be fun to get the S rank. I don't want to like not do this and have this be like a Crescent City frustration where I didn't get the S rank. So for that reason, I do want to get the S ranks in this. And yeah, there is 50 plus on each town mission. Like, again, I'm just gonna have those regrets if I don't do it. That's all. I mean, lucky for you guys, at least this is gonna be edited. All right, we can still do this. See what I mean? It's like I come through it and then fucking come back here. I wanted to go. Oh my god, please tell me to spawn on me for going too far. Wait, no. Oh, it's gone, isn't it? I don't want to believe it.
Just to the left, you imbecile.
Like that. Okay, what did you do? Where did you go? Oh shit. So let's try this again. Oh, I could just die. Why didn't I just... Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, you would, mate! I bloody paused on purpose so I could quit, so I could skip the stream! And he still says that at the end. You know, I've got to give props for this being as consistent to the final games, town missions, how, you know, hey, help me. You say yes, help me, then load the mission. Likewise, if you, like, fail, load, hey, you failed, and then it loads back the other world. Alright, that was cocky, but I think that was about as fast as I'm gonna get.
Yeah, or it just hasn't changed that that actually was on you.
Whoa! Okay, so like, I really want to do that town mission and get an S rank, but, you know, I've literally been recording for 45 minutes now, and I'm only on town mission 2 of 50 plus, so, yeah, maybe some other time I'll return and actually get the S rank. I'd be considering going out with the Crescent City frustration, so, for now, that is just absurdly difficult. Yes, here it is, let's go.
Strong people come for the famous Soliana Barrel Smash. Simple rules. Roll a ball and smash Soliana's barrels. Win a prize when you smash a lot. Hey, you wanna try it?
You're no fun.
Look, I kind of wish that they said something when you would say yes, which I guess technically speaking, that's where the next line of dialogue comes into play after it loads. Yeah, I don't know, it just seems like they could have gone that route and perhaps maybe wanted to at one point, but just ended up this way. I don't know.
Let's start. Attack the ball just once, then sit back and watch. Aim right.
Attack the ball. Attack the ball once to wall, smash as many barrels as you can, you win a prize for smashing all into windows. Okay, this is just, oh fucking jeez. Let's go bowling, shall we? What's that just one thing? Bowling, quite literally, oh my god. Versus literally have this.
Wow, so many barrels. Great score. Alright, here's your prize. Take it.
Oh man, let's go this rank. Yeah, stop trying to encourage me to go back to the Lost Town mission in this rank, I swear. Bro. Okay, so I did not believe for a second that that was going to be an S rank, but it was in fact an S rank. So, cool. So, with that, let's move on.
Protect the sacred statues.
That is what this next one. I think I actually ran into that before. I was trying to find that barrel one. Hey, what's up, old geezer?
I'm Galani, the chairman of the Soriano Tourism Association. The foundation. The fountain statues, the landmarks of Soriano, are about to be destroyed by the mysterious robots that took Princess Elise. If the robots are stuck before the statues are destroyed, they can still be repaired. But no one will help me. Please, save the fountains.
No, I'm too busy trying to save Princess Elise, old man.
I see. Well, that's it for the Soriano Tourism Association then.
I want to see that as like an animated short.
Oh yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog, you're the blue hedgehog that saved Princess Elise that 1, 2, 3, how many times? Could you help us save the fountains? We still can.
No, man, I'm trying to save Princess Elise from the bloody character blowing up.
But it'll only take a couple of seconds, please, I beg you.
Alright, let me help you, old man. Maybe I can try and rebuild it even. Oh, whoops, Princess Elise just died! Oh, this game is beautiful sometimes, I wish in that respect that that there was like a hubble after you completed the game, because at least that would be some form of, oh, okay, that's, this is the time I can, really take my time to do these town missions.
The robots are over there. Good luck! And I want you to try my shoes after this.
Okay, oh, let's go. I like what I see.
Yeah, I still think it would be nice to have had a 100% hub world for sure.
Where there's like, seriously, a lot. Like, I'm talking the equivalent of the V3 or 5 to that amount. That would be cool. And then especially on hardware, they wouldn't be able to keep up. But still, I think most people are going to be trying this on anyway, so that should really be a problem. Also, these guys didn't die dead. Also, this is like perfect for like a Sonic Forces 6th edition when the enemies kind of just stand around and do nothing. I am aware that like placement tools for the longest time haven't exactly had the ability to, or at least easily, basically take out the leader and it immediately kills the rest of them. I think it can be done, but it's like I said, it's not easy. Am I going off track? I feel like I'm going off track. Oh, no, it's good. We're freaking running out of time, aren't we? Yeah, right out of time. There you go, you happy game?
No, the precious fountain statue, the precious tourist attraction is destroyed, even though it is right behind me.
I didn't even see the failure message for the bowling town mission. I'll check that out before anything. Oh, whoa. Okay, that's cool. That is very cool. I was not expecting that one bit. Yeah, that's sick. Literally having the NC go, oh, you can come to try it again. That is sick. I did not expect that one bit. Wow. All right. Okay. No, that is amazing.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Retail low-key should have done that. Have the ability to redo them.
Okay, so there's my failure message. It just repeats. Can you accept it? Okay.
Obviously not for the ones that were required for the story, I guess. But no, you know what? Even then, I feel like they could have been necessary.
Some of them up there. Alright, well, I mean, I would prefer having the ranks after well.
Oh, thank you.
Like, if it's the ones that don't have an NPC, like open the cave gate, for example, obviously, yeah, no, that doesn't exactly need to be done, so it's only really the ones where you have to go to an NPC and talk to them, and that helps get you into it. And in that light, I really do feel that, like, Mission 1 really is a town mission that should be skipped for the story, because it's not. You only need it for rings, which feels super unnecessary. I feel like this is even more reason to make the like pre-way version like running away with Elise from the Eggmobile into into like a mini stage, like I mentioned before in the way version section. Because that way, that is like your tutorial stage into the game's story. You get rings for that, and then when you get booted into the hub area, you've got enough rings to still purchase the light dash to still get into the first stage, unless you get a D rank.
I think his Princess Elise likes the statue too, and fountain will make any wish come true. Why don't you try it?
If that were true, old man, how come Edna didn't take the statue alongside Elise? I mentioned more lore to Sonic with 6 in the form of the unused town missions. So something I've noticed, at least something so far, is that the town missions have been pretty much in this hub world. And I would like to think that they're all hub world specific, so once I'm done with all the town missions here, The next one on the list is in the City of Forest. See, I feel like I just jinxed it by saying that because now I don't know if there's any more NPCs. How about you?
Oh no, this is so powerful to take by robots. It's important so we know that you're putting up with the platform. What should we do? Sonic, please, we can make this back.
No!
Cheese.
Changing outfits between loading screens, huh? Okay, interesting.
The password is on the disconnected enemy's hammer. When you come up the wall, ring the box and you don't have a password. If you push the wrong password, remember you lost.
See, this is more like it. This is like a freaking ton of enemies that are like, whoa. Oh, is this gonna work out? Okay, I'm actually gonna wait for this because I'm curious. Some may work, some may not. See, like that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That just proved my point completely. Some of them might. That previous town mission.
I can't believe I mentioned that.
So much. With the thing in the leader. So, huh.
There was like an Italian skit that I performed when I was younger.
Okay, true. Probably I missed. Okay. Oh god. Wait. Oh. Okay, yeah, that explains a lot. I didn't even see that. That's probably where the text comes into play at the start that I missed. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now that I know what I'm doing, let me try this again. And further this up. Yeah, I think it was just this disc that kind of threw me off because I pretty much needed to turn around, so. Yeah, okay. Zone. 6. Be careful with those lag spots because that easy running off. 2. That'll do the meters. Possibly.
Yeah, again, I think pacing issues plagued this video. Not massively, but a little bit of it.
Next, tree. What? Oh, we find a good use for it in the unused section. It just makes you wonder just how much is the metal count going to have to change to cater to all these unused missions for the original.
Yeah, good point.
Like, sheesh. Alright.
I guess it all contributes to the gold medal specifically.
Well, I'm Salvatore, the manager at Gelato Avenue. Well, I'm the only one working here, but I still have a manager. My business is doing great recently. I'm so busy, I can't handle all of the orders myself, so I need to hire some part-time help. I'll pay you according to the number of orders delivered. I'll pay more for long-distance deliveries too. So how about it? Do you want to work for me? No. Okay, that's too bad. I'll find someone else.
Yeah, but yes, pretty.
Yes. Okay, let's start. Deliver them to the people with signs. There's not a lot of time, so beat that.
You know, he said that. He just helps out to be fast. Yeah, okay, that's nice. Deliver the lotto to as many customers as we can before 20 minutes out. One more.
Yeah, imagine the ice cream gets freaking destroyed because of how fast he is.
That's apparently a delivery done. Okay, at least now I know what to look for. Alright, there we go.
Get all smushed or whatever.
The gelato's melted? I can't pay you for that. You're fired.
Okay, chill. You didn't pinpoint where I need to go and melt. So I said with signs, I was really confused. I thought maybe there'd be like some kind of like balloon on that, as they call it, you know, those kind of icons or something. But no, it's just the Readings mission, which is fine. I mean, I'm sure that there would be something else originally, but anyway. So let's just start and take this one out of the way.
But yeah, again, I think volume control.
Yeah, the thing that threw me off is the fact it's not a map, which I don't think that's possible to highlight that. I don't know, maybe it is. But it's hilarious that I'm guessing as the final customer.
Read the time. The number of gelatos you delivered was 5. Great! Do you want to work here full time? Okay, I understand. This is your pay.
When it comes to restoring these down missions, there really is only so much that can be done with what we have received, because, you know, delivering ice cream, there really is no models that could be of use for this town mission, so, yeah, like I said, there really is only so much that can be done. But, yeah, what do you know? Okay, so the next one is the secret from Leticus, which I believe we already encountered. Okay, I don't know, I won't use. Alright, I think it's no.
Hey there, that's my life. Yeah, you'd like this world too if you weren't such a party pooper. Shut up!
Oh, you have to talk to her now. I mean, you gotta love these quizzes. I had to remind myself to get something wrong, so I can also see if she just goes, or some shit.
Get out of here, you brainiac Star Chaser!
Are you freaking kidding me right now? As he's saving the princess in his story, was it freaking copying Mario enough? See, it's shit like this that just tells us, yeah, they knew what they would do. I mean, bruh, Solaris' design, come on, Zelda much. This game has it all, even the freaking trailer. Remember, it used that like Pirates and Spider-Man music? Like, bruh, what was this game? Really, what, trying to teach kids about history? Sonic, it's not.
Thank you for always being supported from the Sonic team.
Hold up. You're actually going to tell me that, like, Sonic Team was going to give us a message in this game, but, like, we didn't even get that in the final? Oh, that's sad, man. Oh, God, it's like they wanted to try with this game. They were trying to give us a message, too, and it's, like, so much. Just, oh. You could just tell that they wanted to put in a good message, despite good old usually leaving team. But even that didn't get used. R6 is one of those kind of games that really, I wouldn't mind seeing a full movie-length documentary of the making of the game, or even if it was like a movie showing how this game came to be, you know, just among those lines and behind the scenes. Because, like, seriously, this is just, it's tragic. Oh my god, that's actually really clever. It actually punishes you if you go to break the crate before getting the question asked to you. So, yeah, basically, just go for the answers and it punishes you. It's really cool. That's how it should be. Yeah, you're gonna love that they just, they pretend as if it's like, oh yeah, she gave you this letter that, you know, she totally had nothing to do with, and then, you know, apparently really did have nothing to do with it, and it's like, oh, so what did it say?
2 hours later.
Okay, Ross, where to go? Are you shitting me right now? Dude! What the frick? Okay, no, man. That's just, we're talking, not even something.
3 years later.
Okay, so moral of the story. Okay, so I painfully tried everything I could to get that S rank. And I think after that, and, you know, the soccer one, yeah, I'll, you know, maybe some other time, but for right now, I don't want to spend forever on it. For right now, I've been recording for freaking 2 hours, so... Okay, I think this is it.
Thief! Catch the thief! My precious apples were stolen. There were 3 sneaky thieves. Please catch them. What? I thought you were a hero.
So that's interesting. Yeah, okay. So I guess some know that this is a hero and, you know, savior, save Princess Elise. And sometimes just dismiss it or don't acknowledge it, because I don't need to every time. And it's fucking hilarious, by the way. It's like fallen.
The 3 thieves are hiding somewhere near. Please catch them.
Okay. Oh, left the trail. Did we? Oh, what's up, goat? The fucking animation. I actually put this in the game a while ago. I made like a bit of a joke video. Who am I? Oh, come here! Ouch! Alright. What is so funny? Should I be with you? There you are. Oh,
I should have put
oh my
that
god, the map didn't
in
spawn.
there.
Whoa, right.
Cut to that clip.
There are a lot of people that are looking forward to these Soliana apples. Thanks.
There are a lot of people in town.
Yeah, I can probably do that better. Jesus, the lag spike is strong with this one.
Oh no, the next apple shipment will be delayed.
So I just noticed, the same kind of sub boxes here where they have like a fancy red glowing kind of text. You can usually press B and it like goes down to the bottom selection, be it when you're saving or quitting the game or quitting the title screen. Yeah, it like goes down if you press B, and I just noticed now, I thought for sure you could do it with the yes no dialogue box, but you actually can't. So I don't know why I really want to be able to do it on the yes no button. So like always, I'll try not to abuse the gems. Yo, I just realized that's probably why you get yes rank on both the quiz and the software.
The sound.
Yeah, lag is strong on this one. Which again, I'm a hardless, so come on. I think that's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I found them. Let's go.
Have you seen a bronze medal around here? I lost them here. Someone will take them if I don't find them soon. The medals were Grandpa's. He got them from King Soliana when he was a soldier.
King Soliana? Man, dude. The Duke was literally called King Soliana, and it fucking shows in this text right here. But that's the reason this one was cut. In my opinion, they probably should have stuck in that, dude. Would make it a bit easier for continuity anyway.
Please, will you help me find the bronze medals? Okay, sorry to bother you. There are 10 medals. They've got to be here. Find them before you take it.
So I think the reason this was cut was they just couldn't tell it, at least in front of the build, to show like a bronze medal icon for this main display UI. So, because I mean, otherwise, it just, you know, because so far, this is pretty much the only real way of viewing it, and yeah, it is inaccurate, but you know what, actually would have been okay to see this one in the final, but you know, kind of expect everything, I guess. But this is actually not the town mission that I covered in that one video where I restored this display. And that's what I mean, I'm really curious if this mod restores the one that I experimented with, like how much it restores in general, does it restore all of them, or is there only something that has been put into this? In fact, there's no lasers here. No. Yeah, the good thing about this is if I like die or whatever, or whatever you want to start over, at least I can just do it again, there you go. That probably does change how people approach level design. Oh, okay, show it. Cool! Okay, one more. Here's now, because I die.
Oh no, maybe somebody took them already.
I wish that actually were a possibility. That'd be very interesting. The longer you take, more chance someone's going to find it. And of course, you know, having the game make that clear, maybe have a camera pan to show some thief or, I don't know, someone picking it up, so you know maybe who to look for to get it back or something. Or even just to indicate you took too long, failed, and that's basically a cue, failed, and then you send a message. One thing I wish you could do, and this would definitely be a patch in the future, but is basically having the ability to light dash out of a spin dash. The reason it's more plausible in the final is because it was mapped to the same input. You basically can semi-cancel the spin dash and pretty much you're going to go into a light dash when you release the action button. But because I'm actually using the patch that puts light dash on Y, I'm going to have to basically cancel the spin dash with the action button, then use Y as a light dash. So it's a bit more awkward than what
Yeah, I feel like that's a detail that I forget if I bring up in the patches video coming up, but
yo, I think that is it. Because there's 2 in the warehouse. Yeah, that was it. I did miss that one the last attempt. Oh god. I was gonna say if I felt like I missed one outside the warehouse. Oh god, that's embarrassing.
I don't even know how to remember.
Okay, at least I can't figure out how we get this and then
Sakes! Thanks for helping me out. I'll be careful with you from now on.
You got it! Let's go. Good gravy. Almost 3 hours of being at it. Now we're only up to 10. Supposed to adapt to the collision, not fucking adopt the collision. Who's the captain strikes back? What's up, Captain? This is the World Training Ground for...
again. We good?
What kind of training is this? You have to train to quickly handle targets. The point is to attack targets quickly. We try to break as many targets as possible within a limited time. To become a Solean guard, you need to break at least 15 targets. It's not easy to do if you haven't had any training. You want to try it? Yeah. It's hard for commoners like you. You really did just try to pull that guilt trip on us.
Don't use those guilt-tripping puppy dog eyes on me.
Let's start the training. Destroy as many as possible. Here we go. Oh, no, I guess that's just it though, isn't it? Because I can walk onto the hill. It was too hard for you! It's hard to become a Solean soldier. Now you know. Well, there's no secret. Why are you bending the leash? Let's try to get some way. Try something specific within time. Okay, nothing specific. No, it's not it. What? The next one. You fuck. I don't remember you doing that. Okay, this one. Oh, I think I found it. Oh, right there. Yeah, it's all big stuff that I guess from back there.
How much longer is this again? Were you close? I can't remember. Oh, still a ways.
Okay, sub 25. Cool. Which again, it's a shame you can't like detail all that on the map. But you know, when especially when it comes to modding the game, I guess, but that much more stuff that can be improved when 360, so I guess that is cool.
No, it's a fun one to do. It needs to be a more upbeat. If I'm doing something sweet, it's strong, thinking that I can use as inspiration. I need some swift action in there, something new, like moving through the feelings at once. Things like that! I see, I need to find some inspiration.
Inspiration.
Me? You will move swiftly for me, and we want you.
There it is.
Yeah, this alright.
Oh my gosh. And I was kind of onto something. Some of them, freaking creepy.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's the move I want. Now we can play the good song. Wind Can Zone is the name. This will be a hit.
Wind Can Zone. Also, yeah, that probably could be improved unless it's a glitch. Because I know in the demo, Boss Silver did review some one-off camera glitchy results. Actually, no, we did it yesterday. Let's go. But I still will go back into that and, another way for timeless player contact. Get an jump cut. Let's do it. It's gonna be like,
Oh no, this won't be good.
Alright, give me a second. I will be back. Alright, let's continue. I will have to put this into another brick, but once that's done, we should be pretty much full throttle till we run out of time, and when that happens, I'll just do what I did last time when we had the stream cut out. I'll just I'll just have it basically reset, and that'll reset the timer, and that should hopefully ensure that we'll get to the end and yeah, get through the rest of the videos. Hopefully, if all goes according to plan.
Why is that thing? Actually, no, we did this right. Let's go. But I still will go back into that and another way for timeless player contact. Getting a jump cut. Let's do it. It's gonna be like, oh no, this won't be inspirational. Keepers. Why is that thing? I'm wondering. Basically, I have been trying to experiment around to restore an unused animation slot for the Herming Recovery, because, in fact, you guys know, the bosses for Sonic and Shadow, when they do Calming Attack, when they go with the Herming Recovery animation, they actually go from the recovery animation into the full animation, something that Play Sonic never actually did from both that demos and Eager demos, so it makes me wonder if that was actually a thing for Play Sonic, rather than Sonic, but either way, yeah, kind of did that as well, so still wasn't one. Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's not good enough. I was this called for inspiration.
No, Loki, even though I don't find myself revisiting the accordion NPC, I actually wouldn't mind it if we got more than one track from his accordion playlist. You know, just kind of split it up as you progress through the story. Yeah, well. So yeah, it's looking to back. Yeah, cool. I think that does conclude the forest unused town mission, so yeah, let's move on. So I'm just thinking, it might be a possibility that that accordion town mission for the gold camera position, that could be just a thing for when you're in Cobalt, that's selecting the town mission from the town mission select. The scripting in this game can be a bit weird sometimes, so it could actually be related to that. But anyway.
Oh no, Sonic, there's a bomb at the station, but the phone's dead. Please, go to the station and defuse the bomb.
Who, me?
Just dead silence. The fucking hilarious thing is I actually can picture, I can actually picture that animation playing for that rather talking. Just go, oh, and again, you were triple to double up in the bloody third line. And no wonder! We're doomed! We're doomed!
Ah, so that's where I reached from. Earth 6 really did have a mist to it. It's like a vibe that it just gave off from all the NPCs in this game. It's just, yeah, there's 1 minute to destruction. Rush to the station! So this is actually one that I am aware of. I do remember seeing the text for this, and I forget if there's any actual lines. Maybe there is for like Sonic or oh, geez, there's zip wires. I literally wanted to put this into P25, which, I mean, has kind of already been done, but okay, this makes sense now. So this is actually pretty interesting, because I wasn't actually aware. Well, I mean, I have seen these zip wires, but I didn't realize it was actually planned until after I basically wanted grinding rails in the new city for P25.
No, what's going on with the internet all of a sudden?
Sure.
has already been achieved. So it's kind of interesting that I did have a concept for this that was similar to what actually was planned in the original game. Hopefully something that Chaos will be interested in looking into. Oh my god! Oh, that animation is priceless. I've actually never seen that one before. I've seen a lot of unused
Yeah, it
animations.
took me by surprise as well.
I can't actually picture one of the NPC's unused lines being used for basically his reaction to Bailey. Because, you know, you do have Sonic Hell in the Radical Train unused lines, which something similar could be used for this animation. So, I'm actually going to turn this up briefly because I just want to hear if the sound effect is different. Because the particle is different. Ooh! I was going to say, yeah, the particle is different. Upon closer inspection, I think it is just because of the, wind, which again explains the particle. So, yeah. Now, I think I did actually see one. Oh, invisible collision. Alright, fine. Oh, so, hold on. Perhaps in that respect, there was originally meant to be like having fire going on, which would basically block them off. Okay, so, yeah, that is interesting. I think, the whole gimmick here of. Yeah, I think the gimmick of, like, basically going on these, like, zip wires to basically get around, especially because there's, like, invisible collision back there, I think that would, like, maybe be worth thinking of adding some, like, fire to really add to the tension. Definitely makes it more of a challenge for those. Really, again, really does add to the challenge.
Broken bomb. That's what I was visualizing at this point. Fire. Destruction. You had to go over it. Just literally look no further than broken bomb.
The bomb was found and defused. Thank you so much. What does that sound like? Marlon. Man, it's like trying to rip off Pixar before Sonic ripped off Pixar. Also, that's right, let's go. I make it sound like that's a bad thing, but I actually really like that Unleashed went with that Pixar kind of style for perhaps one of the main reasons that I really love Unleashed, and do consider it to stay the best Sonic game in the franchise. I mean, that is just my opinion. Now, I actually want to do that one more time, because I think this is, so far, I really do feel that this is the most interesting town mission, because the zip wires are obviously different to grinding rails, but of course, because they still do function in a similar fashion. I don't know, I want to experiment a little more with them, see how they are placed, and if perhaps I could actually merge this with my current 2.5 UC. I don't mind doing that. Yeah, let's go. So in that respect, I really shouldn't attack it when it's that sensitive. I don't have to be as dead on compared to a normal grinding rail. Something that I wonder if perhaps DDS or 6 switched up a bit. Okay, so that's cool. I like that. If you really want to get that S, you do have to get rid of all the robots as well, rather than just get to the end. Hey, I actually really enjoyed that one. You know,
Yeah, okay, that just doesn't fit at all, does it? It's like having Bowser. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how much we done.
Sound like Cream the Rabbit.
So I'm not sure how far that can go. I also want to put that into a okay, so this is interesting. 1.2 public has okay. Why somewhere radical? Okay. So I've actually seen this unused model. I have actually restored it in the past, and also been implemented through various technologies more aggressively. The FTX strengths. Can that be sent? Or I feel like minimize that. So something pigeon poker menu would be Patsy with it. Oh my lord. Like colorful lava? What is this? So I thought that this was actually meant to appear in the town, not in a town mission, but I think either way both make sense. In terms of the original, it makes sense why it never appeared. If we accept that it was actually meant to only be in town missions. Okay. One down, how many more to go? Hey. Is that actually necessary? Bruh? Alright, I'll take it. Cool. What about you? Okay, no, not the forest thing. Alright.
Name that song.
Hi, I'm Ivan from Soliana TV.
I'll be hosting a Name That Song tournament in Soliana today. Hey, you. Are you into music? You want to name that song? Oh, well, too bad.
Sonic's name, that song. What a title.
Listen to the introduction of the song and tell me the name.
I actually turned it up for this so I can hear what's up.
Question 1. Start.
I didn't. Okay, that's a good question.
What's this song?
Oh, I should know. And I just realized, yeah, I did actually mute the music. So that, like, probably, yeah, messed this up, didn't it?
1. Wave Ocean. 2. Radical Train. 3. Tropical Jungle. Less than 3 answers correct. Better luck next time. Question 2. 1. Multiplayer. 2. Main menu. 3.
How did I cut to the fucking high pitch of the opening of the ball?
3. Silver's theme. Question 4. 1. Elise's theme. 2. Eggman's theme. 3. Sonic's theme. Question 5 is the different. What's this sound? 1. Sound of a ring. 2. Sound of a save point. 3. Sound when smashing an iron box. All correct. Great score.
That's not either. That's actually good. So, okay, given how similar this town mission is to the quiz town mission in the Castle Town, I'm going to say that it probably would be better if either 25k or 27k 500 is what you need for the S rank. Because, yeah, I think we're supposed to agree that that was a bit too over the top to get the S rank. Which even now, I still haven't gone, so maybe something else now. Yeah, I think this is it.
Oh no, I've hidden my key inside one of the barrels, but I forgot which one it was. The Castle Town is huge, so I can't look inside every barrel. I wish someone would help me. Yeah, I guess it's hard to find one key in this whole town.
Oh, maybe.
There's a key in one of the barrels. Can you help me find it?
You can smash the barrels if you need to, so this could be the last one. Oh, I actually respect that. I don't know if that's been intentionally programmed, but I respect that it like doesn't produce broken pieces. It's more as if this were in multiplayer, because in multiplayer that's pretty much exactly how these objects would behave. Like I said, it doesn't produce the broken pieces, well, except for those small ones. Also, you're okay, let's freaking go! It only took us 30 seconds.
Thanks. Good. Now I can go home.
Let's go! Alright. Okay, so I didn't realize I was at the end of Sonic's campaign. Let's freaking go though. We have pretty much completed pretty much all of these except for this one with an S rank. So I don't know. I'll try my luck. I'll spend some time. I won't do it for this video unless I do get it, in which case I'll just jump cut it now. But if not, we'll jump up to Shadow's town missions and yeah, we'll move on from there.
Yeah, which again is why there's no outro to that, because I really was hoping to be able to jump straight from that to Shadows, because I did record it both in gameplay and in commentary. But again, like the Twinsanity part 2 of the prototype that I recorded in commentary, I just those yeah. I think the biggest problem those projects faced was that I very quickly got very disorganized by having an enormous amount of like projects in the one project, because basically I would boot into a Logic Pro project file to record the audio, the commentary, and that is or was where I used to edit all my commentary and take out all the bloopers and make it more faster paced and all that, before I would then put that final result into Final Cut Pro and add all the video on top of it. However, now, if I go to that project, if I can even remember what the name was, it also has a screwed up amount of projects that are there. There was a dub that I was working on where I was going to have Silver and Rouge have a weird psychic connection for a skit, and then that was going to lead to the end of their lives, basically, because Ji Wen was like, "What are you doing? You're going against our orders. We're declaring you an enemy and we're going after you." It was a bit of a weird skit, but that project was in amongst the same project as the Unused Town Mission Restoration. It was also connected, I think, to the, as mentioned, Twinsanity Prototype Part 2 reaction. And there was another one too, I can't remember what it was, but there was something at the start. There's so many projects that just started to get put in the one thing, and it just became super overwhelming. And I just kind of put the brakes on that and just didn't return to it, and it just got to a point where it was like, fucking hell, it's been a year, just get part 1 out, because at least that's something, because at least that's done, the video editing's all there, and be done with it, you know? It is a shame about part 2, because that much could have been turned into a video. Part 3 was never recorded, both in commentary and in footage. So yeah, if I did it now, it'd be a very disjointed video. So yeah, it is what it is. But you know what? It was also in pieces, if I recall correctly, for the Shadow one. I think either the footage stopped midway through, or not so much for the video, but maybe for the audio. Something was out of place. So yeah, I probably should look into it to see if I can revive it. But otherwise, it's just another one that was like, oh yeah, well, I just let it go for too long, and then it just kind of became a bit obsolete. But yeah.
Hey guys, welcome to the Butthead, aka Jiro Cycler, aka Jurafin Skywalker. This time, 10 years ago, I actually created this YouTube channel called Jurafin Skywalker. I still vividly remember making the channel artwork, putting as many of the Sonic cartoon renders together, and this was back before I even knew how to Photoshop. So my only form of transparency was literally using Microsoft Word. I spent a lot of time, so I was pretty darn happy with how it turned out. I tried to include every single cartoon render I could find, and it's something that in some ways inspired the current banner art I have. Yes, that definitely was also inspired by the 6 manual, but I do feel that my original banner art inspired my choice to bring back character renders. And I say bring back like I chose to get rid of the old one, when thanks to YouTube updates it just vanished off sadly. I think the username was just a nickname that I went by back in the days that I was a big fan of Star Wars. A bit of an OC name, if you will. build. I have later to thank for that. It certainly seems with a channeling like that I was planning on uploading Star Wars content, when my actual first video was actually Mario Kart DS content, then All Stars Racing, then Naruto, then some Sonic, but mainly Subway Surfers, and then finally Air 6. I posted 2 videos of Mario Kart DS, one of me and my friend exploring some glitches using R4 codes, and another of me exploring out down for the same cheats. I still remember the very first comment that I ever received on the channel, just saying okay or excellent. Sentence perfect. It was literally okay or excellent. And for the quality of the video, both figuratively and literally, I was pretty lucky to get even 1 comment on those videos. But anyhow, for right now, for this kind of video, I was thinking of doing some kind of a compilation video where I basically replay my old videos, mainly the ones where I do commentary. That way we can really see how my videos have evolved through time. So with that, prepare yourselves for a little more higher up sounding me.
Hey, God.
So that's interesting. I was always wondering where that came from, because I say, prepare yourselves for a little more higher up sounding me, and then I go very quietly in the background, I inserted the audio of me saying, I wish someone would help me. And I was wondering where that came from. Yeah, and that just kind of proves my point there. That really was recorded around the same time. We literally just came from the playthrough recording session of me playing the unused town mission restoration, where I very much recorded that very thing where I was covering the dialogue of the NPC going, I wish someone would help me. But yeah, nothing. I think I read that wrong. I thought for some reason I thought that said 15 years. Yeah, no, that's totally 10. You imbecile. You really are as blind as a bat. And I do include the Pier 6 review and the TGS explanation one.
Sure, Cyclone. So, here we are, the unused mission restoration. Hey guys, welcome to the back here, aka Sure Cyclone. So I wanted to make this video for quite some time now, ever since the E3 explanation video, which also does need updating. Hey guys, welcome to the back here, aka Sure Cyclone. So here we are, Project 06's second release, or demo 4 if you will. I thought I'd check in on the ones that I'm currently working on, because, well, why not? I'm sorry that I don't work faster, but...
Because that's the thing, the unused mission restoration was very much still in development at this point, because even though it was technically done, yeah, again, it didn't technically go out at the same time at this point, so yeah.
This can kind of serve as a kind of teaser. So one thing I took away from making this compilation is I really had a tendency to try to record literally everything into one take. That way I wouldn't need to worry about doing retakes, audio editing, video editing, all that. Which, you know, might be a good strategy if you have a script, but that's just it. I didn't have a script, and you know, even now, to this day, I don't have a fully written out script for my videos nowadays. With that said, I won't be afraid to do retakes and audio editing to enhance it. It's a shame. I wish I got started sooner with my videos, because while I didn't have a capture card back then, nor a gaming PC, I still wanted to put out content, and for the most part I even did have content. Now it's just a bit of a relic of the past that I can compare to my nowadays and be like, hey, looking back, I definitely would have changed a lot of things with my videos back then. Video editing, audio editing, what I said, how I said it. I mean, I was young. I'm just glad some of the videos weren't a waste of time. I'm thinking one day of redoing a lot of my old videos, but for right now, don't expect anything anytime soon. I really want to get things out like the TGS explanation video and the eventual Pier 6 Release 2 review. As far as dubs go,
neither are out!
But the main one is still the RDA dub. And as far as mods go, most of you guys already know what they are.
5 years later!
Because quality change, not just on the song side of things, and not just on the demo side of things.
5 years later, and it's still not out.
I think the outro, I'll leave this to my 12-year-old self to do it.
Yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you liked it. Please subscribe, please comment, and yeah.
So what's the kid reaction to this stuff? Yep. And yeah. Let's see how long we can go with this for.
Blue Gem.
Yeah, now that I can really talk about this individually, I just want to praise how good this is, because it really does embody the elements of the demo's take on the Blue Gem, despite the gems not actually being used in the demo. So yeah, I am talking about codes that weren't even used and never were officially seen. It really does make me wonder if review builds behave this way. I think the only thing that some may disagree with might be the level 1 of the Blue Gem doesn't really have the same retail speed. I'm still just in awe about mainly this element where if you use the Blue Gem, it really keeps that momentum in an air state, and it doesn't lock your movement, which in my opinion was a flaw of the demo's take on it. And I already mentioned in Demo 3 how it does damage enemies, which it was supposed to do. I think the only thing that really could be improved is just having the unused jet sound used, in the same way jet sound plays for when you boost and unleashed in later games. Sonic was also given a jet sound here. Not the same as what was used in Unleashed, but still a jet sound, which interestingly can be heard in the very first in-game cutscene when Sonic's running release. Aside from that, I guess the current sound could be improved a tad, which would just be no longer cut out. Yeah, I don't know, something like that would be ideal. But aside from that, gameplay-wise, yeah, we're good. It was meant to behave pretty much exactly the way it does, slowing down almost everything. The only things that really shouldn't be affected is Sonic, the camera, the pause menu, and even the timer. Because even with a gauge that depletes, I do feel it is a bit too easy to get the S rank if you just stick to using the red gem all the time. But because Pier 6 has changed this formula so much, I'm not really expecting anything to change. But I would like it to be at the least clear with what the original was intending, in case there was some confusion. Aside from that, believe it or not, my main critique is actually with the sound design. Because as I have said in the past, I am actually open to change. And with what Chaos has already done, I really wouldn't mind the speed of its behavior does. It doesn't change in the future. But yeah, the sound design, since it really does behave the equivalent of that of Chaos Control. and since it literally uses the same kind of particles, and from a game that was released the same week, and uses Rare 6 sound design, it just seems so natural to have these sounds used. So I'd absolutely love to hear this in a future release of Red Gem.
The Green Gem.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about this one, to be honest. I guess I will leave you with this. In the same way you have fancy animation for when you jump when using the spin kick, it would be neat to also have the animation play jumping out of a tornado attack. Yeah, that's really what I've got.
Yeah, this was certainly added later.
Purple Gem.
No, I don't know if this is a case of, you know, hey, Blaze can do a double jump, Amy can do a double jump, so Amy can go invisible, Blaze plays like Sonic, hey, Sonic should go invisible now. I don't know, maybe I'm not seeing the big picture here, maybe it's too difficult to tell the hitbox of Tiny Sonic to be able to go under gaps, even if it had no noticeable issues for lasers. Conversely, for how Sonic was meant to get big, for that hitbox to work with everything, and how it would work with everything. My assumption on the tiny and big Sonic thing is that level 1 would be tiny, level 2 would be a bigger version of Sonic, and level 3 would be like a bigger mushroom kind of Sonic. Which if that really was how it was going to be, then the whole idea of level downgrading doesn't really seem that far-fetched anymore. I mean, heck, I could literally picture pressing up or down on the D-pad to cycle the levels well. Up or
Yeah,
down. Like, just, I
wow.
don't know.
Again.
Currently, like, level 2 doesn't even have
Yeah.
like in between, or like a 50% of Sonic going transparent. I don't know, man, it just looks awkward and out of place to me, I'm sorry. In a way, it feels like it also takes away from Amy. Now it's like, oh yeah, Amy, she's got the invisibility that, you know, Sonic also has, huh? Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm not on board with this one, but that's just me.
The Sky Gem.
Because that's
So
another
I'm
thing
really not
too,
sure.
because that did... Was it that got removed? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? The invisibility, I think that's what that text was referencing.
Or if anything can be done about this, but I just, ever since number 1, the one thing that's really just prevented me from wanting to use the Sky Gem is the effect it has when you reach your destination, mainly when you throw it to an area where you want to go high. Maybe to save really quick. And I don't know, maybe this was done to prevent going too high. But god damn, you really get pulled down once you reach its destination. Like, I don't know, just have a little bit of launch after it, and then have your fast gradual gravity take effect. Here, it's just as soon as you hit it, gravity times 999 kind of thing. It's like, what the heck? Like, I'll barely manage to save it, throwing the gem, and would have saved it had the over-the-top weight of gravity not pulled me down to my doom. It's frustrating enough as it is that I can't throw another Sky Gem after I've thrown it. Like the quick throws from idle to jumping and throwing, but the kind of first-person throws when you have to charge it, I don't know, I guess I just always liked the fact that I could save it if I knew that I made a mistake by throwing it the first time. I guess the main thing is that it is better in terms of not being able to go stupid high to the point of being able to break out of bounds. You can't put out the Sky Gem, and you can damage enemies to deal with it. But yeah, just the super pull after you reach the destination, just, yeah. Could be better in my opinion. Also not a fan of the fact I can't actually jump dash after I've thrown the gem out of a jump state. Like I can't say it enough, it's just dismotivating to want to use it. Especially when I could do this in the original, and having the ability to do a jump dash out of this state. Brings me to this next topic. I do want to throw out
I don't recall if that's changed.
the idea of being able to homing attack the gem in the same way you can in retail. Yeah, believe it or not, doing this in the original did actually push the gem a little further.
It might
than
have,
normally would.
actually.
Had you not. Pointless, nitpicky? Definitely. But again, just
I remember pointing it out recently.
Yeah, as far as the clear gem goes, the homing smash is as flawless as can be. I just wish that we did get an A-button homing smash. To me, it is as crucial as having Super Sonic with the Rainbow Gem, and not having it just makes it incomplete. And yes, I know we do get a homing smash in the form of the clear gem, but in the same way the blue gem is supposed to give Mark Speed results, we end up going to Mark Speed results without using the gems in the form of Mark Speed sections. I guess the defining difference to why there would even be 2 to begin with is the clear gem homing smash deals double damage and continues to go up with each level going up. Meanwhile, the A-button homing smash only deals 1 damage, but has the same effects as it does in Tech Demo, which Chaos has quite accurately recreated in PTGS, and that also add. Yeah, I feel this way, we could have a balance of which homing smash sends the enemy into more enemies and objects, and which homing smash has the double, triple, or quadruple damage. This way I wouldn't get basic plain carbon copy of the homing smash from the clear gem. Heck, I could even see PTGS's jump dash particles used for this homing smash as well. But anyway, before I move on, a couple of ideas I'd like to throw out for the clear gem homing smash is pressing the right trigger on the ground currently does nothing. What I'm thinking is maybe it could result in a bit of a jump, similar to that of what we see in the E3 or 5 teaser, where you don't pause in the air while charging it. So basically this time around, you wouldn't need to press the jump button to do it, and instead of pressing the trigger to use the homing smash, you're already holding it down, because that's actually called a jump and a charge. For the second idea, it's a bit more basic, but it's just to enable the homing smash to be able to damage steel crates. In the same way when triggering Chaos Boost with Shatter, you can also damage them with the jump dash.
The Yellow Gem.
So I guess something I just noticed just recently is how from Demo 1 days, taking damage with the yellow gem shield behaved like a regular shield, playing a pushback animation, giving you a bit of indication that you've lost it. Now, it's invulnerable to all attacks, at the expense of the gauge going down each time you normally would take damage. Which yeah, I'm down with the idea of yellow gem being more overpowered than the regular shield. I just kinda wish that upgrading the levels made you more invulnerable to Vulcan cannon shots. Because right now, even on level 3, the gauge still can go down with damage.
That
This is
might have
supposed to be more clear than the
changed.
regular shield, right? If that's
That
not
might
the case,
have
and we're just trying to bounce, giving some pros and cons to both, then it really kind of bounces back to my idea of having a balance blow up to homing smashes. Yin and yang. One thing I really would like to address is I'm not really a fan of being able to have a regular shield on, be able to trigger the yellow gem shield, only for that to replace the regular shield, to the point that if I lose or deactivate the yellow gem shield, the regular shield is now gone. Taking damage after doing this, I can kind of get by, but deactivating it, this really should change my opinion.
A Rainbow Gem.
What can I say that hasn't already been said about this beautiful piece of art?
Ooh,
Yeah, got some pretty visuals in the update.
there's text.
Totally had nothing to do with being absent for the beta testing of the update because, you know, I totally
Wow, this
knew that there
is
would be
so
nothing.
I was totally under
outdated.
the impression that that was a focus. Oh, yeah, I really don't have anything to say, which means we are done with the gems. I could talk about minor things related to the gauge, stuff like the inaccurate replenishment delay, or the as mentioned substitute boost, or homing smash, or even how the levels of maturity meter into affect the gems equally rather individually. But I've kind of gone over most of these already, both in this video and the last review, and this video is kind of already long enough as it is. But yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say about episode Sonic Frontier 6's episode Shadow release. Before I move on to episode Shadow, I would actually like to talk about the test stage. Now, it's probably already clear why I'm talking about this, because aside from, this funky statement, And aside from this changing, okay, entering the second section, you can find a Kingdom Valley mural, and hitting it loads you into the Xbox Live Arcade demo's take on Kingdom Valley, which yet again is another element where I really didn't realize how much I wanted this. I really am glad that it's present here. Makes for an interesting comparison to Project Sonic Next, in my opinion even more so than the Xbox Live Arcade demo. Now, assuming Chaos is interested in doing this in the future, I would really love for the ability to be able to switch to Silver and or Shatter in the second section, and by entering this same Kingdom Valley mural as either Silver or Shatter results in loading you into their respective Kingdom Valley section from Tokyo
So
Game
basically it
2006.
points out the,
Sonics from the same demo is virtually
game
identical
sure
to the
demo.
Xbox Live never take on it,
So it's
still
all
one
the-
away from having this become a reality already. What can I say? I like the idea of being able to switch to Silver or
Because
Shatter,
it's-
trigger the mirror, and have it load into their
we did
demo.
obviously
Chaos
eventually
just
get
loaded the
this,
retail files,
but-
so this Crisis C placement
Yeah,
from the
it's-
E3 demo, at least a leftover file, exists within the files. So who knows, maybe eventually we can even see either Project E3, the Unity style, or a Crisis City mirror. Either way, I'm quite happy with this addition to the test stage. Without wasting any more time, let's hop right on into episode Shatter.
Shadowlight Chronicles. Holy crap.
Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. I'll be back. Give me a second. Alright, let's continue.
Without wasting any more time, let's hop right on into episode Shatter.
Shadowlight Chronicles.
Holy crap. Entering the warp hole?
Actually, I might split it there. Now that I think about it, it's probably a good place to, yeah, because we've got a few videos still left. Yeah, alright, let's jump into this.
Hey guys, Wilkin in the Bat here, aka Joe Cycler. So it took some time, but I eventually gained courage to check out the trailers for both Sonic Frontiers and the sequel to the Sonic movie. With the amount of leaks and stuff that's just unavoidable on YouTube nowadays when it comes to stuff like No Way Home, I was thinking of maybe just avoiding the trailers until I could really go in with a fresh experience. Not to mention, the last Sonic movie, I wasn't really a big fan of the trailer. And I'm not just talking about with the old design, even the final trailer, it gave away at least one scene from every act. But yeah, the amount of stuff that's unavoidable when it comes to, again, stuff like No Way Home, I don't want to get spoiled by something from the trailer by doing something as basic as searching for something unrelated to Sonic in my search. So with that, I have recorded my reaction, so I'm going to pretty much roll each trailer reaction and give my overall thoughts afterward. So yeah, let's roll.